Because I was separated from those vessels, I can no longer use my power. The witch explained. Assam's ability to control soldiers is unprecedented. He once stayed inside a human body for over 10 years. But once he leaves, that person loses all power. Take Evelyn, for example. He can indeed control soldiers. But that power isn't from the witch. It comes from Evelyn's own abilities as an ice mage. This child is special. It's the first time I've ever wanted to teach someone. You're not trying to use teaching to boost your power. So you can go find that man who resembles me, are you? Haha. That child would never meet me. Especially not in this state. Enhancing my power is impossible. The witch sighed. She said all parts of her body except her nails were taken by Lorworn. Just like Luonin said, her soul has been stripped away. It can't be restored. Such a faint soul can't do anything. Only speak or write on paper. It's a state between life and death. In other words, she doesn't have the energy to do anything suspicious. Judging by the magic felt from the last page, her words seemed to be true. After a brief silence, the witch spoke up. Let me teach her. If I break my promise or deceive you, you can do whatever you want with me. Her tone of resignation sounded sincere. Luonin's expression twisted slightly, assuming what she said is true. It's hard to deny. This is an incredibly tempting opportunity. Who would refuse one-on-one guidance? From a top-tier spirit equal to Hylan? However, this isn't a decision to be taken lightly. Luonin patted Assam on the shoulder. Assam, you decide. Can you really trust this monster? It once took over your body. You should know that. Assam stammered. Just remembering it still made her legs tremble. Time frozen. The woman's embrace and the loss of control over her body all caused destruction. She looked at the damaged Vigila and said, "It really has weakened. At least it no longer has power over me. That much is certain." Then you're saying, "I want to learn." Assam nodded with her eyes closed. To never go through that again. She must become stronger. Luonin smiled, sheathed her sword again. The witch's voice rang out once more. A wise choice indeed. Lovely child. Assam ultimately chose to become the witch's student. Luonin looked at the witch and Assam, as they completed a magical oath akin to a blood pact, then left the room at ease. You've gotten bold, you little coward. Walking down the hallway, Luonin kept smiling. Assam's eager, learning-filled gaze lingered in her mind. That girl who even Genuine couldn't kill had grown this much? As she pondered, Luonin unknowingly arrived at the first arena. Nweroye and Shulafin were already there talking. No other students were in sight. When Nweroje's gaze met Luonin's, he smiled faintly. The hero who ended winter has arrived. Thank you for sparing time for a humble teacher. Oh, don't tease me. Nweroye laughed. Fortunately, he looked much better than last time. It seemed that after losing to Ziyifa, his inner wounds had healed somewhat. Just kidding. There's something urgent, isn't there? Yes. A friend is facing a major life decision. If that's the case, then there's no helping it. Standing beside Shulafin, Luonin followed suit. Navaraja's expression turned serious. He looked at both of them in turn, and spoke up. News arrived from Falzon yesterday. Apparently, the establishment festival will be held mid-next month. You've probably heard of it too. Only those with sufficient insight can attend this grand event. Luonin raised an eyebrow. He seemed to realize why only the two of them were called here. Shulafin raised his hand to ask a question. It seems to be earlier than originally planned. Is there a reason? I'm not quite sure about that either. The date was decided by the elders of Falzon. But you're right. This kind of situation is quite rare. Normally, they strictly adhere to the schedule. Luonin saw Nweroye shake his head. From his expression, he also found the situation strange. I think we should send one of you two to attend. Only one? Yes. Filiang Academy can only send one teacher and one student. The stronger of you will go with me to Falzon. Hearing this, Luonin and Shulafin looked at each other. Although both pretended to be indifferent, it was clear neither was willing to back down. Seems like no one will yield. Did you think I was joking? Luonin let out a soft chuckle. The previously calm atmosphere instantly turned tense. Shulafin said quietly, "There's no other way." In that moment, a killing intent spread from Shulafin's shoulders. His seriousness was nearly equal to when he swore to protect Yllir 2 years ago. It seems the Sword Festival is putting a lot of pressure on him. Is this really that important of an event? Luonin raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he didn't have any special feelings toward the Sword Festival. It was something he'd never heard of in his past life. And the so-called Holy Sword was just a mythical illusion. However, if you ask whether he's willing to yield, that's another story. What interested Luonin were swordsmen from all over. Since sparring was allowed, it would surely help improve their strength. Maybe even lead to reliable allies. Nweroye spoke up. The decision on who goes to Falzon will be made 3 days prior. The winner of the duel will accompany me. Luonin and Shulafin nodded. This was within their expectations. But then, Nweroye said something completely unexpected. There's one condition. For the next month, you're not allowed to spar with each other. Chapter 147. Focused Training. 1. Alert number 147. There's one condition. For the next month, you two are forbidden to spar. What? Why? Faced with this unexpected announcement, Luonin frowned. Shulafin also looked uneasy. After a pause, Nweroye said, Indeed, a winner must be decided. Your strengths are very close. Training through sparring as usual isn't bad. But this time let's try a different approach. A different one? Alright then. For the next month, we must find a way to outgrow and completely suppress the other. Only then did Luonin understand Nweroye's intent. Nweroye said, I want you to use this opportunity to experience the despair and persistence of ordinary people, to become stronger at any cost. A smile curled on Nweroye's lips. It looked a little sinister, as if he were observing an interesting experiment subject. Oh, he wanted to shout that he wasn't a monkey, and spit on the ground. He held it in. This trial, we aim to discover ways to help our opponents grow. Nweroye said, I hope you can use this opportunity to feel the despair and determination of ordinary people. Though he wanted to shout he wasn't a monkey, and spit on the ground, he held himself back. After all, he didn't want to lose to Shulafin before dying. Luonin raised his hand to ask, but if someone really were to go that far, like drinking another's blood to gain strength, if such a person existed, I wouldn't need to give the order. I would kill them myself. Don't be ashamed of your inherently kind nature. Luonin blushed. Those were the exact words he'd said to Elizabeth not long ago. Seeing his reaction, Nweroye gave a gentle smile. You're both very strong. The strength of you two is more than enough. To be honest, among those gathered here, 70% wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even so, there are still a lot of fools at the event? Yes. But not only fools. The world is vast, and full of talent. Among the remaining 30%, there might be someone with greater insight than you. Nweroye drew out his words. He turned his head, bit his lip, and looked at them again. Maybe there will be one. A new star sword saint to replace the old cat. His beautiful face was shrouded in melancholy. Clearly, he still hadn't fully recovered from the despair of failing to defeat Zifa. Not completely. Indeed, wounds like that don't heal easily. The flicker in his eyes seemed to speak volumes. Only one of you can become the Sword Saint. After a moment of silence, Nweroye finally spoke. Dismissed. You don't need to attend class. For the next month. That concludes the announcement. Luonin and Shulafin left the arena, and headed toward the training grounds. Sunset streamed through the gaps between the spires onto the streets. After walking in silence for a while, Shulafin spoke. I won't lose to you. Who said you would? Hope you go all out, Luonin. I will too. Luonin looked back. Shulafin was already watching him. He's always serious, but today he looked even more intense, which added a bit of pressure. Luonin looked forward again. Why is he so obsessed? Is it because of the Holy Sword? Finding the Holy Sword is, indeed, one of Grantia's wishes. Is it real though? What exactly is the Holy Sword? No one has ever seen it. Does it really exist? Its existence is beyond doubt. It's just unclear what power it holds. Shulafin firmly believed the sword existed, and at this point, he couldn't help but grow curious about the sword himself. If picking it up could tear apart the starlight, then honestly, it wouldn't matter if you took my place. Shulafin continued. But the reason I'm giving it my all has nothing to do with that. Then why? I just don't want to lose to you. That's the whole reason. You're honest. I respect that. Luonan gave a wry smile. It was the thing he admired most about this guy. Even standing at the top, he was never satisfied. His gaze was always set on something higher. Still, what could he do? It might be boring once they reach Florane. Luonan chuckled softly. Shulafan didn't respond. He simply gave a faint smile. Halfway there, Shulafan suddenly changed direction. I've got something to do elsewhere. Good luck. Over the next month, give it your all. Shulafan left. Luonan walked alone down the path back to the dormitory. His long shadow moved in sync with him. Damn it. Although he acted indifferent on the surface, once alone, his worries began to surface. Navaraja's suggestion actually made sense. Maybe it was the healing that lightened his body, or time dulling his hatred. But undeniably, he was no longer as full of hostility as before. That guy might even be stronger than me now. Luonan clenched his lips. Shulafan might really be stronger than him now. No, it was highly likely, even though the treatment removed a tumor and helped restore his body. 2 years of inactivity couldn't be easily made up for. I'm not someone who wins by luck. It's not hard to predict how much that unlucky genius has improved over these past 2 years. He'll surely train like mad again. Because he's Shulafan. Come to think of it, this match puts Shulafan at a huge advantage. As the eldest son of the Glancia family, he could easily get anything he wanted. He'd enjoy all sorts of resources and support for intensive training. I have to surpass him. By comparison, Luonan's situation was far less fortunate. To improve enough in 1 month to overpower Shulafan, he'd have to save time even on eating and using the bathroom. Just as he was carefully making plans, a voice suddenly called out above him. Luonan. It was a familiar voice. Luonan looked up. Roughly 10 steps above him in the air, a handsome young man was gazing down at him, backlit by the setting sun. You are. Luonan frowned. The huge red wings spreading from the young man's back flapped lightly. Because of the constant wind, his platinum hair fluttered. It was a bit absurd, but undeniably a spectacular sight. Passing students all turned their gaze toward the young man. What is that? Is it magic? Is he one of the freshmen? He's really handsome. The crowd grew noisier, but the young man remained calm and composed. It would take more time to truly understand dragons. Luonan rubbed his forehead and sighed. Come down first. Don't use that commanding tone with me. The young man nodded and landed in front of Luonan. His wings retracted and disappeared into his body. Gasps of astonishment erupted all around. It was the kind of presence that could attract the entire student body. Itargand usually walked within the academy. Unless you want to walk around with the word dragon written across your forehead. Why would I do that? Damn it. If you want to get stronger, you need to learn and work hard like a human. Even if effort doesn't matter. If your identity is exposed, your studies will be heavily affected. Itargand tilted his head in confusion. Do you really have to explain this? How troublesome. Luonan took a deep breath and continued. You're not a dragon. Think of it the other way around. If I looked like a dragon, and went to your cities, what would happen if people found out I was human? I see. I get it now. Fortunately, Itargand was smart. He immediately realized that if the truth about him being a dragon got out, students would panic. Some might even scream and flee. Itargand said, I completed the enrollment process as you suggested. Will this really make me stronger? Of course. It's guaranteed to work, Luonan said with full confidence. He strongly persuaded Itargand to study at Philayong Academy, in order to fulfill his promise of helping him grow stronger. Although Kratil was greatly startled, he eventually accepted Itargand's application for admission. Luonan believed that if lions can be taught, then there's no reason why dragons shouldn't attend class. So he did his best to convince them. As a result, Itargand was able to study at Philayong Academy for 1 year, becoming the first dragon student since its founding. As you said, the level of humans here is indeed high. They're not like other lower beings. Of course not. This is the place where the best talents of the continent gather. I'll follow your suggestion, though I don't know what kind of results can be achieved in such a short time. Aitargand curled his lips in apparent confusion. To him, a year might be no different from a few days to a human. The method proposed by Luonin was simply to study and work hard. That answer was so simple, it could make anyone want to kill someone upon hearing it. However, for dragons, a race nearly perfect by nature, the concept of hard work and study was quite foreign. In some ways, it resembled what Roger once said about blessed races. His physical talents needed no elaboration. They were exceptional. The Red Dragon, and he's a direct descendant of Nwaldoye. It's practically a given. Luonin firmly believed that as long as Aitargand had the right mindset, he could progress faster than other dragons. Alright then, let's meet again in a month. A month? Why? Professor Coratil needs to discuss a few things with the other teachers, so I've been given a short break. Besides, I'm also going to see my mother. That works out, Aitargand said calmly. Luonin's eyes widened, as if he'd just found the missing piece to a training puzzle. In other words, we have one whole month? Yes. Aitargand nodded. A faint smile crept up one side of Luonin's lips. A dragon. Rapid growth rate. A rival who could take Shulifan's place. After a brief chat, they headed together to the training grounds. That day, Aitargand did not return to Dragon City Adran. And so, a month passed. Covered in wounds, Luonin shouted mid-arrow draw. Faster. Ah. Swoosh. The tip of Luonin's sword lightly grazed Aitargand's chest. Chapter 148. Focused Training. Part 2. Alert number 148. A month had passed, though it was just dawn. The training grounds of the special rank adventurers were ablaze with energy. Covered in wounds, Luonin shouted mid-arrow draw. Faster. Ah. Swoosh. The tip of Luonin's sword lightly grazed Aitargand's chest. Blood spurted from the wound. His body, like Luonin's, was covered in injuries. Aitargand's pupils narrowed vertically in fury. Damn humans. Huff. The most important thing in combat is judgment. Huff. Anticipate the opponent's move and react accordingly. Die. Aitargand raised his hand and aimed at Luonin. The bracelet on his wrist glowed with light. A magic circle appeared before his palm. Red flames erupted like an explosion. Huff. The crimson stream engulfed Luonin's silhouette. Anderson, watching from the side with sunglasses on, covered his mouth with his hand. Aitargand needs to learn to control his rage. Your moves are still full of openings. Shut up, daughter. Stay out of my business. Aitargand roared. Flames bursting from the corners of his mouth. Just then, the streaming flame split in two. Aitargand's eyes widened. Damn it. He dodged it? Kid, didn't I tell you not to talk to that guy casually? Luonin's voice came from ahead, but Aitargand couldn't see his figure. A crescent-shaped sword aura sliced through the flames, and was already before his eyes. Ah. Aitargand clenched his fist to interrupt his casting and retreated in a hurry. He knew he couldn't block the sword aura with a barrier. Whoosh. The sword aura grazed his shoulder. At the same time, wings spread wide behind Aitargand. In close combat, he rarely met defeat. Just as he was about to take flight. Got you. Bang. Luonin rushed forward and stomped hard with his right foot. The ground beneath Aitargand's feet lit up. He looked down. What the hell? What is this? Glowing roots tightly coiled around his legs. 3 steps away, a dagger emitting white light was embedded in the ground. The dagger that could replicate arcane power was named Ymir. Aitargand clenched his teeth. Damn it. What a shame. If only you could fly right now. Luonin's voice came from ahead. Aitargand quickly turned his head. Luonin was already just a step away. The blade of La Mancha was about to touch his neck. Buzz. Aitargand's figure distorted and vanished from view. This guy's getting stronger by the day. Luonin exhaled in relief, confident in his win. There was also a black loop on his arm. A spatial escape ring that activates upon sensing fail damage. Luonin turned to Anderson and said, Phew, what's the current record? 152 matches, 133 wins. Aitargand's win rate keeps climbing. A dragon is still a dragon. I was right about him. Luonin smiled faintly. Catching his breath, he took off his coat and tossed it aside. An hour of intense training had drenched him in sweat. Anderson let out a breath. Lo, Luonan. Phew. It's hot. What's up, senior? No. It's just your body's looking amazing. Andershan tilted his head, sneaking glances at Luonan. The changes were now impossible to ignore. After all this training, his muscle tone looked like it was sculpted by a master. His broad shoulders formed right angles with his neck. His thick arms now bore defined vascular markings. Muscles like these were close to what he had during his military service. Luonan tilted his head. Really? I hadn't noticed myself. Yeah, it's a big improvement. Looks like your training methods really worked. All thanks to you and that dragon. No complaints this time, right? Luonan asked. After a moment of silence, Andershan spoke. Your fundamentals and techniques are solid. Just pay a little more attention to the new sword steps you learned. Try relaxing your left shoulder during the fifth stimulation. Oh, like this? Luonan immediately demonstrated the second form of the old primary sword technique. Sevenfold precision. The precise strikes pierced the void and returned to the sheath. Clang. Delayed slicing sound echoed out. Luonan felt the motion flow even more smoothly. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Senior, you're a genius. How did you even notice that? Hee. Just better eyesight than most. Andershan smiled. He gladly agreed to be their coach, personally overseeing Luonan and Itargon's training every morning. Although his student council work was busy, and he couldn't be with them constantly like before, he still provided tremendous help. Suddenly, he remembered something, clapped his hands, and handed Luonan a bottle of liquid. Oh right, you need to drink this. Ah, damn it, can I not drink it? Nope. You need to drink it regularly for it to work. The liquid in the bottle wasn't water. Seeing Andershan's firmly shut lips, Luonan knew there was no room to refuse. It reminded him of the so-called healthy tea his sister forced on him as a child. Luonan took the bottle, and drank the contents in one go. The slightly bitter liquid quickly transformed into invisible energy, spreading through his body. His stamina recovered rapidly. Wounds all over his body began to heal. It was a potion obtained from the North Ballroom as a reward. So bitter, but it really does work. The mana within the body has increased significantly. It tastes terrible, so it better be effective. At that moment, an angry roar echoed across the training ground. Luonan and Andershan turned their heads at once. Bang! The club building door was slammed open. Damn it! This is the designated respawn point. Covered in wounds, Itargon stumbled out, panting. He glanced around and shouted when he saw Luonan. You liar! What trick did you pull this time? Calling me a liar is harsh. Using the tools at hand for surprise attacks is valid human strategy. This time I'll break your dirty tactics instantly. Come at me. That's enough for today. I've got class too. Damn it. The moment he heard class, Itargon begrudgingly backed off. Luonan had already ingrained in him the idea that class time is sacred and untouchable. Luonan downed the same potion Itargon took, and left the training ground. Thud. 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 Footsteps echoed up the stairs. Watching his back, Luonan said aloud, I'll be back tonight. No need to guess. Andershan nodded as if used to it by now. That competitive spirit is Itargon's greatest strength. Luonan's special training method was simple. Fight more, eat better, and maintain proper posture. As for food, the rewards after defeating the witch were more than enough. Among the gifts from merchants and alchemists were many expensive potions and supplements. Through sheer effort, Luonan managed to reduce the stockpile by half. Each time he opened his mouth, the bitter scent of herbs filled the air. Maintaining proper posture was thanks largely to Andershan's help. His sense for it had improved significantly since 2 years ago. He was now a great help to Luonan. Training partners rotated between Bayanman and Itargon. Everyone's abilities improved significantly. Every sparring session brought something new to learn. Especially Assam. He'd become strong enough that winning required full effort. It seems he absorbed the Winter Witch's teachings well. But the strongest is still the dragon. And the best sparring partner remained Itargon. He had solid fundamentals, thirst for strength, and most importantly, an astonishing learning speed. That kid might have already surpassed swordmasters. Yeah. He could release sword aura the first time he picked up a blade. Luonan chuckled. Convincing Itargand on that Sunset Street a month ago was truly a wise decision. Hand-to-hand combat, magic, swordsmanship. This arrogant red dragon absorbed knowledge at a stunning pace. He's gradually becoming a match for Shulafin. He's still young and well-matched in level, which is an advantage in itself. If he were an adult red dragon, he'd probably already be ashes scattered by the spring wind. Luonan learned the power of dragons, while Itargand learned human combat techniques. Both sides benefited tremendously. Luonan suddenly thought of Shulifan's face, and spoke up. How's that guy doing? Probably fine. He is the young master of Glancia, after all. He hasn't visited us, though. Yeah. As far as I know, that's true. What kind of training is he doing? That he doesn't even show his face? Luonan raised an eyebrow. In the past month, he hadn't seen Shulafin even once. Even after asking around, all he heard was that Shulafin explained the situation to Kratil and left Filiang. He felt both anxious and excited. After all, tomorrow was the day. It was already that time. Luonan widened his eyes. With life being so hectic, he'd even forgotten that tomorrow was the showdown. Anderson said, why not rest well today? Training's important, sure, but it's best to rest and reset the day before. You've been going non-stop. That's true. Luonan nodded. That makes a lot of sense. If I got sick from overworking the day before, that'd be such a waste. Putting his shirt back on, he turned to Anderson and asked, who do you think will win? No idea. Ah, come on. Don't be like that. Take a guess. You're good at this sort of thing. I really don't know. Both of you are once-in-a-generation geniuses. But, suddenly, Anderson turned around. He reached out and gently patted Luonan's head. It made Luonan feel a bit awkward. Anderson looked into Luonan's eyes and said, I hope you win. Luonan didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He just couldn't find the words. Suddenly, Anderson's face turned bright red. He realized just how embarrassing what he just said was. Well then, I'll be going. I've got things to do. He covered his face with his hand and hurried out of the training ground. Luonan gave a wry smile. The reason his heart was racing wasn't just from his intense battle with Itargand. He stood in place for a while, then returned to the dorm. The final day passed quickly. Tomorrow finally arrives. Honestly, the swordsmanship score itself doesn't matter. This will be their first real fight. That damn guy, just like he said, his desire not to lose is what's making his heart race. Lying in bed, Luonan stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself. Just wait and see, you bastard. My heart's beating too fast. Couldn't fall asleep. Luonan only managed to sleep after swinging his sword over 1,000 times. The exhaustion finally pulled him into a deep slumber. The next morning, news came that the Dawn unit in charge of Nebraska, Krashir's organization, had been half destroyed. Chapter 149. Salute. 1. Alert 149. White mountain mist flowed along the ridge. The morning air was damp. Spring rain fell through the trees onto his cloak. The sky was brighter than when they had left Filiang. The mist rising from the bloody ground reeked of iron. Luonan glanced around and cursed. Damn it. Any trace of sleepiness vanished. Memories from a few hours ago echoed in his head. Luonan had heard the news at dawn, while sleeping soundly before his duel with Shulafin. The dorm room door suddenly opened. A familiar voice called out into the room. Luonan, wake up. Knock knock. Luonan lifted his head. Naviroye was standing at the door. He was in full combat gear. No apologies. No explanations. Luonan instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. He shook his head and snapped awake. He asked, what happened? There's intel about the destruction of the Dawn unit. I thought you'd want to know. The Dawn unit was one of the Imperial Army's special forces, assigned to Nebraska and Krashir. Zifa's Mercury unit was also a part of it. Wait a second. Luonan got ready within a minute, and stepped out of the room. Fortunately, the site wasn't far from the academy. The fine rain soaked the dark training grounds. The two of them put on cloaks, and mounted their horses. This is terrifying. Yeah. Roger, who was observing from the side, clicked his tongue. Luonan's consciousness returned to reality. He nodded in agreement. Indeed. Luonan tried to breathe only through his mouth. If he breathed through his nose, the smell of blood would make him dizzy. Corpses were everywhere. Flesh that hadn't yet faded still oozed deep red blood. At least 90 bodies, densely packed in the gaps between the trees. Imperial soldiers in thick gloves were moving the bodies. All of the victims were from the Dawn Corps. About 70% were human, and 30% were from the massive Mercury race. Fortunately, the bodies were relatively intact. None of them had been dismembered or devoured. Therefore, identifying them should not be difficult. Damn it. The brutal reality made him furious. He sighed, and muttered softly, "Looks like there's nothing left for you to do." Biz. Saida, crouched above Luonan's head, lowered her gaze. She had hoped there might be survivors. But now, it all seemed pointless. Only those not present at the scene were true survivors. The first priority was to assess the situation. Roger seemed to share the same thought. He looked around, and waved to a man giving orders to the soldiers. "Come over here a moment." "Come?" The man looked up in confusion. Seeing that he was wearing an officer's cloak, it was clear he held a high rank. After recognizing Roger, he gasped sharply, "Oh!" The man in the cloak ran over. From the emblem on his badge, it was clear he served loyally. He came to a stop in front of Roger, and gave a formal military salute. "Oh, you're here, Lord Roger. If you had informed us in advance, we would have come to greet you." "Forget it. I'd rather hear the situation report." "Yes, sir. Of course. I'll tell you what I know." But by the time we found out, it was already too late. "There's not much information," the major stammered as he spoke. Seeing his pale face, it was clear he was extremely nervous. They could once again feel Roger's intimidating presence. About 2 hours ago, soldiers from Yunluo discovered this place. It's believed the attack happened during the night or during a meeting. That makes sense. Zifa, Tiergang's subordinates seem to have died inside. Where's that cat? Was it attacked too? Cat? Inspector Sama was active elsewhere at the time. He left a message just now saying he would find the culprit. And then left the scene. Hearing the word, Inspector, Roger furrowed his brows. Zhang Xiao looked flustered, hunching his shoulders. He clearly wasn't cut out for military life. Luonan pulled off the cloak covering his head. After washing his face with the cold rain, his mind felt clearer. He turned to Roger and said, "I'll do my best to find them." "Good. Saida, search from the sky for any survivors." "Roger." Saida spread his 4 wings and took flight. They had to find a clue. Luonan slowly began to walk. With each step, mud splashed from the soaked earth beneath his feet. Did this really just happen? Why did something like this occur? Judging from the residual magical energy at the scene, it was clearly the work of Napulakrazir. He just didn't know why such a sudden burst of aggression had occurred. After walking about 20 steps, a familiar corpse entered his view. That bear. It was a massive bear. As if someone had doubled the size of a grown man. It was the same bear that had accompanied Assam. The gentle way it comforted Assam was still vivid in his mind. So Zifa's unit had been dragged into this too. Luonan bit his lip, just imagining how furious that tiger who loathed killing its own kind must be. Made him shudder. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the bear's neck. A long gash stretched across it. It looked like even the bone had been severed in one clean strike. The death was likely instantaneous and painless. Luonan narrowed his eyes. There was a strange sense of familiarity. That sword strike was cold and merciless. Absolutely chilling. Even a butcher who slaughtered livestock for a living wouldn't slit a cow's throat with such calm detachment. Whoever did this must have never laughed, never cried. Damn it, who the hell was it? Luonan quickly checked the other corpses. In most cases, each body had only one wound. By the time he got to the 43rd corpse, Luonan narrowed his gaze toward an arrow wound. All the arrow marks looked extremely similar, as if fired by the same person. Could all these people have been killed by one person? No, there were subtle differences. Upon close inspection, tiny variations could indeed be found. Even so, there were only 2 or 3 attackers at most. That was still shocking, but what was even more shocking was how oddly familiar the style of the arrow wounds was. Luonan leaned in close to a corpse, his beard nearly brushing against the eyeball. He gave a wry smile. Before long, he realized where that sense of familiarity came from. Huh. That's right, but the sword marks differ from those of the old savior or Reup. They're more concise and lack emotion. In fact, they resemble Roger's swordsmanship more. Something is definitely going on. Luonan searched hard for more clues. But aside from lingering magical ripples, no traces were left behind. After finishing the search, he helped other soldiers handle the corpses. This face looks familiar. Could it be Lord Luonan who ended the winter? Yes, that's the one. Please cut off my head. It would be an honor to die by your hand. Please cut off my head. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wind blowing from the mountain base swept through the damp woods. Cleanup of the bodies finished around noon. The spring rain had stopped. Luonan lit a cigarette and said, "We ended up finding nothing." He stubbed out his cigarette. "Let me have a puff." How could anyone hold back after seeing all this? For the first time, Luonan pushed back against Roger. He seemed to understand Luonan's feelings, and said nothing more. Roger put his hands in his pockets, gazing at the bloodstains. Then he took Luonan's cigarette and put it in his mouth. "Oh, instructor. Damn it." Roger took a deep drag from the cigarette, and exhaled the smoke. From the way he did it, it was clear he used to smoke regularly. White smoke drifted into the air. After a few puffs, he handed the cigarette back to Luonan. "Northern Hardweight Military. You're young, but you've got good taste in cigarettes. It's my only luxury. It's not like I have anything else to spend on. Good work. The most frustrating thing is the lack of results." Roger clicked his tongue. The clouds cleared, revealing blue sky. The bloodstains on the hillside still reeked of blood. Luonan turned to Saida and said, "Saida, help." Saida spread her wings. The blood soaking into the ground turned into droplets, and was absorbed by Saida. Her absorption power had grown several times stronger than 2 years ago. The soldiers watched in awe. After most of the blood was absorbed. "Help. What's wrong?" Saida suddenly tilted her head and looked around. A red magic circle appeared in front of her. Luonan's eyes widened. This is. A red path extended from the magic circle. He remembered seeing something similar before in Grand Cappadocia. This was clearly a spell to track survivors. Saida and Luonan locked eyes. Saida spread her wings and took off. Almost at the same time, Luonan rose and ran along the path. "Damn it, I'm going to check it out." Luonan didn't even turn his head as he ran. Branches and leaves brushed against his cheeks. Splashes of mud stained his pants. The path wasn't as long as he expected. Saida stopped in front of a massive ancient tree. It was truly enormous. There was sound coming from beneath it. The red path stopped at the base of the ancient tree. Clearly, there were survivors below. Luonan rolled up his sleeves and tried to push the tree aside. Whoa! The tree was incredibly heavy. Eventually, Luonan switched power sources, calling upon Balin's arcane energy. Golden energy surged into his arm. His muscles swelled. The problem was, the power increase was too extreme. Boom! As the tree was pushed aside, Luonan's body tipped forward. Luonan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge pit beneath the ancient tree. Luonan tumbled down the slope. Splash! He crashed into something soft and damp. The smell of wet fur mixed with blood filled the air. Luonan lifted his head, frowning. "It's you." A lioness-type werewolf was curled up in fear. No mane, clearly female. A weak sound escaped from her lips. Chirp! Saida landed on top of Luonan's head. Recognizing the werewolf, Luonan raised an eyebrow. This was clearly Yifa's deputy, a major named Nemea. "You all right?" He seemed completely unaware of Luonan's arrival. This was the first time Luonan had seen a werewolf so terrified. Her once sleek fur was soaked with blood and rain, hanging like tattered rags. "Damn it, this isn't the time. Come here." Luonan quickly pulled a glass vial from his pocket. A special potion made by Balin that he always carried. Combined with Saida's healing, it should be enough to treat serious injuries. As Luonan carefully approached, the major finally noticed something. He lifted his head. Their eyes met. The major's fur stood on end. He backed away. Your eyes. Those eyes. What? Hey. Don't come near me, the major growled. Luonan tried to calm him, but it was no use. He backed into a corner, his claws scraping the wall. Sounds of people approaching came from above. Chapter 150. Face to Face. Part 2. Alert number 150. There's actually a survivor. That's truly surprising. But why did he end up like this? I don't know either. In response to Navaraja's question, Luonan shook his head. 5 imperial soldiers, each held the major's head and limbs, and lifted him onto the carriage. His unconscious state was unbearable to watch. What a pity. He was an upright soldier. You knew him? Yes, when he was in the Royal Knights. I saw him a few times. What exactly did he see? Naviroye dragged out the words. Nemea was once an elite of the Royal Knights. The major never regained consciousness. In a state of panic, he was finally calmed down. After 5 sedative injections, Naviroye once again grabbed Luonan's cigarette and took a drag. He called over Zhangshao. Over there, Zhangshao. Yes, sir. Yes, Lord Naviroye. How long will it take for Major Nemea to regain consciousness? I'm not sure either, but judging from her condition when found, it may take some time. Even for a werewolf, normally 2 shots are enough to knock them out. Zhangshao appeared unsure, and lowered his head. Suddenly, Nemea's previous behavior surfaced in Luonan's mind. She was clearly afraid to meet his gaze. That was an important clue. A person with crimson eyes. And in such a state, including himself, only 3 people. Was it really that guy? But the sword marks are too crude. The more I think about it, the more puzzled I feel. There's no suitable suspect. Rabuang isn't strong enough. The feeling is completely different from that of the savior. Let's just save him first. He'll ask for details once the major regains consciousness. He doesn't have any visible injuries. Once recovered, he should be able to give a proper account. He gently patted Saida on the head. Good work, Saida. Go. Luonan decided to be satisfied with having saved a life for now. Once the situation was confirmed to be under control, Naweroye spoke up. Let's head back. Good work. You too, instructor. Today's incident will bring a lot of changes. Naweroye murmured to himself. Luonan agreed with him. A newly established unit by the Emperor's order, being completely wiped out so close to the capital. That's not something that can be brushed off easily. Especially when the legendary strongest sword province is involved. The sky had completely cleared up. Despite the tragic events, the bright sunlight still shone over the 2 of them. They mounted their horses, and headed back the way they came. Just as they reached the flying bridge, a lavish carriage parked at the main gate caught their eyes. What's going on? Luonan raised an eyebrow. The students had gathered around the carriage. The carriage was too extravagant. An elderly man in ornate clothes stood before it, seemingly waiting for someone. Either way, this path was now blocked. Luonan was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, the old man's eyes met his. The elder raised his hand and said, over there. Please wait a moment. The old man slowly walked over. His goatee left a strong impression. After carefully looking Luonan over, he began to speak. Mr. Luonan, is that you? Yes. Then, please come with me at once. The old man said firmly. Luonan frowned. Unless he had dementia. He didn't recall making any appointment with this old man. Right now? Yes. Look at the state I'm in. Regardless, you must come. We will provide a change of clothes. Luonan gave a wry smile. He found it so absurd that he wasn't even angry. Covered in blood and mud as he was, it was clearly not the right time for a summons. Luonan finally couldn't hold back and said, eyes wide, "Old man, what gives you the right to order people around? Is the Emperor summoning me or something?" "Exactly. What?" For a moment, Luonan's mind went blank. What was this guy talking about? The Emperor? The old man gave a deep bow and continued, "If my tone came off as rude, I sincerely apologize, but I must ask you to come with me. His Majesty the Emperor has urgently summoned you, and he also mentioned that a change of clothes will be provided." Luonan looked at Roger. He only shrugged, indicating he had no idea. "Looks like today's duel is off." "Yeah. Wait for me. Come back safe." Luonan got off his horse and boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, Roger led the reins and entered the courtyard. The students kept watching until Luonan's carriage disappeared around the corner. Luonan boarded the carriage in a daze. It went straight to the imperial palace. Seeing the royal guards not stopping him, he was relieved it wasn't some murderous gang committing fraud under the emperor's name. This was his first time entering the imperial palace. Even in his previous life, he had only gazed at it from afar. This building, said to be the most magnificent and beautiful, was the heart of the Millennium Empire. Although Luonan wanted to admire its grandeur and nobility, he couldn't, because he had spent all his time and energy changing clothes. Damn it, does this outfit even fit? I can barely breathe in it. Sorry, I didn't expect your build to be so ideal. And why is this outfit so flashy? I'm not Wild Eagle what or something. It's a ceremonial robe made long ago. Please understand. Luonan frowned as he adjusted the collar. The outfit the elder gave him was one of the worst he had ever worn. It felt like being wrapped in a silky snake, decorated with all sorts of gaudy ornaments. You could recognize him even from 100 meters away. One more accessory, and Luonan would have ripped off the old man's beard and stuck it on his forehead. He had once worn a potato sack, and compared to this, that was far more comfortable. The elder said, please hand me your sword for safekeeping." "Damn it, I can't even bring my sword? It is an imperial audience after all. I will keep it safe. To see the emperor, you must surrender anything that could be used as a weapon." Thinking about it, that's quite reasonable. Luonan had nothing more to say. Just as he reluctantly handed over his sword, the carriage came to a stop. "We've arrived." The coachman opened the door. Outside, there was no grand castle or beautiful garden. Just a tunnel-like space for parking carriages. Luonan, who hadn't gotten to see the palace, couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. This way, please." The goateed old man shamelessly led Luonan forward. The place they entered looked like a reception room. The spacious area was furnished with chairs for resting. There was a grand door on the opposite wall, likely leading to the inner chamber. The old man said, "Please rest here for a moment. His Majesty the Emperor will summon you shortly." "Get lost." The old man retreated like the wind. Luonan brushed back his hair, took a deep breath. What a chaotic day. In fact, he suspected he might be dreaming. He wasn't alone in the reception room. 3 others had already arrived. Unlike Luonan, they were all dressed elegantly, resting in their own spots. Luonan's gaze landed on one of them, and he froze. What? A poet in a suit was sitting on the sofa, reading. If his eyes weren't mistaken, that was someone he knew. Luonan, having just calmed down, walked toward the man. He gently patted his shoulder. "Baron." The lion turned his head. The moment their eyes met, his eyes widened in shock. Baron closed his book and slowly stood up. "Luonan? Is it really you? It's been so long." "Oh, how long has it been?" This was a reunion 2 years in the making. Baron opened his arms and hugged him. It wasn't the strong scent of a beast, but the cologne unique to a gentleman. Wiping the corner of his eyes, he said, "You've really grown up a lot. Have you been doing well lately?" "Pretty decent, actually. Professor, where have you been?" I was in southern Patar. I just got back yesterday after wrapping things up." "The south? Wrapping things up?" Luonan looked at Balin in confusion. It was the first time he saw Balin returning from a mission. He'd heard Balin left Philiang for some reason. but suddenly mentioning the south. Balin continued speaking. Because herbs can't grow in the winter under the system. You're my true hero. Balin grabbed both of Luonen's hands and kept bowing. He said, if it weren't for you, Luonen, those herbs would have frozen to death in the witch's harsh winter. Only then did Luonen nod in realization. After all, he was a businessman. He couldn't let such precious herbs all die. He asked, so what's going on here? We were summoned by His Majesty the Emperor. Besides us, there are others as well. I was recognized for distributing medicine for free to people suffering in the cold. The people gathered in the reception hall are those who made contributions during winter under the system. A bearded nobleman allowed the forest to be cut down for firewood. A refined noblewoman sold her jewelry to provide food and clothing to the citizens. In short, everyone here was summoned to receive awards. But what's strange is, they could have picked a more convenient time. Why summon everyone all of a sudden now? Of course, aside from this ridiculous outfit, he didn't really have complaints. It was a chance to chat, to pass the time. The joy of reuniting with Balin eased the anger that had been building all morning. Have a seat first. Did you run into any trouble in the south? Just as Luonen was about to continue. Bang! The doors of the reception hall were flung open roughly. Everyone turned their heads. A massive dark figure strode in. With every step he took, blood dripped from his feet. The old man who led Luonen in hurriedly shouted after him, Lord Sword Saint, wait. Please change into appropriate attire. Shut up. The shadow growled deeply. The old man froze in fear. Everyone else in the reception room was also stunned. Luonen's mouth slowly opened. Zifa? You're... Zifa turned his head. The moment their eyes met, he stopped in his tracks. Zifa, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, looked terrible. First of all, his fur was completely soaked. His pants were stained with blood, to the point where the original red was unrecognizable. He'd reportedly gone out this morning to hunt the killer of their squad members. But clearly, it hadn't gone well. Just looking at him, one could feel his rage. Terrifying. Zifa stared at Luonen for a while, then struck the floor with his tail. Luonen. Suddenly, he strode toward Luonen. The pressure made others instinctively step back. His glowing red eyes from above shone intensely. This wasn't just a casual conversation. Luonen didn't flinch. He kept his hands in his pockets and watched him. Why the sudden rage? Luonen recalled something Zifa had said before. No way. He said he caught the nebula Krasir by instinct. Even though he couldn't see its magic glow, he could sense its presence. And now, Luonen's heart was pounding from the flickering magic inside. What the hell is going on? A chill suddenly crept up his spine. Too bad I don't have my bow. Zifa's index finger was nearly as thick as his wrist. The distance between them was nearly gone. Hey, Lord Sword Saint, do you need something from my student? Balin suddenly stepped in front of Zifa. With a gentle smile, he said. Zifa frowned. Step aside, comrade. That's not going to happen. Why block me? We're acquaintances. I just want to talk. Put away your killing intent first. I can barely stand it. Balin turned serious. Zifa growled in a low voice. But he didn't back down. Balin's dark brown fur bristled sharply. Overall, Zifa was larger in size. But Balin was no less intimidating. The pressure exuding from the two beasts filled the entire room. Veins bulged on Zifa's black arms. You bastard! Just as he was about to speak. Screech. The main door suddenly opened. A woman in elegant clothing stepped in gracefully. The room fell completely silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her. The woman spoke. Please, come inside. His Majesty the Emperor is ready. Chapter 151. Advance to Sword Rank 3. Number 151. Please, come inside, the woman repeated. Her voice was calm yet full of authority. Those intimidated by the aura of the two beasts slowly began to move. So that's who it is. The Sword Saint. Balin looked Zifa straight in the eye and said. Still standing his ground, Balin showed no signs of backing off. Zifa shot a contemptuous glance at Luonen. See you later. I know what you're thinking. But this must be a misunderstanding. Zifa didn't reply. He flicked his tail sharply and turned to leave. As Zifa walked toward the sword ceremony hall, His pants were still dripping wet. Luonan let out a helpless bitter smile. He's really going in like that? Even if it's to meet a friend. You wouldn't dress so casually. Baron remained in a defensive posture. Only when Zifa disappeared behind the door did Baron let out a long sigh. Phew, I thought I was going to die. What's wrong? Were you scared? Of course. That look in his eyes was, phew. I nearly passed out. Baron looked like he had just returned from hell. His hands were trembling, just like when he had to report on that poison cult incident. Luonan gave a small smile. Funny, coming from you. You were the one bravely standing up to him just now. That's because it's a teacher's duty to protect students. We can't neglect what must be done. Impressive, thanks. Luonan patted him on the back. He was more of a noble lion than any human. After taking a deep breath, Baron continued. What exactly happened? I heard the Sword Saint had a temper. But that wasn't just anger, that was something else. I didn't do anything. Really? Luonan said calmly. There wasn't enough time to explain everything. Baron let out a confused grunt, but then nodded in agreement. If you say so, then I'll take your word. Hopefully the misunderstanding clears up. Before they realized it, only Luonan and Baron were left in the reception room. The woman in charge of escorting them spoke again. Please proceed inside promptly. Okay, sorry. Baron straightened his clothes. Luonan also adjusted his crooked tie. The two of them walked through the door. A long corridor stretched out before them. A red carpet covered the entire hallway. The people who had gone in first were walking ahead. On both sides of the corridor walls hung rows of ornate picture frames. Each frame contained a meticulously painted portrait. The ages and genders varied, but they all shared similarities. Sharp noses and eyes like black pearls. Most of these faces were familiar from history class. Luonan nudged his shoulder. Looks like the emperors of the past. Yes, the monarchs who ruled the Millennial Empire. Nearly 1,000 years of unbroken bloodline. It's astonishing. Luonan nodded, even though he already knew this. Thinking about it again was still impressive. The current emperor is Baron the 44th. Considering the empire's longevity and reign durations, that number isn't particularly high. Thanks to a few long-lived emperors. The most famous, the Blood Emperor, lived nearly 200 years. As they walked down the hall, Balin gave a brief overview of the imperial history. It was a magnificent and turbulent legacy. Some were assassinated after only 3 days. Others, like the Blood Emperor, ruled for nearly a century. The closer the portraits were to the present, the more they showed figures from earlier eras. At the end, the corridor concluded with the stern visage of the first emperor. A door, identical to the one they entered from, stood before them. Imperial guards in black uniforms opened it. A space as vast as a coliseum appeared before their eyes. Luonan looked around in confusion. Those who entered first stood in a single line with their backs to the door. Their hands pressed together in silence. Heads bowed, eyes closed, as if deliberately avoiding something. Why aren't they going in? Luonan asked, but no one answered. Balin suddenly held his breath. It's in there. Soon after, he also bowed his head. Why are these people acting so strangely? In that moment, Luonan understood the reason. He grasped it immediately. Zifa. In the center of the audience chamber, Zifa was kneeling on one knee. Red mist enveloped him. His fur stood on end. Groans of pain escaped his mouth. A stern-looking man stood in front of Zifa. Hands behind his back, he looked to be in his early middle age. Yet half his hair was already gray. He wore a crimson uniform symbolizing the Baron Empire. Intricately adorned, it was the most luxurious outfit Luonan had ever seen. Suddenly, Luonan's gaze shifted to the throne. The ruler of the empire. Luonan's brows twitched. The seat where he should be seated was empty. Luonan's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't hard to guess the man's identity. The emperor, Baron IV, stood before him. It was the first time seeing him in person. His lifted brow looked astonishingly similar to that of the 7th emperor. In his pitch-black eyes, there shimmered an indescribable light. Next to the emperor stood a woman. Posture straight as a rod. Her thick lips and massive build left a strong impression. Her muscular shoulders were nearly as broad as Luonan's. With just a glance, one could tell she was a member of the Emperor's Imperial Guard. She held a sharp short spear, aimed at Zifa. Red mist flowed from the tip of the spear. The Emperor silently looked at Zifa, then spoke. Commander of the Guard, increase the output. Yes, Your Majesty. The woman nodded. The fog surrounding Zifa grew even thicker. Crack. A sound of something breaking came from his mouth. Ah. He gritted his teeth in pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Emperor continued speaking with a blank expression. Zifa, I don't want to scold you. I summoned you today to commend your devotion. Do you know what happened at dawn today? Of course I know. It was a tragedy. Looks like they're talking about the massacre of the Dawn Squad. Zifa's body began to tremble violently. It looked like he might explode at any moment. A growl of rage came from between clenched jaws. If that's the case, why waste time on this? This isn't a waste of time. It's about upholding order and discipline. The reason I called you here suddenly today is exactly because of that. The future will likely be very busy. I understand your grief. Suddenly, the Emperor stepped forward. He reached out and patted Zifa's head. But that doesn't excuse your insolence. How dare you bring blood-soaked, muddy boots to a royal audience? Remember this. We are not equals. Zifa, like gently petting a cat. The Emperor's hand moved softly over his head. Blood dripped again from the corner of Zifa's mouth. But this time, it didn't seem to be from pain. While stroking his head, the Emperor said, Step back. Today's transgression will be offset by your years of meritorious service. Understood. New orders will be issued soon. Wait for instructions. The Emperor withdrew his hand. As the commander of the Imperial Guard lowered her sword, the red mist vanished. Zifa slowly rose to his feet. Compared to when he confronted Baron, his killing intent now was even fiercer. However, the Emperor's face remained perfectly calm. After silently bowing to him, Zifa left the audience chamber. Everyone present, including Luonan, watched in breathless silence. What did I just witness? Luonan gave a bitter smile. Zifa could do nothing, even though he had signed a blood pact with the Emperor. He hadn't expected their power dynamic to be so absolute. Watching Zifa's retreating steps, the Emperor shook his head. Apologies for letting the Winter Heroes see such an unpleasant scene. The Emperor gave an awkward smile. A stark contrast to the atmosphere earlier when disciplining Zifa. Please keep everything you saw today a secret. For the sake of me and the Sword Saint. How could we refuse? Baron was the first to answer. He clasped his hands and knelt on one knee in salute. A satisfied smile appeared on the Emperor's face. It's been a while, Duke Baron. I've heard of your loyal service. You flatter me. Raise your head. It is I who should be saluting you first. After saying that, the Emperor gestured to a commander of the Golden Guard. Shortly after he left, he returned with dozens of Golden Guards and attendants. The attendants quickly cleaned the hall soiled by Zifa. The Golden Guards stood in perfect formation on both sides of the throne, forming a living barrier. The previously chaotic hall instantly became solemn. Everyone lined up neatly facing the throne. Though there were only 9 people, the wide carpet made it feel spacious. The Emperor slowly walked to the throne and sat down. His dignified voice echoed through the hall. It's a pleasure to see you all. I am the Emperor of this empire, Baron the 44th. The formal greetings concluded swiftly. The proceedings moved forward without delay. The Emperor began commending those gathered for their loyalty. He looked at the man with the fine mustache and said, Sir Nordrin, you successfully mobilized troops to drive away roaming snow beasts, and made a great contribution. You are hereby appointed as Count of Niles. Thank you, Your Majesty. I hope you will continue to fulfill your noble duties. Upon hearing the title Count, Luonan gave a wry smile. With this, 7 out of the 9 had been promoted. Commoners becoming nobles, as expected of the Emperor. So generous in spirit, everyone he had met so far was unlike the people from before. Seemingly casual actions were shaping the empire itself. The Emperor turned to Baron and said, Baron Panaxel, you used herbs you personally cultivated to make medicines and potions, and distributed them freely to the suffering citizens. In truth, you, like Duke Luonan, are one of the greatest heroes of this incident. I simply did what needed to be done. Such a mindset is increasingly rare these days. Why not become a noble this time? You certainly deserve it. I'm honored, but I prefer teaching. Once my herb cultivation is stable, I will return to my post as a teacher. Baron replied. It was a respectful refusal. The emperor regretfully raised his brow. Then, I'll grant you land and manpower to support your herb farming. The 3 cities on the Brinzel's plains will be your private domain. That is not up for debate. Make good use of it. The emperor has spoken. There's no refusing now. Baron lowered his head, his lips slightly trembling. Luonin resisted the urge to stand up and cheer. The Brinzel's plains were among the most fertile lands in the empire. A place where you only need to sow to reap a rich harvest. It's not hard to imagine how prosperous Balin's herbal business would be. The emperor's gaze returned to Luonin. You're the one from the rumors. Duke Luonin, correct? Yes. Luonin nodded. The atmosphere in the room began to stir. Even the Imperial Guard's previously stern eyes sparkled with curiosity. I heard you shattered the unbreakable ice layer. And in fact, you also drove back the Winter Witch. Lorehorn told me. You're younger than expected, but I didn't expect this young. Was that a compliment? Of course. Imperial Guard Commander. The Emperor suddenly turned to the commander. He bowed solemnly. At your command, escort the honored guests to the banquet hall. Everyone except Duke Luonin and me. Clear the hall immediately. Understood. Luonin's eyes widened. All of a sudden, he didn't understand what this meant. Balin also gave him a puzzled look. The guard commander walked over quickly. He addressed the group. Well then, please follow me. Wait, hold on a second. What's going on? Please do not speak. The crowd withdrew like a receding tide. Only Luonin and the emperor remained in the grand hall. Bang! The sound of the closing door echoed through the vast space. This was unexpected. Luonin frowned. His mind was filled with worries about accepting a noble title. Becoming nobility had its merits, but it could also restrict future actions. After all, privileges come with responsibilities. After much thought, he was finally close to a decision. In the end, it all turned to nothing. After confirming no one else was around, the emperor stood up. I have a proposal. A proposal? Yes. I want you to become the Dawn of the Empire. Chapter 152. Audience. 4. Number 152. I want you to become the Dawn of the Empire. The Dawn? Hearing that word, Dawn. Luonin frowned. Though he liked that time of day, he couldn't shake the bad feeling the word carried. Even as he tried to think positively, what surfaced in his mind was the tragedy that befell the Dawn Squad this morning. Does this old man want me to enlist? A chill ran down his spine in response. Anywhere would be better than the construction corps. But now wasn't the time for suffering. The emperor slowly nodded. Yes. You must have heard of the rampant group in recent years. Nebaraklahe. The darkness that's corroding the empire. I heard you went to the scene this morning. Is it true? Luonin frowned again. Every breath still carried the scent of blood in his nose. Rainwater had flowed down the slopes, murky and red. Yes, it was heartbreaking. Though he only read the official report, he could understand why Zifa was so enraged. He had lost nearly half his men. The emperor sighed. He explained, all the fallen would be posthumously promoted by 2 ranks, and their families would receive generous compensation. He also said a task force would soon be formed to hunt down the murderers. Seeing Zifa's attitude toward the fallen, he seemed like a decent man. With such leadership, the nation could last 1,000 years. The emperor continued in a heavy tone. But the real problem lies downstream. What happened today is only the beginning. The beginning? Yes. Today's tragedy is no ordinary event. As you know, the massacre took place at Bhimani Mountain, only 5 hours on horseback from the palace. This is essentially a declaration of war. The emperor let out a sigh. Luonin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this incident is different from the covert actions orchestrated by Nebula Kragie in the past. Has the cult leader changed their strategy? Of course. Unless they've gone mad, no one would dare start an all-out war with the Empire. The star's blessing used by cultists is far inferior to those bald-winged folks. Luonin speculated that if the Empire launched a full suppression, the cult wouldn't stand a chance. After all, The Imperial Army is the strongest in history, and it has powerful allies like Nawaldos and Roarhorn. But what worried Luonin was that the cult's future actions might grow bolder. If they keep attacking proactively, though easier to track, the Empire's losses would also increase. Before the giants arrive, they must avoid further losses in the coming years. Something must be done, the Emperor said. That is the reason I summoned you all so urgently. From this day forth, we can no longer afford to hold back. I understand. It's truly a serious matter. Thank you. It was then that Luonin finally understood the Emperor's urgency. Clearly, he intends to formally declare a state of national emergency. During the brief silence, Luonin spoke up. So, what does it mean to become the Dawn? I've rambled too much. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Even before this winter's witch incident. With a meaningful tone, the Emperor placed his hand on his waist. He drew his sword. The scabbard bore the name of the Empire, engraved in ancient script. I knew 2 years ago that you were thwarting the cult's schemes. Cappadocia, the attack at Philiang's dormitory, and standing with Zifa to guard the Romera Mountains. That. I don't know what personal grudge you have with Nebula Kragie. I won't ask either. What matters is that you've defeated them every time. And saved the citizens. Luonin's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Emperor to know that much. He had always fought alongside powerful allies, and assumed only general reports had been made. Back then, you were too young, so I couldn't bring it up. But now, you've grown into such an exceptional individual. I see no reason to hesitate anymore. The Emperor grasped the hilt and sheath of a sword with both hands. Then handed it to the stunned Luonin. Take it. This is the Sword of Baron. It's typically given to soldiers promoted to the rank of general. It symbolizes my authority. At the word, general, Luonin raised an eyebrow. He remembered that in his past life, Andershan had carried a similar sword. He hadn't understood back then why someone would carry a sword they never drew. Turns out it was purely symbolic. Still, this was starting to feel like a hassle. It felt like he was being handed leftovers. He might as well be made into a dancing jester. After a brief but deep contemplation, Luonin opened his mouth. I'm very sorry, Your Majesty. I'm not ready to become a soldier yet, let alone hold a title as grand as General. I'm not asking you to enlist either. You're not? Luonin tilted his head in confusion, wondering what that was supposed to mean. Seeing his expression, the Emperor burst into laughter. Ha. Seems there's been a bit of misunderstanding. Don't worry, the Sword of Baron is simply proof that you're qualified to wield my authority. So it has other uses as well? Indeed, it does. Quite a few, actually. I believe this will be an especially appealing offer to you. When I say Dawn, I mean those who fight the dark forces against the Empire. Nebula Kragie's secret agents. Secret agents? Luonin's eyes widened. Just hearing the title was enough to make one salivate. The Emperor seemed to see through his thoughts, and began explaining the duties of a Dawn. Yes. From now on, you will act in the name of me and the Empire, to fight against these evils. Should you, during an operation, encounter Nebula Kragie, or any individual or group related to them, you may make independent judgments and act accordingly. In other words, you're giving me legal authority to strike at suspicious elements? To put it bluntly, yes. If they are Nebula Kragie, or their collaborators, then regardless of their identity or rank, you may act as you see fit. It was a proposal not only shocking, but also extremely bold. Of course, he had once fought against Nebula Kragie, with no regard for consequences. But now, having legal authority, meant everything. It meant all the troublesome aftermath would be handled by someone else. However, the shock wasn't over yet. After explaining the mission, the Emperor began listing the privileges. First of all, you will hold the rank of Brigadier General in the Imperial Army, or be treated with the same privileges as a Count. You may form your own private army, and make use of Imperial military facilities. If a mission needs to be carried out, you can officially mobilize the Imperial Army. Such authority, can you grant it to me as well? Luonin couldn't help but give a wry smile. To him, this Duke title was far more valuable. He could obtain high-quality intelligence, From the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. If the scale was too large for him to handle alone, he could request support. He could also request reinforcements. The Emperor nodded. I've always felt, you don't fully realize how great your achievements are. I only did what needed to be done. You've earned remarkable military merits. Don't worry, except for the current Sword Saint Zifa. No one else could deal such a heavy blow to Nibelungji as you have. Luonin raised an eyebrow. Zifa has indeed taken down many enemies. Aside from his tense relationship with the Emperor and his hot temper, that guy's actually not bad. Your position will be top secret. In fact, aside from me and a few relevant personnel, no one else will know about this. You need to pay special attention to confidentiality and the communication channels with the sword. Please rest assured on that point. Oh, Your Majesty, I have a request. What is it? Before officially starting the mission, I hope to acquire a trustworthy private army. I can cover their salaries, as long as they are highly skilled. Luonin said. The Emperor noticed. His eyes were even more serious than before. He frowned slightly. Of course, that's possible. But are you looking for companions? No. There's someone I must protect. It's for her protection. Luonin briefly told the story of Yelier. To him, it was as important as stopping the end of the world. The Emperor gave a gentle smile. Of course you can. I will find someone suitable. As soon as possible. Their salary will be paid by us. You don't have to worry about a thing. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Though this is a highly appealing offer. In truth, it's also a heavy burden for you. Because you'll be carrying alone the duties and powers of the Dawn unit. There was a hint of complex concern in the Emperor's voice. Luonin shook his head firmly. He truly welcomed this reward. Previous rewards were insignificant to him. This position was something meaningful. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes lit up, as if he had remembered something. Ah, I forgot to ask the most important question. Is that so? Luonin, do you accept my offer? Luonin frowned slightly. He wondered if this old man was suffering from memory loss. But on second thought, he really hadn't given a clear yes yet. He hadn't explicitly accepted the offer. Luonin chuckled lightly. The answer had long been decided. But sometimes, formality like this is necessary. Facing the Emperor, Luonin knelt on one knee. Yes, very well. The Emperor chuckled softly. A moment later, his expression turned serious. A deep voice emanated from his slightly parted lips. On behalf of the Empire, I swear once more. 1,000 years of history are etched in the skies. On this land, the existence of all life, the grace of our ancestral kings, has forged today's glory. The Emperor, adjusting his attire, tightly gripped the sword. With a clear, resonant sound, Balon's sword was drawn. All those present will eventually perish. Born from dust, returning to dust. Yet, we acknowledge our finite lives. To reach a higher realm. On the snow-white blade, the same inscriptions as on the scabbard were carved. The Emperor slowly raised the sword, and placed its flat side on Luonin's shoulder, upholding the wisdom of our ancestors. Today, I appoint you as the sword of the Empire. Luonin did not respond, only bowing his head. For a former foot soldier, who once rolled through battlefields, this was an overwhelming new shock. The Emperor placed the flat of the sword on Luonin's other shoulder. Luonin, are you willing to serve as the sharpest sword, loyal to the Empire and me? Are you willing to be the light that people yearn for in the darkness? No cheering crowd, no knights in armor standing in formation. In the empty grand hall, only he and the Emperor remained. This was the simplest conferment ceremony in the world. Yet he felt neither displeasure nor emptiness. Feeling the power surging in his heart, Luonin spoke. I swear. Chapter 153. Sword number 5, serial number 153. I swear. His voice rang out loudly, echoing through the great hall. After a moment of silence, the Emperor lifted the sword from Luonin's shoulder. Raise your head. Luonin did as told. The Emperor looked at him solemnly. His own serious face reflected in the Emperor's dark eyes was just as serious. You are now the sword of the Empire. A new dawn. As you wield power, You must always be vigilant not to be seduced by evil. For shadows always appear next to the light. I will remember that. Now, rise and take this sword. Luonan stood up. The solemn emperor handed him the sword of the 8 dragons. He tried to maintain his composure, receiving the sword with both hands. It was so light, he doubted it would be useful in real combat. His first impression as the empire's dawn was lightness. Though he was pleased, it all felt unreal. With time, he would grow into it. The ceremony was over, and the tension began to fade. The emperor, who had been quietly watching Luonan, smiled faintly. So stiff. Now that the ceremony is over, go ahead and return to your duties. I will do my best. I'm glad to hear that. As a secret agent, you can't always carry a sword. So wear this on your person. The emperor took out a round metal badge from his pocket. Its color was a warm sunset red, about the size of a woman's palm, and as thick as 3 stacked gold coins. Both sides were engraved with eagles in flight. Luonan tilted his head in curiosity. What is this? It was something he had never seen before. Unlike the badges used by inspectors or military police, the emperor handed the badge to Luonan. The Dawn Token. This is a very ancient item. The emperor explained. Though the enemies differ, the secret agents known as Dawn have existed since ancient times. This Dawn Token in his hand was forged during the Bloody Era. Luonan raised an eyebrow as he received the badge. So light. So light it's hard to believe I'm holding something. If you cut a piece of the same size from Romanche, it might feel similar. The emperor nodded with pride. It's made of blood mithril. Oh. Luonan nodded. If it's blood mithril, that makes sense, though entirely different from regular mithril. It's named for its durability and rarity. I never thought I'd see the real thing with my own eyes. It's hard yet lightweight, known as the dream metal. But it's extremely rare. It's said only the Balan royal family can acquire and use blood mithril. Though the truth of that is uncertain. The emperor's lips curled into a meaningful smile. If you're ever short on cash, it could make a nice nest egg. Even if you don't get much for it, it'd be enough for 3 generations to live without lifting a finger. It'd be enough to get by. Can I really sell it? Of course. Unless you commit a grave crime against the empire and flee to another country. If you're caught, you'd spend the rest of your life rotting in an underground prison. Luonan burst out laughing. Now that I think about it, this old man's got quite a sense of humor. After saluting, Luonan pocketed the Dawn Token. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. I'll only take it out at critical moments. This thing would make unprepared officers faint from shock. Luonan nodded, seeing him say these things so seriously. It's clear he doesn't know Luonan was once an ignorant penal soldier. This seems to be common knowledge among the regular army. The emperor's expression turned serious again. Now then, can I issue your first mission? If it's related to that guy. No. To Nebula or Klaja. Anything will do. Luonan nodded heavily. At this point, it seemed like he could do anything. Even though the academy had a schedule, he could just treat it as a club activity. Maybe Baron or the royal family would handle the rest. The emperor's expression turned serious. I want you to attend tomorrow's establishment rite. I see. The establishment rite. Luonan widened his eyes. It was an unexpected command. The emperor asked, Why not? No, it's not that. Please continue. All right. As you know, most of Krajir's atrocities occurred in places where many could be harmed. The establishment rite gathers builders from all over the continent. It's a prime candidate location. I want you to scout it in advance. Then, am I attending as a royal family member? What are you talking about? What status? The emperor raised a brow. Clearly, he had no idea what Luonan meant. Don't most groups have a fixed number of participants? There's a limit on ceremony participants. But anyone can go to Falzon. Unless the rules change. Without me noticing? Luonan froze. The young emperor was unlikely to be mistaken. For a moment, Roger's mocking face flashed before his eyes. That woman tricked me. The realization came swiftly. Something felt off all along. If the ceremony's true goal was to find the Holy Sword, then rather than limiting participation, luring more people and filtering them later would be smarter. Roger had planned to take 2 people from the start. Did that kid Shulafan not know either? Damn it. That's why you should beware of big-chested women. Luonen's expression became complicated. The emperor spoke in a slightly awkward tone. With your level of insight, passing the ceremony shouldn't be a problem. But if you really don't want to. No, I actually want to do it. So it's about going to the enlightenment ceremony and capturing all the suspicious ones, right? Right? That's right. Leave it to me. I'm going there tomorrow anyway. Even so, he wasn't angry. Luonen looked at his sturdy wrist. His mood settled down. After all, that Roger had indeed helped him grow tremendously. In just a month. But before officially starting the mission, he still had one important thing to do. Luonen looked directly at the emperor. He opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, I have a question. What is it? Don't you find me suspicious? The emperor's gaze twisted for a moment. Luonen replied to his words with a blank expression. He knew. It might have been better not to say it at all. In truth, it would have been better to say it before dawn. But no matter what, this question had to be asked. Even if time was short, he couldn't carry out his duties with an uneasy heart. Judging by his past actions, he was definitely memorable. At least if he were the emperor, he'd do so. Luonen was like the eye of a storm. Wherever he went, he'd get entangled with Nebra and Klahe and stir up all kinds of events. And this had all started when he was just a child. Of course, the results were all good. So he seemed like an exceptionally talented individual. But on second thought, he became the most suspicious one. After a brief silence, the emperor spoke, sharp-minded. Not much as far as insight goes. But it's a good trait for someone of Dawn. Luonen didn't respond. An awkward silence fell between the two. Suddenly, the emperor turned to look at the throne. Sitting on that chair, you'll see things you normally can't. Like what's inside a person. As an emperor, you face all sorts of people. With just a brief conversation, you can understand someone, and naturally, you know who they really are. It's quite surprising. Luonen turned to look as well. That chair with its unusually tall back, its cushion had been worn smooth with time. It was a seat only those who ruled the empire could sit on. Even before Luonen was born, the emperor had already received countless people there. Each came with goodwill or malice, driven by their own motives. Thinking about it, it did sound like a reasonable explanation. The emperor continued, You hate Nibara and Krajir more than anyone else, am I right? Luonen's eyes widened. It was a deduction he couldn't deny. He shook his head slightly. No, your fury won't burn anyone. But Nibara and Krajir, you're only waiting to burn them down. I intend to make use of that blindness. The emperor began to scan Luonen up and down. For some reason, after hearing those words about the heart, his gaze felt as though it pierced straight through him. But if you ask whether that's the reason I chose you, that's not it. Just like I said earlier, you need to realize you're an extraordinary person. That is, regardless of your intentions, you were doing good, you defeated evil, and saved the innocent. That is a well-known fact. That's enough. Your background or why you hate Nebra and Klahe doesn't matter. Every word from the emperor carried weight. Even though there was nearly a head of height difference, he still felt overwhelmed. Is this the majesty of a ruler? The emperor shifted his gaze from Luonen's chin to his eyes, and spoke again. I am the emperor of Baron. My eyes have not yet reached the fifth spectral layer of Qingguang's reflection. With that said, the conversation ended. Luonen slowly nodded. It was a very clear answer, and made him feel like his question was unnecessary. The emperor, smiling once more, patted Luonen on the shoulder and said, Now that we're done talking, we should get going. Where to? We have to go celebrate the heroes who brought spring, of course. What, you're going to skip the banquet? The emperor added, This might be the last banquet of the year. Suddenly, Luonen recalled the days in the punishment battalion, when they joked about leaks in the palace. They used to joke that those guys would poop out gold. Now seemed like a good chance to verify it. Luonen chuckled softly. All right, they left the strategy room, and headed to the banquet hall. In the distance, voices could be heard. The sound of clinking glasses echoed faintly. It seemed everyone was enjoying themselves. Chapter 154. Departure for the Holy Land I. Banner 154. Not bad. Luonan returned to Feiliang late at night. A half-moon hung in the clear night sky. The buzz of alcohol made him feel rather good. The banquet was enjoyable, contrary to the punishment troops' expectations. There was no elf fried chicken or dragon ale, but the table was still filled with delicious food. Li Yiming. Luonan glanced down at the accessory on his waist. Baron's sword swayed lightly in his hand. He still couldn't believe it. That he, who had once been nothing more than a sword dummy in his past life, had now become a secret agent of the Empire. If this were a novel, people would say it was unrealistic. Everything had changed, but Luonan knew this was reality. Since he had made the decision, he wouldn't do things half-heartedly. He intended to fully use the power and privileges he had obtained. Though he was of humble origin, he had still spent 7 years in the military. He was confident he could make use of those resources. The military was much the same no matter where you were. Still, he felt somewhat uneasy. What concerned him most was the current sword saint, Zifa. Even though he drank, he wasn't drunk, mainly due to his worry over that tiger. Zifa never showed up at the banquet. Not just because the emperor scolded him in public. It seemed he also deeply misunderstood Luonan. Though Luonan didn't want unnecessary trouble, those piercing eyes still lingered vividly in his mind. The only survivor, Major Nemea, still hadn't woken up. He hoped she would regain consciousness soon. Only then could they uncover the truth. Just as Luonan was about to enter Nawaldos's final area. Too late. Luonan. Ah, you startled me. A voice came from the darkness. Luonan turned his head. Shulafin was standing in front of the dormitory porch. He had been so deep in thought, he hadn't noticed her presence. I've heard the gist of what happened lately. A lot has gone down, huh? Where did you go? Just got back now? Around noon today. I went to Glanciari. As soon as I got there, I went to Miss Alir's place. She hadn't seen me in a long time. Before I even said a word, she made a meal and welcomed me. You should always remember how lucky you are. Seeing her say this with such sincerity, Shulafin really hasn't changed. It was a rare moment of bold flag waving. Her handsome face looked especially pale in the moonlight. Shulafin also said, she later gave her sister a spring outfit custom made by her personal tailor. She looked just like an angel. Luonan nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze unintentionally landing on Shulifan's chest. This girl really is something. Luonan chuckled softly, though her physique hadn't changed much. It was obvious she'd put in just as much effort as he had over the past month. Her aura was noticeably stronger than the last time they met. However, that wasn't what mattered right now. Luonan furrowed his brows. You bastard, have you been waiting for me this whole time? You're stronger now. Your mana is purer too. You really are my one true rival. Though Shulafin changed the topic, she didn't deny she'd been waiting all this time. She really is not normal. She pushed off the wall and continued. Let's go train, then. We're heading to Farzan in a few hours. Oh. Shulifan's expression turned serious. Today's the departure day. If there's no winner decided, of course she'd act like this. Judging by her reaction, it seemed she didn't know the truth behind the sword tournament. Luonan sighed and brushed his hair back. I don't know what you think. But we don't have to fight. What do you mean? Naweroye lied to us. Luonan told her exactly what he had heard from the emperor. Anyone can apply to participate. They'll pick the right candidate internally. Naweroye lied to us, though it was quite a shocking revelation. As he explained it, Shulifan's face didn't waver in the slightest. After explaining, Luonan let out a long yawn. He had been busy since morning, and the fatigue hit him like a tide. HMPH. They'll probably tell us the truth in the morning. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Just as she was about to enter the dormitory, clang, Shulafin suddenly blocked the door with her sword. Luonan frowned. You lunatic. We haven't sparred yet. Where do you think you're going? Come with me. Did you even listen to what I said? We don't have to fight. I already know the participation conditions. But Instructor Naviroye said he would take one person with him. And it had to be the winner of the match. That's how I understood it. You're finally awake. Such stubbornness is truly rare. Luonan said in a helpless tone. No, I'm saying this whole thing is a scam. Honestly, who do you think Instructor Naviroye will choose? We'll find out tomorrow morning. I'm exhausted. Can't we just fight tomorrow morning? Let's rest first. Sparring with you is one of my main goals, too. What, are you afraid you'll lose to me? What? A vein popped on Luonen's forehead. He wondered if he had misheard her. He took a deep breath and said, "Say that again? I asked if you were afraid of losing to me. Otherwise, why would you try to run away? You may have grown physically, but your heart has shrunk." HMPH. Luonen let out a bitter laugh. So this guy's not only skilled with the sword. He's also got a sharp tongue. His ability to provoke others is top-notch. What an annoying brat. Luonen tightened his grip on the sword. In both of his lifetimes, no one had ever said something like that, and walked away unscathed. So, the blade of La Mancha shimmered in the dark. He drew it from its sheath. He pointed the tip at Schulefen, and shouted, "Get over here, now. You're finally back. Let's change locations first. You'd better be prepared. If you lose, I'm cutting off your pants, and sending them to our sister." The two walked side by side to the training grounds. They had hoped to resolve things peacefully, but that was clearly no longer possible. The hangover and fatigue had long disappeared. Dawn broke. As the skies slowly brightened, birds began to chirp. It was still early, so no students were around yet. Where did they go? Noeroye sighed as he strolled through campus. He wore a neatly pressed uniform, with the Yerusa sword on his back. The carriage to the Holy Land of Farzan was already waiting at the gate. But those two were nowhere to be found. He heard yesterday that both had arrived, but they weren't in the dorms, nor in the first arena. He circled the whole campus, but still couldn't find any trace of them. They were about to leave. This was troublesome. At that moment, a place suddenly came to mind. He remembered Luonen had once gone there during the Phantom Recall ritual. Noeroye headed to the northern part of the campus. Soon after, the warehouse connected to the Special Adventurers Society came into view. He passed through stacks of phantom wood, and descended the stairs. A massive training ground unfolded before them. Noeroye was stunned. The training ground was a total mess. Sword marks of all sizes covered the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. It was as if a storm had passed through. Scarecrows and other training equipment were chopped to pieces. It looked more like a battlefield than a practice session. The wooden club building had been split vertically in half. It would collapse at the slightest touch. It was dangerously unstable. Noeroye gave a bitter smile. Was this the result of a desperate duel? No doubt about it. These sword marks were left by Luonen and Schulefen. Noeroye slowly stepped into the training ground. Soon, he found the two of them collapsed in the center of the field. They lay there carelessly, like a pair of drunken dogs. Their clothes were in tatters, but they still held onto their swords tightly. It was a ridiculous sight. Bloodstains were scattered all around them. Thankfully, they had only passed out. They weren't dead. Groaning with his hand on his forehead, Noeroye spoke. "Get up." "Phew. Instructor, sir." "Yeah." The two sat up with a jolt. Through their shredded clothes, countless wounds were visible. Clearly, they hadn't bothered to apply any medicine during the match. Noeroye asked, "Last night, what exactly did you two do?" Nothing happened at all. Don't give me that nonsense." Luonen's reply made Noeroye sigh again. Even a full-on bayonet charge between two squads wouldn't look this bad. He pointed toward the exit. "Be ready in 10 minutes. We're heading out together." "Got it. Got it. That's all? You little brat." Smack. Luonen smacked the back of Schulefen's head. Schulefen accepted it obediently. Luonen asked Noeroye, "Instructor, did you plan to take both of us with you from the start?" "No. I originally planned to leave the loser behind. That way, they'd be motivated," Noeroye said firmly. Luonen's face stiffened. Schulefen, still rubbing the back of her head, looked back at him. Luonen tried to avoid her gaze, and said, "Then why are you taking both of us?" "Because there was no winner. You both performed exceptionally well." He had expected some improvement, but not to this extent. Noeroye smiled slightly. This sword tournament is something to look forward to. They were truly unprecedented students. While actual results were yet to be seen, they were bound to make a splash. Noeroye turned around cheerfully. "All right then, let's head out." 10 minutes later, with the sound of a whip, The carriage carrying the three of them departed. Destination: the Holy Land of Farzan, the sacred ground where the sword tournament would be held. Chapter 155. Heading to the Holy Land. Part 2. Number 155. The Holy Land of Farzan, where the sword tournament is held, is located at the center of the continent. It takes 5 days to reach it, because from a certain point on, you have to go on foot. There's no official rule for that. It's just that the environment around Farzan is extremely harsh. I can feel how harsh it is. Instructor, I have a question. What is it? Why choose this route? It's not because it's scary or hard. I'm genuinely curious. The sky was perfectly clear. The three of them walked along a narrow path. The wind was so strong it could blow a person away. It was hard to even keep their eyes open. Forget carriages. Even two people walking side by side was impossible. They had to walk in a single file line. Each of them carried a pack much heavier than usual. That wasn't the real issue. The real problem was, this damned path was running along the middle of a cliff. When he looked down, Luonan couldn't help but curse. Damn it. About 10 meters below, white mist rolled like ocean waves. The sky above was blindingly bright. Why was there fog only below? It made no sense at all. The only thing that was clear: if you misstepped, you'd fall straight into hell. The fog below blocked the view, making it impossible to judge the depth. But judging by how long it took for a falling rock to make a sound, it was definitely a drop that wouldn't leave a body intact. Naviroye commented, "This is actually one of the better paths." Yeah. You don't look very convinced though. If you want, we could head for the North Creek entrance instead. Climbing cliffs for 3 days is a great experience too. You're looking especially lovely today. This terrain is also a good way to weed out unqualified candidates. Cut the nonsense. Keep moving. Eventually, Luonan silently took another step forward. Whatever the case, thinking positively was probably good for his mental health. That's right, it was just a treacherous path. It's not like there would be monsters or bandits, right? Just as Luonan tried to reason with himself, a piercing scream echoed from above. Woo! It was a familiar voice. Moments later, a massive shadow loomed over the three of them. They looked up. 4 small figures were approaching from afar. Luonan frowned as he recognized who they were. Ah, damn it. 3 bull-like Shirju creatures were folding their wings and diving down. They had clearly locked onto Luonan's group as prey. They were incredibly fast. They would arrive in about 5 seconds. Luonan placed his hand on his sword hilt. He looked back at Shulafan and sighed. Let me handle this. Got it. Shulafan nodded. Luonan gripped the sword tightly. The La Mancha sword appeared, infused with mana. The Shirju were now close enough for their scars to be visible. Their massive front claws glistened in the sunlight. HMPH. What a shame. These things could fetch a good price if sold. The distance kept shrinking, just as the wind pressure from their wings blew through Luonan's hair. The La Mancha sword released a wave. Fan-shaped blast of sword energy rippled out like water. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of liquid-like sword strikes pierced the Shirju's bodies. Crack. Blood sprayed in all directions. Organs spilled from the torn flesh. The sunlight shone through holes in their wings. The honeycomb-like Shirju plunged into the mist. Shulafan remarked with interest, I thought the same thing back at level 50. That's a great skill. It really is useful. Luonan nodded in agreement. It's a skill that takes a lot of practice to use so freely. Indeed, the skills triggered by Vazhora's fake core were far weaker than those from a real one. Of course, the current capacity is still small. It needs further training. At that moment, another Shirju emerged from the mist, flying into the air. Crack. Crack. What is that? Luonan raised an eyebrow. Despite being covered in wounds, it was still moving. Clearly, she had narrowly avoided a fatal wound. Estimating the distance, she shook her head. Damn it. She got away. The sword aura couldn't reach that far anymore. Due to the strong wind, Shulifan's storm sword might have missed as well. Helpless, Luonan was about to give up. At that moment, the flying Shirju suddenly stopped flapping its wings mid-air. Gurgle, huh? Not just the wings. Its limbs couldn't move either, as if it had been struck by a paralyzing sword. But it only lasted for a moment. The falling *Shurju* suddenly flapped its wings again and rose. What just happened? As Luonan wondered, Roger, walking ahead, suddenly swung a large blade. Whoosh! A crescent moon-shaped slash struck the *Shurju*. Crack! An astonishing range and accuracy. The body, sliced in two, plunged into the mist below. Luonan looked back at Roger. Instructor? Huff! Huff! Roger was panting like he just sprinted with all his might. Seeing their heaving shoulders, Luonan furrowed his brow. He had seen them like this before. Instructor? Luonan called out again. Roger turned their head slowly. Huff! Yes? The moment their eyes met, a chill swept over Luonan's entire body. His arms stiffened. He almost dropped his sword. Roger's pupils contracted vertically, like a snake's eyes. Seeing Luonan's startled face, Roger flinched slightly. They covered their eyes with a hand, and spoke. The *Shurju* can summon allies, so it had to be dealt with completely. Even letting one of them go could be trouble. Are you okay? I'm fine. Really, I'm good. When Roger makes his move. KK. 1500. Europe. Sky Shoulder. In this world, there's only one place that Roger exclusively trusts. Coat. All for the sake of power. I betrayed your trust. And did so many things. Phones. Your massive hair. Hasplex. Man. These things can happen anytime. It's a serious problem. I heard the instructor lost early this year, and couldn't use arcane arts ever since. I didn't expect him to still be like this. They were discussing Noeroje's condition. They originally thought he had fully recovered, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Luonan shook his head. It must have been a huge blow. Someone who had never lost, defeated twice in a row by the same opponent. Luonan shook the matter heavily. But this blow, even the instructor was surprised. Because this impact was shared by both Luonan and the instructor. Luonan tossed the gathered branches into the hollow by the lake. The crackling sound accompanied the dancing flames. It was the third night of their journey. The campsite was in a nameless forest. Stars shimmered in the sky. Occasionally, slender meteors streaked across. With no light pollution on the ground. The stars here were clearer than in the city. I feel bad about the instructor's condition. But we don't know if there's any way to help him. That's true. Even if we want to talk to him. Just mentioning the topic, he changed the subject like a ghost. Luonan lit his pipe. Ever since that incident, Naviroye had treated them the same as always. But whenever it came to Arcana or his own condition, he would always dodge the topic. Luonan looked around and raised a brow. By the way, where did that instructor go? It's been a while, hasn't it? Said he went for a walk. Is that so? Luonan exhaled a puff of smoke. Navaraja's sleeping bag and luggage were still in place. After thinking for a moment, he stood up. I'll go too. Where to? To bring him back. We'll reach Falzon the day after tomorrow. There won't be time for talking then. No matter what, I have to get him to open up. Watch things here. Leaving those words behind, Luonan turned and walked away. Though uneasy, this was something he had to resolve. Fortunately, the soil was soft. Navaraja's footprints were clearly visible. He had gone into the forest. Luonan followed the trail. Because of the high altitude, the forest wasn't very dense. Nighttime songs echoed through the sparse underbrush. How far did that guy go? The footprints were very clear. But no matter how far he walked, Naviroye was nowhere to be seen. Just as frustration started to rise, Luonan stopped in his tracks. What's that smell? He sniffed the air. A strange scent lingered in the night air. He quickly realized it was the smell of water. Is there a spring nearby? The scent was fresh, with a faint floral note. Not unpleasant. He could even hear the sound of water. Luonan turned in the direction of the sound. Naweroje's footprints also led inward. After walking for a while, the view suddenly opened up. A lake surrounded by trees appeared before him. Luonan stopped walking, stunned by the beauty. So beautiful. 2 full moons hung in the sky. One high above, the other shimmering on the calm lake surface. Fireflies fluttered near the water's edge, creating a breathtaking scene. Hands in his pockets, Luonan admired the twin moons. The fatigue of the journey seemed to fade away. He slowly walked along the lakeside. He should be nearby. There's no way he just passed through. Luonan was certain Nueroye was here. He was someone who appreciated beauty. At that moment, the sound of water came from not far away. Splash. Luonan froze in place. The sound was too loud. It couldn't be just a fish. Maybe it was a wild animal coming to drink. Thinking that, he casually turned his head. Oh my God! Luonan was stunned. In the distance, a woman was bathing in the lake. Her naked body shimmered between the twin moons. Like a masterpiece sculpted with meticulous care. Moonlight flowed over her bronze-toned skin, making her look even more radiant. Her wet, ash-white hair hung down to her waist, clinging tightly to her body. Her figure was shaped like a perfect hourglass. In this moment, even the moon and lake seemed to vanish. Luonan even forgot to hide his presence. He just stood there, dumbfounded, staring at her naked body. I'm so glad I was born into this world. If only I had been born in the south. Maybe I'd be even happier. Just as he was indulging in that thought, splash! Suddenly, Roger's right arm emerged from beneath the water. Her dripping hand tightly gripped a large blade. Huh? Why was she holding a sword while bathing? Luonan had no idea. Just as he was about to react, Roger didn't even look back, and swung her blade. A wide arc swept through the air. A massive slash of sword energy flew toward Luonan's direction. Whoosh whoosh. The slash tore through the night sky. Luonan's eyes widened. Shit. He snapped out of it too slowly. He hurriedly rolled to the side. The sword energy grazed over his head, slicing through the trees. Rumble. Dozens of trees were chopped down at once. Only then did Roger turn around to face him, glaring fiercely. Who are you? Damn it, aren't you supposed to talk before attacking? Luonan, lying on the ground, lifted his head. Even though her left hand was empty, she didn't seem to care about covering herself. Roger lowered her sword as their eyes met. Luonan, I'm sorry, instructor. I really didn't mean to. What are you doing here? I just followed the sound of water. Luonan was about to say more. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Roger's abdomen. From her collarbone down past her navel was a long scar. Luonan's expression twisted. Huh? Of course, having scars wasn't surprising, but the shape of this one was odd. Deep wounds were lined up at fixed intervals. It didn't look like a claw wound. More importantly, these scars don't look very old. Having experienced many battles, Luonan knew they must have formed within the last few months. She tilted her head in confusion. What kind of scars are those? Huh? Claw marks? Could it be from the chosen path technique? The answer quickly pieced itself together in her mind. That's when Nueroye finally felt embarrassed. She raised her left arm to cover her body, or more precisely, to hide the scar. Luonan forgot she was still naked, and slowly walked toward the lake. Caught. Suddenly, Nueroye let out a self-deprecating smile. She sighed helplessly, and brushed back her hair. Wait there. I'll come out. Chapter 156 March to the Holy Land. Part 3. Number 156. Nueroye stepped out of the lake. She didn't seem to care about covering herself. She pointed and said, My clothes are over there. Grab them for me. Okay. Her clothes were lying in a corner near the lakeside. Outerwear and underwear casually scattered. It seemed to reflect her personality. He felt guilty for even looking. After handing her the clothes, Luonan turned around. Behind him came a voice tinged with playful mockery. How funny. You sure got an eyeful. I told you it wasn't on purpose. I didn't know you were bathing here. You're the only man who's ever seen me like this. You should be honored. Just think, even among women, there's only Andershan. That kid's also quite. Nueroye started talking about her and Andershan going to the public bath together. It was turning into a pretty interesting story. But things weren't looking good at the moment. Luonan cut her off. So, what exactly happened? Let's go first. Fully dressed, Nueroye walked ahead. Her large sword strapped to her back. Her damp hair dripping with water. The two of them walked slowly along the lakeside. Every time the wind rustled the grass, the insects chirped louder. She finally spoke. You were right. This scar was from my battle with Zifa early this year. It left a deep mark. So there really was no other scar. Yeah. I lied, for pride. Naviroye gave a faint smile. She lifted her shirt above her navel, revealing the scar. Seeing it again, it still looked devastating. That scar decided the outcome of the battle. That guy's curved blade broke mid-fight. I thought I had it in the bag. But that damn cat was hiding his strength. 10 claw-like blades. I couldn't handle that. Damn it. Isn't that cheating? It may be unfair, but the strength was real. And I had a master-crafted legendary sword. Naviroye described her fight with Zifa. Although she had the upper hand with blades, once Zifa revealed his claws, she was at a disadvantage. I've said it before, there's no way I could win against him. In fact, even the curved blade couldn't withstand his power and snapped. So I can't claim I won. That scar didn't just tear my flesh. It tore through my heart too. Didn't you recover from that already? Luonan recalled their sparring match after returning from Haijo. After the match, Naviroye wore a flawless smile. At the time, he thought she had moved past it. So did I. Actually, after losing to you, my body recovered quite well. Strictly speaking, that wasn't really a loss. Because the instructor wasn't himself at the time. A loss is still a loss. Though it was an enjoyable one. Anyway, the point is, I thought I had recovered. But I actually hadn't. That feeling of defeat, it killed the serpent within me. The serpent being. Yes. I can no longer use arcane power. Luonan's expression turned grim. To lose the ability to use arcane force. It felt like 1,000 stones weighing on his chest. Otherwise, he felt an emotion he couldn't describe. Damn it. I don't get it. Was the core damaged? The core doesn't get easily damaged by physical wounds. The scar didn't directly strike the heart either. Then what was the cause? Luonan dragged out the words. He didn't understand. With a bitter smile, Naviroye finally spoke. Luonan, do you know how arcane types are categorized? Suddenly asking this? Isn't that just changing the subject? It's not that. Just answer me. Some can summon a breeze, while others can raise storms that topple nations. Have you ever wondered why the disparity is so great? Hearing those bizarre words, Luonan frowned. He knew. The standard for how arcane power manifests is still unknown. After catching his breath, he shook his head. I don't know. I believe the standard is self-awareness. One's own consciousness or beliefs. Self-awareness. Yes. I was born in the great southern secret forest. Discovered by an adventurer on a beast-infested path. I never saw my parents' faces. The sudden confession caught Luonan off guard. Though they got along well, he'd never heard anything about her past. Naviroye continued. The war-torn South wasn't a place for little girls. Especially not for an orphan with no one to care for her. Instructor. To survive, I did everything. I had nothing but my body. Luckily, I had talent in martial arts. There was no honor in it. When other orphans were bought by soldiers, I survived by killing them. Navaraja's life had been a brutal struggle. Her path was one paved with corpses. While Luonan in his past life complained about Iliel's potato stew, Naviroye was slicing off enemies' noses and ears on the battlefield to trade for rations. Back then, I never really sought power. All I thought about was overwhelming the enemy, not letting them look down on me. It was around then that my arcana awakened. I was hunting down a notorious wanted criminal. I'd cut his heel beforehand with a sword. All I had to do was follow the blood trail. I tracked it for hours through the jungle. Suddenly, I saw a snake. A snake? Was it that snake I know? Yes. It was a giant venomous serpent. Its blue scales shimmered like jewels. 3 monkeys trembled before it, frozen in fear. They could have run or fought together. But they didn't. They seemed to have lost even the will to survive. The snake devoured them one by one, as if casually picking up fallen fruit. I forgot all about the criminal I was chasing. I just stood there, watching the monkeys vanish into the snake's mouth. Hey, why? Because that was my ideal. To crush the opponent before the fight even starts. To rule everything without even trying. That snake made me realize what true power meant. The moment I had that realization, a sword flew in from out of sight, and pierced my arm. Whoosh whoosh. Naviroye suddenly raised her hand, mimicking the motion of the sword hitting her arm. Startled, Luonan took a step back. Sword demon. You scared me to death. Your expression was way too serious. Seeing that, you've got a cute side too. Cut it out. What was that sword about? That guy who's been chasing me showed up with reinforcements. By then, I had already become a notorious bounty hunter. When I came to my senses, I was already surrounded. The sword tip was coated with poison. Luonan nodded every 2 seconds, showing he was paying close attention. Seeing his sweaty palms, it was clear this story wasn't ordinary. Arrows rained down like a storm. The circle closed in tighter. My vision blurred, as she described that tense moment. Noeroye, who had been troubling Luonan, suddenly paused. And at that moment, my arcane force manifested. Oh? That really was a miracle. The world darkened. The venomous serpent from before appeared again. And then things unfolded just as you'd imagine. Noeroye dealt with each paralyzed bounty hunter one by one. She spoke of the feeling of decapitation like harvesting crops. She still couldn't forget it. What I mean is, the force that drives all of it ultimately comes from the desire to overpower others. The will to become stronger. So the reason the instructor can't use arcane power anymore is, exactly, after losing to the chosen path again and again, that will was broken. At least, that's what I believe. Noeroye let out a bitter smile again, and said quietly while stroking her scar, the sword has been pulled out, but it left a hole. Luonan said nothing. He wanted to offer a solution, but couldn't think of one. It was an extremely complex wound, worse even than publicly admitting to depression. In such cases, one could only rely on themselves to overcome it. Strange, isn't it? Every time I see you, I end up saying so much. I'm glad to hear that. Do you want one? Luonan took a cigarette from his pocket. Naviroye gave a bitter smile. You always forget you're still a student. Go ahead, keep smoking. So that's a no? Whatever. Naviroye silently accepted the cigarette, held it in her mouth. Luonan gently tapped the tobacco into the pipe, lit it with a match. Huff. She took a deep drag, exhaled slowly toward the lake. White smoke drifted like clouds toward the twin moons. Her posture was as composed as ever. Luonan couldn't help but smile at her side profile. You started smoking young, didn't you? Probably started during the war. Yeah. How did you know? Same here. Naviroye tilted her head, then asked if he had battlefield experience. But Luonan simply smiled, resting his hands behind his head and gazing at the lake. Oh right, I have a question. What is it? The sword style we used when sparring. Who taught it to you? Luonan raised an eyebrow. It seemed she was referring to the savior's sword technique. He scratched his head and asked, Why? That swordsmanship is very similar to the one that caused my first defeat. My first real loss. Wasn't it the chosen path? There was someone else before him. He had a huge influence on my swordsmanship. Compared to him, even the chosen path was just a cat. Luonan's eyes widened. Someone who could make the chosen path look like a kitten. As far as he knew, there were only 2 such people. The savior and the betrayer. Did that person have white hair? Yes. How did you know? His face? Do you remember the color of his eyes? It was a long time ago. I can't really remember. I don't think I ever told you. Noeroye drew out her last syllable, and gently caressed Luonan's cheek as she turned around. You remind me a lot of him. Ever since you shaved Caden's head for Andershan. I've thought so. That was 3 years ago now. You really do. What exactly do you mean by that? Roger let out a sigh with his eyes closed. He brought it up himself but couldn't say what exactly felt familiar. He felt a bit helpless. His palm was still pressed against his cheek, thinking about how he had just used that hand to wash himself. He felt a little weird. Just as he was about to speak, a scream came from afar. Help, damn it. Luonan turned toward the direction of the sound. Startled birds flew up into the air. Roger said dismissively. Probably rookie hunters. Rookie hunters? Yes, they're rookie hunters. But their bodies. Rookie hunters. Yes. They come here and start robbing people. Newbies trying to become the sword's master. This kind of thing happens all the time. Chapter 157. A Journey to the Holy Land. 4. Number 157. Probably rookie hunters. This is one way to enter the sword selection festival. Roger sighed again. His indifferent tone only conveyed the same emotion as if the neighbor's dog had gotten a big bone today. Luonan shrugged. This happens often? Yes. It's a form of self-evolution. Just let them be. Usually they just steal. They don't kill. If you want to help, you can go. Luonan shook his head. He didn't want to help idiots who couldn't even protect themselves. They should have been mentally prepared to be robbed. Then another scream rang out. Help me. Please don't take my sword. I went broke just to buy it. I'm begging you. You can take everything. Just spare my life. This shield was passed down from my great-grandfather. All of those voices came from the same person. So loud, you couldn't even hear the robbers yelling anymore. Judging from the average volume, it sounded like a child. Every scream made the corner of Luonan's eye twitch. That person named Roger tapped his cheek with a finger. Why don't you go check it out? Forget it. Just head back. Luonan brushed away Roger's hand. He tried to look indifferent and turned to leave, just as he took a step. Wah, that was my father's keepsake. No. Damn it. Luonan stopped walking. Damn it. That kid really has a loud voice. Didn't I tell you? Don't be ashamed of your kindness. So noisy. I'm out of here. Do whatever you want. Roger left those words behind, then turned and walked away. He raised his hand like saying goodbye. Thanks for today. Feels better after saying it out loud. No worries. Even though I'm grateful, I'm still confiscating this cigarette. You're just a kid. Roger held a cigarette between his index and middle fingers. Soon after, his figure disappeared into the shadows. Luonan touched his cheek and gave a bitter smile. Hope you'll recover soon. Words alone can't heal wounds like that. Even if the sword was pulled out, the hole remained. His snake would probably still die. Luonan tried to think positively. It was a resilient creature. Maybe when the weather got warmer, it would wake up again, baring its fangs. Well then, Luonan pulled himself together and turned his head. There were no more screams. He squinted his eyes, focusing. His senses, sight and hearing, gradually expanded. Not far away, maybe just a few hundred meters. After confirming the direction, Luonan sprinted off with his back to the lake. Bang! His strengthened legs hit the ground. Dirt and fallen leaves scattered. Let's see who the brat is. Unforgivable. Causing such a nuisance. Trees and birdsong flashed by in a blur. Soon after, he caught sight of the glow of burning leaves. Damn it, he was a step too late. Luonan frowned. The scene was already a mess. What looked like camping gear was scattered all over, from the firewood in the campfire. Still intact, it seemed they had just started a fire when the attack happened. Voices came from nearby. Got everything? Yeah. Good haul. Much quieter after getting beaten up. Luonan turned his head. 3 burly men stood around the campfire. From their builds and thick muscles, they clearly weren't just bandits. Rookie hunters. They wielded massive weapons. 2 had 2-handed hammers, and 1 held a greatsword. These weapons aren't ordinary gear. They look pretty solid. Amid the burly men, a frail-looking boy lay on the ground groaning. Just as Luonan had guessed, he hadn't even grown facial hair. From his swollen face and torn clothes, he had clearly taken quite a beating. Blood from his nose had pooled into a small puddle. He raised his head and pleaded with the men. What did I do wrong? Please. Wrong? A guy like you dares to enter the competition? Think hard about this experience. Then go home. We'll make good use of your stuff. The man with the greatsword raised his foot. After a short pause, he stomped on the sandwich in front of the boy. Crunch. The bread was smashed flat. Sauce and veggies flew everywhere. The boy let out an ear-splitting scream. Ah! That was made by my mom. The birds flew again. His voice was seriously loud. At this level, even Mariana or Brunham would be put to shame. So noisy. Sis, why don't we just off the guy? Not a bad idea. The two with hammers already looked bored. They muttered. All three of them were hideous. Turns out they were brothers. The one caressing the greatsword's hilt nodded. All right, my first kill. No, spare me. Then die with that loud mouth of yours. The burly man raised his greatsword and brought it down vertically. The young boy shielded his face with his arms and screamed, just as the massive blade was about to cleave his skull. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out, and the greatsword stopped. The boy, realizing he was still alive, slowly opened his eyes. Huff! Huff! You are robbing people together as brothers, huh? Such a great skill. A man they hadn't noticed stood with his back to them. In his hand was a sword thin as a cicada's wing. The seemingly fragile blade clashed against the massive greatsword, emitting a faint scraping sound. The sudden intruder made the greatsword wielder's eyes go wide. Who are you? This doesn't concern you, but let me ask you one thing. The burly man growled threateningly. Whatever. Luonan continued calmly. Was this your first time trying to kill someone? If so, I might consider letting each of you keep one arm. This guy's totally nuts. The burly man sneered, but his gaze drifted to the sword in Luonan's hand, La Mancha. The black blade didn't just block the strike. It even pressed into the greatsword. It was a truly formidable blade, and the boy in front of him blocked his strike with just one hand. No matter how much force he used, it didn't budge. Damn it. Where the hell did this guy come from? Sweat beaded on the burly man's forehead. He quickly exchanged glances with his brothers. Their faces weren't looking good. He seemed to realize just how bad the situation was. Taking a deep breath, the man smiled at Luonan. Hey, you look like someone who gets it. Let's end it here. We rookie hunters are just clearing out the small fry to help preserve the sword festival's reputation. Right? Suddenly so polite? Is it because you realized the situation and got scared? More like, we don't want pointless bloodshed. What I mean is, in an instant, the talking brute suddenly roared. His greatsword, held at the ready, flew toward Luonan. What? Cocky little brat, die. The other two brutes also charged in. Their enchanted blades and hammerheads traced streaks of blue energy. Luonan let out a soft sigh. This is why pride is such a dangerous thing. In that split second, Ramancha vanished from sight. So, a whistling sound cut through the air. Red lines appeared across the brute's arms. Ramancha returned to position after finishing the cuts. 6 arms simultaneously flew into the air. The brute's eyes widened. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. There was no feeling below the shoulders. Thud, thud. Their arms spun through the air and hit the ground. Blood gushed from the cleanly severed stumps. Even the dismembered arms still gripped their weapons tightly. Strangely enough, those tattoos, I carved them myself. My arms, murmured the man with the serrated sword. Suddenly, overwhelming pain consumed all three. The brutes let out screams of agony. Their cries rang out almost in unison. After a while of screaming, the brutes fled into the forest. They not only took the boys' belongings, but left behind their own luggage. Watching their fleeing backs, Luonan let out a sigh. Bastards. Could have taken just one of them out. Only a trail of blood remained, stretching in the direction they fled. They may use magic, so they won't die, but they might never swing a weapon again. Luonan turned to look at the boy. He was covered in the bandit's blood, and stared at Luonan in a daze. Hey. Huh? Luonan snapped his fingers. The boy finally snapped out of it. He shakily got up, and grabbed Luonan's hand. Choking up, he said, Really, thank you so much. Truly, thank you so much, really. Alright, how old are you? Oh, I'm 15 this year. A 15-year-old kid. What are you doing here? Trying to die? Luonan growled under his breath, more than the blood on his hands. He was angrier at the boy's recklessness. Maybe it was because he'd seen too many people who desperately wanted to live, but still died. In any case, he couldn't tolerate such disregard for life. Frightened, the boy muttered, "Yes, I'm sorry. I had to go to Falzon no matter what." "But why? Are you also after the holy sword or something?" "Ah, no, not at all. I'm not that ambitious. I just came to deliver something to someone participating in the sword festival." "Deliver something?" Luonan frowned. The boy nodded quickly. "Every time my forehead, as it swung up and down." The boy instantly noticed. "You're not lying, are you? Who comes to Farson for a reason like that? That just sounds unreal." "No, I'm not lying. The one who usually acts so unpredictably. Look." The boy briskly walked over and picked up the package on the ground. It was clearly something stolen by the bandits. The package was as tall and long as the boy himself. The fact that he carried it here was unbelievable. Luonan tilted his head, puzzled. "What is that?" "It's something I'm supposed to deliver." The boy deftly untied the wrapping. After peeling away the thick layers, a beautifully crafted box was revealed. The boy let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't taken. Really, you could hear the emotion in his voice. This was clearly something very important. The boy carefully lifted the lid. A radiant glow spilled out. Inside the box was a long sword shining with white light. "This is..." Luonan raised an eyebrow with interest. "No explanation needed. This was a good sword. Even if you said a thief made it, he wouldn't be surprised. It might even be better than that. It's worthy of being shouted over." "So, who are you delivering the sword to?" Luonan asked. The boy answered with a shy smile. "To Sword Saint Zifa, sir." Chapter 158. The Sword Festival. 1. Title 158. To Sword Saint Zifa, sir. "What? Zifa?" Luonan's eyes widened. The completely unexpected person left him momentarily at a loss for words. At the same time, he understood why the boy had come to the sword festival. If it was for Zifa, then it all made sense. It was said that Zifa still traveled on the Emperor's orders. The only place he ever stayed in for a while was during the sword festival. The boy nodded. "Yes, my master, as a sign of respect, sent this as a gift for Mr. Zifa, hoping he would use it during this festival. Seems like your master has close ties with Zifa. After all, he's called the greatest sword saint in history. Naturally, many admire him." Luonan recalled the crescent blade Zifa usually carried, and stroked his chin. "I see. But still, isn't this sword a bit small for Zifa? Though it's a long sword by any measure. By human standards it's still too large. After 2 years, Zifa's even bigger than before. Using this sword might look like he's playing with a toy." The boy smiled meaningfully, and shook his head. "Hey, it might seem that way. But this sword has a special ability." "Ability? Touch it and it sings or something?" "Sorry, I can't reveal the details. My master said it could only be shown to Mr. Zifa himself." The boy said firmly. He had seemed like a confused kid, but turned out to be quite determined. Luonan didn't press further. He wasn't that interested anyway. Still, this kid, his swollen face was a bit irritating. The skin and blood showing through his torn clothes. Luonan sighed. He pulled a potion from his pocket. "All right, let me see the wound." "That's a potion? It's fine. Seriously, I hate people who need things repeated 3 times, until they piss their pants." "All right." The boy shut his mouth. With no expression, Luonan dabbed medicine on the wounds using his fingers. The special potion made by Balin healed them instantly. While checking the shoulder, Luonan noticed that the boy's injuries were fairly mild overall. No fractures, no internal wounds either. Considering the physique of a rookie hunter, this was a surprisingly light injury. Getting beaten by those brutes, and still walking away like this? Seems like you got beat up a lot. Haha, yeah, that guy really was a brute. Even hit someone like you. He's clearly no good. All right, enough of that. Luonan wiped the boy's cheek with potion. The treatment was complete. The bruising faded. The swelling reduced, revealing a surprisingly handsome face. Almost looked like a girl. Not really suited to be a swordsman. Gray hair and brown eyes. A very odd combination. The grayish-white hair looked like dust had settled in his eyes. After confirming the pain and wounds were gone, The boy opened his eyes wide. Wow, it doesn't hurt at all now. That's amazing. Whoever made this potion is no ordinary person. So grateful. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. I owe you big. Alright, enough. Go deliver the package already. Luonan waved him off impatiently. He hadn't done it expecting any thanks in the first place. The boy gave a deep bow. He quickly packed up his belongings. Watching this, Luonan raised an eyebrow. You're heading out now? Yes. If I leave now, I'll arrive by tomorrow night. I want to finish the task quickly. And head back. You could come with us. It would be safer. I really appreciate it, but I'll go alone. I don't want to trouble you any further. I'll never forget this favor. The boy bowed his head again. Though a bit uneasy, since it was his decision, Luonan couldn't stop him by force. Luonan scratched his head and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Darman. And you are?" "I'm Luonan. When you see Zifa, send him my regards. Tell him we should have a drink sometime. And clear up the misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? With Lord Zifa? Darman's face turned stiff. That's not something to brag about. Luonan casually gestured for him to get going. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to say it. No, I will. I'll make sure to pass it on. Today's kindness, I will remember it always. Sir Luonan, go on then. With that said, Darman turned and left. He hadn't walked 3 steps before looking back to wave goodbye. Only after Darman disappeared behind the trees did Luonan turn around. He suddenly noticed something. The scattered items on the ground were gone. The torn sleeping bag fragments and the squashed sandwich had also disappeared without a trace. Only the dying campfire remained. No trace of Darman was left behind. What a strange guy. The bloodstains and 6 arms reminded him that what had just happened wasn't a dream. After going to Falzansong, he had left quite a strange impression. Luonan smothered the fire with dirt. As he gazed up at the starry sky, rustling sound came from behind him. Luonan placed his hand on his sword hilt. He turned his head. The approaching presence felt unusual. Could it be a beast? Just as he was about to draw his sword, a familiar face appeared among the intertwining trees. What's going on? Luonan raised an eyebrow. He looked ready to draw his sword at any moment. Luonan, why are you here? That's what I want to ask you. Why are you here? I heard a scream and came to check it out. Looks like it's already over. Shulafin looked around. She seemed to understand the situation. She nodded. Luonan, however, furrowed his brow. It wasn't that long ago. It was far too short to be considered a while ago. Shulafin relaxed her grip on the sword. Yeah. The aura of the one who screamed is completely gone. They must have left a while ago. That's true, but not that long ago. Luonan focused his mind, expanding his field of awareness. Roughly 100 meters away, he sensed the presence of 3 people. The same rookies he had dealt with earlier. One of them seemed to be bleeding heavily. Not long after, his presence vanished like a flickering candle. In the end, Darman's presence never returned. What? Looks like the owner of one of those arms is dead. Other than them, there are no other auras nearby. Shulafin still didn't sense Darman's presence. He was more perceptive than Luonan, but couldn't locate Darman. That meant Darman had already left. He might not be a fighter, but he's damn fast. Faced with such absurdity, Luonan gave a wry smile. Damn it. It's like he was possessed by a ghost. What happened? Let's talk as we walk. What about Instructor Roger? He came back earlier. He said you're more insightful than he thought. So what happened? Huh? Now that is a ridiculous story. Luonan chuckled softly. Even after 2 lives lived, this was still one bizarre night. 2 full moons, his master's nudity, and a mysterious delivery boy looking for Zifa. Luonan and Shulafin turned and walked off together. The way back was long, but with plenty to talk about. It wasn't boring at all. Starlight shimmered between the western trees. 2 days later, Luonan's group arrived at their destination. After passing through a dense forest, they came upon a field covered in short grass. Roger looked around and encouraged the 2. Good work, everyone. You made it on time. The air is so fresh. Dawn gradually became morning. The sky was still deep blue. Seeing the distant lights flicker, A smile crept across Luonen's lips. They're finally here. It was a village in Falzon. Dellen Falzon. Anyone who wants to witness the founding ritual must come here. Does Luonen have a sacred site? Yes. Only those who pass the ceremony can go there. It's been a long time. Feels refreshing. That mountain is so tall. Luonen gave a bitter smile. Behind Dellen Falzon stood a towering mountain. The slowly rising peak seemed to be holding up the sky. Falzon usually refers to this mountain and the sacred site atop it. Due to its high altitude, Falzon appeared crisp and shrouded in purity. Its summit was covered in perennial snow, pure white as far as the eye could see. Speaking of which, those people. Suddenly, Luonen noticed many people crossing the fields. At least 50 were visible to the naked eye. They all seemed to be heading toward Dellen Falzon as if arranged in advance. Some held torches. Others relied on the fading starlight to move. Despite their differing outfits, they all carried swords. Let's hurry over too. They looked like devout pilgrims. After a few words of encouragement, the three headed in the same direction. The fields were wider than expected. No one spoke as they walked. Only the sound of feet trampling grass filled the air. Thank you for your effort. If you're here for the founding ritual, please proceed to the square promptly. By the time they reached the village, the surroundings had already brightened. Some people who looked like guides were leading the participants. Suddenly, one guide encountered Lord Roger. He drew a sharp breath. Thank you for your effort. Ah, Lord Roger. It's been a long time. I remember seeing you 4 years ago too. It's an honor to be remembered by you. I was your guide back then as well. Please follow me now to the administrative committee group. No need. This time, I'm here as a contestant. Really? The guide's eyes widened in surprise. So did Luonen's and Schuleifen's. Roger turned away from the guide, who looked like he still wanted to say something. Startled, Luonen quickly followed after him. What? Someone like Instructor Roger can participate too? As long as you don't break any rules. There's no problem. There's no law, right? That says I can't look for the holy sword? That's true, but still surprising. During the selection process, there will be duels between participants, right? Probably. After all, this is a ceremony focused on strength. Whoever ends up facing the instructor, poor soul. That's brutal. Luonen shook his head. He didn't know what kind of trial awaited them. But it felt like a bloodbath in the making. Following the guide's instructions, they moved toward the plaza. Luonen widened his eyes. In a space as vast as Feiliang's main square. People were densely packed. Luonen looked around and gave a wry smile. There were far more people than he expected. And this was already after filtering. That was unusual. The event was moved up too. Something really must be going on. Even Naviroye wore a puzzled look, tilting his head, and people were still arriving non-stop. Luonen glanced back at the two. He said, looks like there's still a bit of time before it starts. I'm gonna take a look around. Standing still like this, it's making me restless. Then go. Naviroye clicked his tongue. Luonen stretched lazily and stepped forward. Since both of their auras were strong, he didn't have to worry about losing track. He wandered around for a while. About 5 minutes later, a stranger's voice called out from behind. Who's this? Isn't that the hero who brought spring to this place? Chapter 159. Sword Records, Point 2. Alert 159. Who's this? Isn't that the hero who brought spring to this place? Luonen turned his head. A neatly dressed young man stood with his hands behind his back. In stark contrast to Luonen, who had gone through a rough journey with a blue cape. Though he looked like a noble's son, Luonen couldn't recall that face no matter what. The young man straightened his collar and extended a hand. Nice to meet you. Your name should be Mr. Luonen, right? Who are you? Luonen didn't shake his hand. Instead, he frowned. First impression, very bad. Not just because of the pasta-like smug face, or the rudeness of getting his name wrong at first meeting, but also because Luonen felt this guy wasn't here for the sword event. How did he even get in? First of all, he was too weak. The magical power sensed from his core was only at a beginner swordsman's level at best. The ornate rapier at his waist looked more ceremonial than functional. Looking around, Luonen noticed why this man could get here. 2 light-armored knights stood not far behind him. The crests on their armor matched the one on the young man's uniform. They must be family knights. So he came with them? Seeing Luonen's reaction, the young man laughed awkwardly. Haha. This is a little awkward. I'm Alma's Renizik, eldest son of House Passadone. Of House Passadone. I heard you come from common birth. So it's true, then. What? I don't mean any harm. I'm just curious. You don't recognize our family crest, do you? That's understandable. The guy named Almas straightened his neck. Luonen gave a faint smile. It had been a while since he'd seen someone like this. If someone acted high and mighty or had a higher status, the first move was always to look down on others. He wanted to grab his hair and slap him a few times, but decided to hear him out first. Luonen raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what do you want? Assist me, please. I promise I'll get you into the Holy Land." Huh? This is our 3rd time participating. Each time we were so close. We never made it to the Holy Land. But we've gotten close. Luonen felt like he was full of nonsense. Suddenly, the young man leaned in close to his face. His thick double eyelids were incredibly annoying. He spoke in a low voice. "I heard this festival is unusual. The elders of Falzon have been having strange dreams. And they seem real, because there are so many participants. The trials for selection will be extremely strict." Strange dreams? What do you mean? Hey, you're out of the loop, huh? That's all right. It's understandable. Luonen really wanted to twist his nose and shove it in his mouth. But gathering intel was more important. Luonen silently nodded, letting the young man ramble on. The elders' attendants said, they dreamed of a white meteor crashing into the Holy Land, with a radiant sword embedded at the crash site. Interesting, isn't it? Damn it. Is asterisk that the reason why all these people gathered? Just because of some old men's dreams? You could think of it that way. But if all 7 elders had the same dream, Luonen's eyes widened. 7 people having the same dream. That's definitely not a normal thing. So, what do you think? I believe for you, Mr. Luonen. This isn't a bad deal. It seems like this is your first time joining. Cooperation might be a good option. Why should I trust you? Why say that? Even the great mage who caught the Winter Witch, Lulhorn, knew of your achievements. Those inquisitors, Itargand and Rodarin, were just helpers. The young man smirked slyly. Luonen's expression twisted. Even if what he said was true, belittling the efforts of others made him uncomfortable. I'm not interested. Go find someone else. Shulafin is participating too. Talk to him instead. How can you compare Mr. Luonen to a falling star like that? You should reconsider. The young man moved in closer. Luonen furrowed his brows even deeper. What do you mean? That guy is a falling star. That's just the truth, isn't it? He may have been called a genius when he was young, but lately he hasn't achieved much. I believe Shulafin has only basked in the glory of Grancia. The young man suddenly started slandering Shulafin. Luonen gave a wry smile. In fact, he didn't even want to look at her directly, because he stole her spotlight. Things turned out like this. Seems like he kept quietly training, which led to that kind of evaluation. The reason Shulafin was overlooked was mainly because after Luonen's return, he took most of the credit. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up inside. No matter what, Shulafin shouldn't be insulted like this, even if she's had bad luck. But she really is a good person. After a deep breath, Luonen brushed back his bangs. I see. So that's how it is. All right then, let's go. There's not much time left. The young man urged him on. He already considered Luonen one of his knights. Luonen slowly nodded. All right. But you, are you strong enough? Haha. Not as strong as you, Mr. Luonen. But I have some confidence in my fast sword. Oh? Luonen naturally placed his hand on his waist. The knight escorts were still eyeing the young man. Luonen placed his index finger on the hilt, gathering mana, just the right time to test his speed. What a perfect opportunity. He could feel the blade inside La Mancha glowing red. He not only had to fool the knights, but also the dozen or so onlookers. Luonen had become a celebrity. They were all there to see him. Mr. Luonen, just as the young man called him again. His hand vanished, at an imperceptible speed. Slash of light swept past the young man's body. Dozens of straight lines crisscrossed his clothes. Rip. Ah. The young man felt something strange, and raised an eyebrow. At the same time, his clothes burst apart. A gust of wind blew the torn pieces far away. His clothes fluttered like butterflies. A surreal sight. Ah. The naked young man let out a scream. Unlike the composed Roger they'd seen before, he looked utterly pathetic. The female swordswoman watching nearby covered her mouth. Ah. Pervert. A sacred swordsmanship festival. And someone like that managed to sneak in? Guards. Reactions erupted from all directions. Luonan shrugged and smiled. That nostalgic feeling, it's great. Ah. The young man collapsed weakly to the ground. The eyes of the night guards widened in shock. What happened? Young master. They bypassed Luonan and rushed straight to the young man. Clearly, they hadn't noticed a thing. The sword light hadn't touched skin. Only sliced his undergarments. Practicing fast sword techniques really paid off. It was still useful. The result was satisfying. If he had at least gotten the name right, he might have shown some mercy. What a shame. Now he felt a lot better. Luonan turned to leave. Crack. His foot stepped on something. Luonan looked down. A shiny ornate dagger glinted on the ground. Its sheath bore the crest of House Pasadone. Ah, his backup weapon. Must have fallen when his pants and coat flew off. It had rolled over here. Luonan glanced around. Everyone's attention was on the screaming young man. Not bad. The jewel-encrusted dagger looked valuable. A decent reward for wasted time. Fine piece of loot. Luonan bent down and picked up the dagger, tucking it into his coat pocket. Just as he was thinking that, a voice came from behind. Luonan cursed under his breath with his eyes closed, then slowly turned his head. There was no one around. To be precise, no one was paying attention to Luonan. He froze in place. The same voice rang out again. Over here. Ah? At that moment, Luonan realized the voice came from below. He looked down. A white-haired girl was crouching at his feet. Who are you? I saw it all. Her long white hair trailed to the ground, giving off a sense of lightness, even an overflowing feeling. The girl slowly stood up. Even when fully upright, her head only reached Luonan's chest. She looked up at him, and said, "You did it. You're the one who stripped him." Huh? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You swung your sword 23 times. What? The number of sword strikes. The girl answered flatly. Luonan felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected her to see through it all so precisely. Just as Luonan was left speechless, the girl suddenly patted his butt. But it's okay. You're good looking. I'll forgive you. Huh? Because you're exactly my type. Luonan stared blankly at the girl. Judging by her expression, she wasn't joking or lying. Her clear eyes sparkled brightly. Who is this girl? The young girl now boldly groped Luonan's backside. Her hand moved with sticky familiarity. Clearly not her first time doing this. Luonan grabbed her hand and growled. Enough of that, you little pervert. So, you're just not going to explain yourself? Thanks a lot. I told you not to touch me. Her small hand once again crept slowly up the back of his thigh. Luonan stopped her again. The girl puffed out one cheek in protest. Come on, I didn't even touch anything. You're such a prude. What a brat. Sneaking around like a rat. Doing the kind of things only my fellow punishment troops would do. She may look cute, but her behavior was no different from those drunken comrades of mine. The girl shook her head firmly. I'm not a kid. I'm a lady. Ha. Luonan scoffed with contempt. It felt like watching a Som calling himself a man. A lady? You're what, 13? 14? I'm older than you think. And I'm a contestant too. What? Look. See? With that, the girl grabbed her hair and pulled it back, revealing a sword hidden within. A long sword, nearly the same height as her, was strapped diagonally behind her. Its worn hilt showed it was an old weapon. The blade was hidden by the scabbard, so its exact level couldn't be determined. When the girl let go, the sword disappeared into her hair again. Luonan asked in surprise, "A kid like you is allowed to enter a sword competition?" "I'm not a kid. I'm a lady." I'm leaving now. Are you mad? The girl didn't answer. She turned and walked away. Her hair swayed gently with her steps. A true lady doesn't get mad over things like this. The match is starting soon. You'd better head back too. Oh, all right then. Goodbye. She waved at the stunned Luonan. Luonan tried to call out to her again, but she disappeared into the crowd without looking back. What the hell? Staring at the spot where the girl vanished, Luonan muttered under his breath. He'd run into quite a few strange kids these past few days. The girl's sword swings flashed through his mind. 23 strikes, something no one else could possibly notice. And yet she had counted them with precision. A delayed chill spread through his limbs. Now I'm intrigued. He had been disappointed with the first contestant he met, but now that void had been filled. Luonan walked toward the plaza. Chapter 160 Sword Tournament 3. Episode 160. Luonan headed toward the plaza. That's when she noticed. Quite a few contestants were staring at her. Some stole glances, while others stared openly. Each person's eyes held different emotions. Admiration, awe, jealousy. Just like that idiot said, because she had defeated the Winter Witch. It didn't feel bad, but it was a bit awkward. Luonan raised her middle finger at a man who was staring at her. What are you looking at, bunnyhead? The man lowered his gaze and backed off. By then, Darman's figure was nowhere to be seen. He was probably off delivering something to Zifa. Of course, with this many people, not being able to find him wasn't strange. Luonan soon arrived at the plaza. Naviroye and Shulafin were still chatting in the same spot. Those two sure aren't in any hurry. I'm back. Perfect timing. There were screams coming from the direction you went. What happened? Some crazy guy started stripping in the street. Even took off his underwear. What a degenerate. Naviroye shook his head helplessly. Even the usually silent Shulafin slowly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a line Poseidon once said came to mind. Luonan patted her shoulder and said, You better step up. I feel like I've stolen too much of your spotlight. What are you suddenly talking about? That really did happen. Once we returned to Frialwan. Everyone, please pay attention. Just as Luonan was about to continue, a calm voice echoed through the square. The people gathered in the plaza turned their heads. What's going on? Yes, thank you, everyone. Please come over here. An elderly man, face full of wrinkles, stood on a podium in front of the square. He leaned on a long sword used as a cane. He looked rather pitiful. Naweroye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, looks like something big is happening. That old guy actually came out in person. Who is he? Alajan, one of the 7 elders who manage the sacred grounds in Falzon. He was once a sword saint. Whoa, a sword saint? Luonan's eyes widened. This was way beyond his expectations. Now even if someone gets killed by a sword, it'll probably be seen as natural causes. Alajan continued speaking. Though this event was held earlier than planned, thank you all for coming. I've heard that across the mountains in Falzon, there are also many participants. This is the highest number we've had in nearly a century. The reason we've gathered everyone here is, though his voice was hoarse, it carried great strength. His words instantly captured everyone's attention. After a short pause, Alajan spoke again. We won't deny the circulating rumors. All the elders, myself included, had the same dream. We dreamed of the holy sword we've long been searching for, appearing before us. There was no explanation, but we all knew it was the holy sword. Alajan described the strange dream. A comet with a long tail fell upon the sacred land. The sword was embedded in the ground, emitting a radiant light. This matched exactly with the information provided by the young man. The crowd began to stir. Clack. Alajan tapped his sword on the podium, drawing everyone's attention again. It was a beautiful dream. However, upon waking, we were faced with a truth. No one could touch the holy sword. Most could only gaze at its glow. Those who tried to touch it woke up from the dream. This means, none of us elders are able to wield the holy sword. Alajan's voice carried a hint of bitterness. A person who has truly lived, even with an aging body, still burns with fire within. Clack. Alajan tapped the podium with his sword once more. Uniformed guides lined up in front of the stage. A few of them held up large signs with numbers from 1 to 4. Alajan said, Now let us begin the first test. Please follow the guide holding your assigned number. Guides without placards walked among the crowd distributing slips of paper. Each folded parchment had a number from 1 to 4 written on it. Luanen's group opened their papers at the same time. May I ask your name? Which group are you affiliated with? Luanen. I'm from the Philippines. After hearing the question, Luanen calmly replied. The guide smiled kindly after confirming the orb in his hand showed no reaction. Haha, actually I already know. The hero who saved the Eastern Heaven system. How could I not recognize you? This is just a routine procedure. Please don't mind it too much. It's fine. Thank you for your effort. Luanen bid the guide farewell and walked through the door. The space that unfolded before him was reminiscent of Feiliang Ocean Academy's first arena. The people who had arrived earlier were chatting in small groups. Though some looked physically weak, most of them had the aura of seasoned warriors. Their presence was no joke. Not to be underestimated, Luanen looked around the room. His eyes landed in the corner, on a young man sitting there alone. Hey, you're only just getting here? Shulafin turned his head. Luanen walked up to him with long strides, and leaned next to him. He could feel people's gazes gathering on them. Luanen chuckled and said, Are you going to ask the instructor for his name and affiliation? Probably. I heard there are no exceptions. That's pretty amusing. Among all these battle-hardened types, there are actually people who don't know who that guy is. That's really something. Shulafin nodded in agreement. Luanen and he drew number 4. Roger drew number 1. The guide holding the tags led them to separate locations. Due to the large number of participants, the tests were held separately. Before entering the test site, each participant's identity was carefully verified. All the questioning was done in front of a magical device. If it reacted even slightly, the person would be kicked out on the spot. The orb in the guide's hand. It's that magic tool. Luanen clicked his tongue and complained. They really checked thoroughly. I don't know why it has to be so troublesome. Maybe it's to prevent banned individuals from sneaking in. What? There are such people? Yes. Look at the former builder. Under instructor Roger, Shulafin said calmly. It was Luanen's first time hearing this story. He was confused. Indeed, so was Arogan. He had never bothered to learn about the previous generation's builder. Shulafin raised an eyebrow. Torrent Blade Cloden. Never heard of him? Kind of familiar. The Empire wasn't fond of him. He wasn't just powerful, he was infamous for his cruelty. During a swordsmanship tournament, because he wasn't chosen by the Holy Sword, he killed all the other contestants. What a lunatic. Luanen gave a wry smile. Judging from that guy's example, he now understood why the inspection was so strict here. Shulafin continued. Lord Varoger only truly rose to fame after defeating that man. He served as Sword Saint for nearly 40 years. By knocking him off the Sword Saint's seat, he turned him into a criminal to be dealt with at all costs. What a sight to behold. So is he dead now? That Cloden guy or whatever? Probably, yeah. They say he jumped off a cliff from a height no one could survive while being chased by the Imperial Knights. That was the last time anyone saw him. If he's still alive, he must be some half-dead old man by now. Shulafin also mentioned some others who were banned from entering the sword arena. Luanen nodded at these interesting stories. Indeed, the world is vast and full of lunatics. Participants continued to arrive, even divided into 4 groups. The number of people still exceeded 100. Apparently, there's also a village called Falzon, which serves as another gathering point. No one knows how many gathered there. Just as he was about to pull out his sword to polish it, familiar voice came from nearby. Wow, what a nice butt. Come? Luanen turned toward the direction of the voice. The white-haired girl they saw earlier was standing nearby. A sword was stuck in her lion-like hair. It's you. Her eyes were wide open. They hadn't noticed her approach at all. The girl looked back and forth between Luonan and Shulafan, and nodded in satisfaction. Good-looking people have good-looking friends too. I like it. Are you really a contestant? Didn't I already say so? I don't lie. Her tone seemed to ask. Why even ask such a thing? Shulafan, who had been staring at the girl, finally spoke. Who is this kid? I have no idea either. Just a weird pervert we met earlier. That's a bit harsh, no? I just wanted to tell you. About the first test. The girl clamped her mouth shut. When they heard first test, both of them raised their eyebrows. Luonan asked, how do you know? Because this isn't my first time here. Actually, the first test is really simple. It's just to filter out those idiots who don't even qualify to swing a sword. Super simple. At most, you just have to split a tough rock. The girl pointed to various places around the arena. That's probably where they'll place the stones. She spoke with confidence, as if telling them where the sun rises. Really? I told you, I don't lie. The first test last time and the time before was about splitting rocks. They're here. The two of them looked in the direction the girl pointed. A man dressed more formally than the other guides walked over with large strides. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Clap. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Thank you all for coming. Now let us move directly into the content of the first test. He seemed to know everyone was getting impatient, so he got straight to the point. After scanning the participants, he continued. There are exactly 100 of you here. Everyone is carrying weapons. That means at least 100 swords. You must reduce that number to 10 swords. What? Any method is allowed. According to the tradition of sword record, lethal incidents will not be prevented. No matter what, the final number of weapons must be fewer than 10 swords. That was completely different from what the girl had said. This was clearly going to be a bloody test. Luonan and Shulafan both turned to look at the girl. She quietly looked away, and muttered softly, there are exceptions sometimes. Chapter 161. Sword Record 4. Alert number 161. There are exceptions sometimes. Hey, stop looking around. Okay. Looks like the old guys from Farzan are in a rush. Starting with such a brutal test from the get-go. Otherwise, the girl suddenly started coughing. But her complexion looked fine. It was obviously to dodge further questioning. Still, this was quite a novel rule. Instead of eliminating contestants by head count, they're doing it by number of weapons. During identity verification, they asked them to present all their weapons for this reason. The guide continued to explain. The ways to reduce weapon count are simple. Either destroy them yourself, or throw them into the furnace we've prepared. The final owner gets to keep whatever weapon remains. What? Luonan's eyes widened. It was yet another shocking rule. Since it's legal to seize someone else's weapon. To the geniuses who came to the sword festival, it was an irresistible temptation. Chaos spread among the participants like wildfire. Sword freak, step aside. Stop looking at my sword like that. You pack of hunting dogs. As cruel as it was a brilliant strategy. They truly wanted to select the best of the best. Now, to protect their weapons, contestants had to fight with everything they had. Most of them backed off in fear, but some gathered in small groups. Clearly, they had made plans in advance. From that perspective, the rules seemed a bit lax. Hey, brother over there. I've got a question. At that moment, a man with arms full of tattoos raised his hand. 2 fierce axes hung from his waist. The guide nodded. Go ahead. You said bleeding incidents wouldn't be stopped. This is my first time participating, so I'd like to know what's actually allowed. For example, the man looked around. His flickering eyes revealed his desire for something. Everyone who met his gaze shuddered. A few murmurs from the participants reached Luonan's ears. Oh God, it's the skull collector. Damn it, why'd I end up in the same group as that psycho? Seemed like he was quite infamous. From bits and pieces of gossip, it was said he used axes to chop off heads to make drinking cups. A savage man, a former bandit. The man's eyes slowly turned toward the girl pretending to be sick and calling herself a lady. A sinister grin spread across his face. Can I kill someone? It's allowed if the situation is unavoidable. But attacking opponents who have forfeited their rights is strictly prohibited. Heh. This suits me perfectly. In reality, there are almost no rules. The man shrugged and chuckled. Soon, everyone around him had dispersed. The girl who had made eye contact with him earlier frowned. What are you looking at, you freak? Hey. The smiling man looked ahead again. The girl who repeatedly called him ugly glanced at Luonan and Shulafan. Her expression softened. The guide who had just finished answering questions looked back at the contestants. Any other questions? The mention of death and aura made the atmosphere heavy. A frail-looking young man raised his hand to ask. The sword at his waist looked far better than the armor he wore. I want to give up. Can I do that now? Not right now. Only contestants who destroy their own weapons after the test begins can forfeit. We hope you won't treat this sword record of blood and steel lightly. How can this be? That means either you fight and bleed, or give up your weapon. Otherwise, you must persist to the end. The young man's face turned to despair. His long legs trembled like a newborn deer. Hey, nice legs, kid. Can you even make it to the furnace? Several contestants eyed him with sinister gazes. It seems even giving up won't be easy. Shulafan frowned in disapproval. Disgusting. With the young man's question over, the place fell into silence. The guide clapped again to get everyone's attention, and announced loudly, seems like there are no more questions. When the number of weapons is reduced to 10, the test will end. The weapons submitted earlier have been marked with identification magic. So don't worry, contestants who fail to hold onto a weapon until the end will be eliminated. With those final words, the guide made a gesture. Uniformed staff began surrounding the arena stands. At regular intervals, there was a staff member holding a crossbow, used to restrain those who break the rules. Everyone, step back, careful not to get caught in it, or there won't even be bones left. Then the gates to the arena opened once more. A cart with a massive cauldron appeared. A staff member wearing thick gloves pushed the cauldron in. Boiling molten iron churned inside, big enough to hold an elephant. After placing the cauldron in the center of the arena, the staff stepped back. Let it begin. The doors closed again. More than 10 staff members blew their horns at once. A woo. The blaring sound echoed through the entire arena. The first to break the silence was the young man who had earlier asked if he could quit. Ah. No, don't come near me. I forfeit, he screamed and ran toward the cauldron. At the same time, the other contestants who had been watching him rushed forward. Stop right there, you coward, hand over your sword. All kinds of weapons suddenly appeared. Judging by the shouts of the pursuers, they weren't content with just stealing his sword. After hearing that killing was allowed, this outcome was predictable. There are people everywhere who crave bloodshed. Haha, kid, if you don't even have that level of resolve, you shouldn't have come here. At that moment, one of the pursuers suddenly leapt off the ground. It was clear he had enhanced himself with magic. The height of his jump was unbelievable. A woman in blue armor held a short curved sword like a claw. It gleamed brightly. So, he flipped in midair and dove toward the young man. The sight resembled a predator, pouncing on its prey. When only 3 meters remained between him and the youth, a cold gust of wind suddenly swept past him. So, Noticing something strange, the woman tilted her head in confusion. A fine line appeared on the curved blade, just as the dagger was about to slash the young man's back. The blade split in two along that line, and one piece flew into her right eye. Ah! Thud! The unbalanced woman slammed headfirst into the ground. The sound of her neck snapping echoed lightly. Her limp body collapsed completely. You are... The pursuers abruptly stopped in panic. A young man walked slowly forward and blocked their path. Silently raising his sword, Shulafan spoke. Don't touch the forfeiter. The star of the empire. His calm yet heavy voice was like the sea before a storm. Stormy battle aura rippled along his youthful blade. The overwhelmed pursuers stepped back instinctively. Pathetic. Damn it, why did the big goldfish become like this? He was never someone they could handle anyway. Why had they forgotten this person even existed? At that moment, the young man who never looked back finally threw his sword into the furnace. Clang! The crimson molten metal devoured the sword without a trace. His legs gave out as he fell to his knees. He cried out in despair. I forfeit. I forfeit. Contestant number 34 confirmed to have forfeited. Please leave the field. At some point, he had been assigned a number. A small gate at the corner of the arena opened. The young man raised his hands above his head, crying as he exited. The judges of shame prevented other contestants from attacking him. One of the pursuers suddenly revealed a sly grin. He said to Shulafin, "Hey, how about we team up? You're already guaranteed to pass. We can help you find someone with a good weapon." Shulafin silently swung his sword. As a gust of wind blew, the pursuers' weapons broke instantly. Short spears, long swords, iron rods fell to the ground. The pursuers' faces turned pale. "I still want to continue?" Shulafin said calmly. If they wanted to keep fighting now, they would have to steal someone else's weapon. The pursuers glanced at each other and slowly raised their hands. Luonin, who had been watching the whole time, smiled slightly. A meddler. But a noble one. It's people like him that make the public romanticize nobles. The disheartened pursuers quietly withdrew. The white-haired girl opened her eyes wide in admiration. "Wow, your friend is really impressive. He's not bad at all." "What? You don't know who he is?" "Nope. I'm not really interested in this world." The girl shook her head. She said it like an old woman who's seen it all. "But I didn't know who the torrent sword was either." Luonin muttered under his breath, frowning. "Speaking of which, that was my technique. He actually learned it? What a useless guy. I only showed it to him a few times during our travels. And he already picked it up? That's what makes geniuses so annoying." Feeling a strange sensation, Luonin looked down. The girl was quietly groping his butt. This is tough. Feels a bit firmer on this side. Get your hand off. You're such a pervert. The girl stuck out her tongue and let go of his butt. Geez, can't even relax a little. Like a guardian of the right to forfeit. Shulafin stood in front of the cauldron, completely motionless. By sheathing his sword, he made it clear he wouldn't attack first. Unless attacked first. At that moment, the observing participants began to slowly move. There were no more forfeiters. The standoff situations collapsed one by one. The free-for-all began. Chapter 162. Sword Festival 5. Alert number 162. There were no more forfeiters. The standoff situations collapsed one by one. The free-for-all began. "Come on, charge, you greedy bastards. You think the Sacred Sword Festival is just a robbery? Shut up already. That staff looks pretty good to me." People charged at each other. The smart or weaker ones fought with their backs to the wall. The strong or foolish ones rushed straight into the crowd, swinging their weapons. Shouts, screams, and clashing metal echoed everywhere. Sword auras flew through the arena sky. Occasional sprays of blood cooled the burning air. As expected, most of the first-timers were rookies. A severed wrist fell to the ground. Who knows if it was an accident or intentional? Luonin stroked his chin as he observed. Because of her reputation from defeating the Winter Witch, no one dared to attack her, though people were getting hurt everywhere. She, unlike Shulafin, didn't feel responsible for saving anyone. They chose to come here themselves. What does that have to do with her? Fewer people is good for me. The remaining ones all acted on desire. Desire mattered more than life. There was no right or wrong, whether it was to seize someone else's weapon or become the wielder of the holy sword. It was all their choice. In fact, what that woman who tried to stab the young man's back said was true. If you come here to swing a sword without enough resolve, you're just a burden. Suddenly, a question flashed through Luonin's mind. He looked at the girl and asked, "Then why aren't you running?" "Why would I run? What if I break your sword? It looks like you only have that one." "You wouldn't. I can tell. You're a good person." HMPH. Luonin gave a wry smile. It seemed he found this ridiculous. Annoyed, he considered teaching this young pervert a lesson. Just as his hand reached for the sword hilt, a voice called out from nearby. "Haha. Miss, come over here." "What?" They both turned their heads. The skull collector was charging fiercely toward the girl. He gripped two axes in his hands, gleaming with a sinister light. Pretty impressive. Luonin raised an eyebrow. Judging from his mana, the guy was no slouch. He had clearly killed people already. His axe blades were stained with fresh blood. The girl frowned as their eyes met. So ugly after all. Let me just say this. Are you crazy? Do you really think being ugly inside but nice is okay? That depends. Luonan shook his head, even as the distance closed rapidly. The girl didn't look nervous at all. Instead, she wasted precious time she could have used to escape or prepare. To rant about shallow views on appearance. Of course, inner beauty matters too. A refined lady like me must have a kind heart. But the most important thing is still the face. Long legs and nice hips like you and your friend are just icing on the cake. Been a while since my axe tasted young blood. So noisy. The skull hunter roared again. Sighing, the girl reached behind her back and grabbed the hilt peeking out from her hair. With a firm pull, the sound of metal scraping rang out. A longsword was drawn. Luonan's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected her to have something that lethal. This is not bad at all. The girl proudly swung the sword. A confident smile appeared on her face. Stunned, Luonan trembled as he spoke. Isn't that sword way too old? It is a good sword. Probably 500 years ago. The longsword was in terrible condition. The edge was jagged and uneven. It was even rusted. Did you dig that up from a trash heap? Seeing Luonan's expression, the girl firmly shook her head. You don't get it. What's important isn't the sword. It's the one who wields it. I like that saying too. All right, watch this. With that, the girl dashed forward. Luonan's eyes widened. Her movement was so light it was almost inhuman. A surprised look appeared on the face of the skeleton hunter. Recognize. What? The skeleton hunter was indeed skilled. At the very least, he could follow her movement. That alone earned him the right to be called an expert. Luonan suddenly remembered. He was the only one in the crowd who noticed her quick sword. He really is a skilled fighter. The girl instantly leapt before the man. Like a rabbit formed from wind, she jumped high. Panicked, the man crossed his axes in a defensive stance. Get lost. Go. The girl spun in the air. Her sealed white hair swirling around her. Her spinning sword path was flawless. It was on par with the swordsmanship of the savior. Luonan clenched his fists and cheered uncontrollably. Yes, that sword may look rough, but it might be a truly legendary blade. The blade sliced through the air gently, and just as it was about to touch the axes, crack. The girl's longsword shattered like a glass cup. Ah no. Crash. Hundreds of shards fell to the ground. The girl fell with them. She stared blankly at the sword hilt in her hand. The skull collector, barely regaining composure, raised his axe in fury. You brat, are you kidding me? Die. The axe came down vertically. The girl turned a second too late. The edge of the broken axe blade was already over her head. Just as she closed her eyes and gave up resisting, splat, the man's head was severed from his neck. The skull collector opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. Luonan leapt up and kicked his ribs. Bang! The headless body was blasted away. The flying head traced a parabola and fell into the cauldron. Plop! The head sank into the boiling molten iron, never to resurface. Landing lightly, Luonan looked at the girl and said, Honestly, what does it matter who's swinging it? I believed in your kindness. The girl brushed her hair aside. Without a trace of fear or reflection, Luonan sighed helplessly. Sigh. This won't do. Now she doesn't even have a weapon. What now? Die. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, over a dozen contestants screamed and charged at Luonan. Startled, Luonan quickly pulled the girl to his side. What the hell? What's going on? I can't breathe. The girl coughed as his collar choked her neck. Something's wrong. Even contestants who had been fighting others turned and rushed over. There was no focus in any of their eyes. Luonan's eyes gleamed sharply, though chaos drained stamina. It was strange for those who had been performing well to suddenly act like that. He quickly sensed a suspicious flow of magic within the arena. Red magic flowed between the participants like a stream. It wasn't magic commonly found in nature. A frightened man hiding in the corner inhaled that suspicious energy. Exactly 3 seconds later, the man suddenly jumped up and charged at Luonan. His pupils, like the others, were unfocused and blank. Luonan finally drew a conclusion. He gripped his sword handle tightly. Is it arcane magic or a weapon effect? Why am I being targeted? It was clear someone among the participants had that ability, and they were clearly targeting him. But the arena was in chaos. There was no way to locate the caster. Scratching his head, Luonan sighed. TCH, damn it. In that case, I'll have to fight. In this situation, the strange magic was steadily increasing the number of madmen. A ponytailed girl asked Luonan. There's a lot of them. Can you do what your friend did? No. Then what now? Do we kill them all? Luonan didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his stance. It was the posture used for unleashing a major skill. Looking at it positively, this was a good opportunity. He had a skill he wanted to test anyway, though he wasn't sure if it would work. It was a particularly difficult skill to execute. If he failed, around 20 participants could die on the spot, or end up disabled. Of course, Luonan also knew real combat was the best way to polish a skill. The frenzied participants were now within 10 paces of him. Luonan looked at them and muttered quietly. You're all disqualified. These lunatics. Luonan focused his mind. The energy released from his core dyed the ramen tea red. A bright, vivid red. That made the girl and other contestants frown in concern. The contestant in the lead had closed to within 5 steps. Now's the time. Luonan's arm vanished from sight. At the center of the arena, a red crescent moon appeared. The sword aura released along the sword path spread out like mist. This was ramen, the ability to liquefy sword aura through tea. However, unlike usual, the sword aura flew only toward the contestants' weapons. 24 drops of red liquid zipped through the crowd. Shulafin stood before the cauldron, watching with a smile. He really pulled this off? Moments later, contestants clashed fiercely with the sword waves. Boom, bang. A series of small explosions. Metal fragments flew in all directions. It was like a blossom of steel. The judges gasped in unison. The girl covered her mouth. Wow. Meanwhile, chilling screams echoed from all around. The flying shards pierced through the contestants' bodies. Ah! My face. It seemed the madness inside them had vanished. As expected, only shock therapy could bring them back to their senses. Most of the contestants collapsed simultaneously, injected with this person. At the moment, Luonan, having succeeded with his second round skill, smiled slightly. Now then. But his gaze quickly turned sharp. He had to find the one causing all this. Just as Luonan was about to search. *BWOOBWOOBWOO. The sound of the horn echoed again from the stands. The guide who announced the rules jumped into the arena and shouted. Everyone stop. There are currently 10 weapons remaining. The first round test is over. What? Luonan stopped in his tracks. At that moment, the carnage of the arena came into full view. Only 7 people were still standing, including himself. The first round was over. Only now did the full extent of the carnage in the arena become clear. The dead and injured were scattered everywhere. Cries of pain rang out from all corners of the arena. Ah, burns, fire, damn it, you bastards. You actually threw the family heirloom sword into molten iron. Ah, it hurts, help me. Before long, the gates opened. The judges entered the arena. They began inspecting the chaotic battlefield, tending to the wounded and carrying away bodies. Only 7 were left standing, including Luonan. The guide who had jumped in approached quickly. Good work, everyone. We now need to confirm the qualifiers. Please present the weapons you're carrying. The guide began checking the weapons. After confirming that Shulifan's sword was intact, the guide smiled and said, Your protection of the forfeiter was admirable. Though status and identity don't matter here. Your noble conduct is worthy of respect. I simply did what I thought was right. You pass. Star of the Empire. The guide gave a respectful bow and turned to leave. Luonan noticed that one of the men was trembling. He quickly bent down. Damn it. At his feet lay a broken broadsword. Just as he was about to grab the hilt, thunk, a nail flew from the stands and landed right in front of his toes. Ah! Didn't I say not to move? The man dropped to the ground in shock. A single movement more and he might have been crippled. The guide said sternly, It's useless to pick it up now. The 10 weapons have already been finalized. Only the glowing weapons are considered intact. Damn it. The rest are considered damaged. And won't be counted. We'll dispose of them. Please remain still. The man wiped his face with his hand. And cursed under his breath. He had clearly kept his life. But not his weapon. A judge took away the broadsword he tried to pick up. Luonan asked in confusion. Glowing? He drew Ramancha and Emir to take a look. Sure enough, a faint blue glow flowed along the blade, normally invisible. It seemed to be part of an identification spell. TCH. Useless thing. Just then, one of the remaining contestants threw away his warhammer. The cracked hunk of iron didn't glow. What a shame. Not qualified. Now only 5 people were left. One of those 2 was the saboteur. Besides the girl and Shulafan, there were only 2 suspects left. One was a woman clad in full armor. The other, an old man holding a spear. Judging by their presence, both appeared to be seasoned fighters. Strange. He should have been able to sense something. And yet, something felt off. Luonan narrowed his eyes and observed them closely. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. There was no trace of the maddening magic from earlier on either of them. It wasn't a confusing aura. It was like a ghost singing. At that moment, the guide who was checking weapons stopped in front of Luonan. Contestant number 44. Over here. Luonan handed over the shining Ramancha and the sword Ymir gave him. Both swords were completely intact. The guide smiled with satisfaction and nodded. I know your family has lived here for generations. I've heard of your reputation too. They say your swordsmanship is remarkable. But I didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. It's nothing special. Your skill leaves no need for modesty. Especially that last move. It was the most incredible technique I've seen in my 10 years working here in Farzan. You destroyed 24 weapons without injuring a single person. How did you even do that? They were talking about the sword aura Luonan unleashed at the end. It was the first time he had successfully used that skill. So he didn't really know what to say. Luonan just shrugged awkwardly in response. The guide patted his shoulder excitedly, like someone seeing the ocean for the first time. I hope you achieve your dream at the peak of Farzan. Qualified. Thank you. May the holy sword bless you. Next. The guide who announced Luonan's qualification bowed his head. The white-haired girl was still sticking closely to Luonan. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Luonan's mind. The image of the girl's longsword shattering when it collided with an axe. That's right, this little girl doesn't have a weapon. He quickly looked at her. About to say something. Hey, you. Contestant number 72. Weapon confirmed. Qualified. The guide who acknowledged the girl's qualification walked off. The girl waved slightly, as if encouraging him. Luonan frowned deeply. That's impossible. The metallic sounds from old gym equipment still echoed in his ears. That fossilized longsword should have already been destroyed. Even Duolin's grandfather couldn't repair it. Am I going senile? Just as Luonan worried about his mental state, he noticed the girl fiddling with something. She was holding a familiar-looking dagger. This gem-studded ornate dagger was more suitable for ceremonies, not combat. Hey. Where did you get that dagger? Luonan gently grabbed the girl's head. As he spun the dagger playfully, she casually answered without care. Picked it up. Where'd you pick it up? From your pouch. She shamelessly replied. There was no guilt in her voice at all. Luonan quietly reached into his pouch. Sure enough, the dagger was gone. The girl said, try to understand, okay? I just want to keep climbing. What do you mean? It means I've gotten interested in this dumb competition. I usually quit halfway, but this time I want to reach the top. No, not the competition. I've gotten interested in you and your friend. Suddenly, the girl leaned against Luonan. Though he didn't quite understand what she meant, Luonan didn't ask further. After all, the dagger was something he had just picked up anyway. And he also hoped the girl would pass. If she had a proper weapon, she'd be strong. Luonan remembered how she fought. Though he hadn't seen much due to the broken sword, her movements and posture told him. She was among the top sword fighters he'd seen. Has anyone else brought other weapons? Why are you suddenly asking that? Luonan tilted his head in confusion. From his tone, something had clearly happened. staff members were busy searching around. Strange. One is missing. A weapon. Why are there only 9? The guide explained that one weapon was missing. He even stirred the furnace, but only saw red molten metal. Here, found it. What? I can't move. Someone help me. Everyone in the arena turned their heads. The voice came from the pile of uncleaned casualties. Staff rushed over to clear away the fallen bodies. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a headscarf appeared. The staff's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, you've been there all along? Haha, thanks. I really can't move. The man with the headscarf smiled. He was covered in blood and wounds. He looked in terrible condition. He seemed completely exhausted, just lying there quietly, staring at the ceiling. The guide quickly walked up to him. Contestant number 3, are you okay? If you're in bad shape, you can choose to forfeit. I'm fine, just need a little rest. That's good. Do you still have an intact weapon? Intact weapon? Oh, yes, I do. Right here. The man reached toward his waist. When he pulled back, he was holding a short curved blade. This type, a rare exotic sword shape in the Empire, was very unique. The blade shimmered with blue light, a sign that it was intact. Confirmed. Qualified. Hey, thanks. Can someone help me move now? I can still move my hands, but I can't stand up. The man laughed self-deprecatingly. The staff lifted him onto a stretcher. He was carried out of the arena along with other injured. As he was being taken away, his eyes met with Luannan's. The man grinned. Even covered in injuries, he could still smile. Luannan was touched by his optimism. He was about to wave. You, What is it? Luannan's eyes widened. A familiar magical aura rose slowly from the man's chest. It was the same red energy that had driven contestants mad. He finally spoke. I have something to say, but I'm not in good shape now. See you later, young man. After saying that, the man lost consciousness. The blood-stained hammer dangled under the stretcher. The magic on his chest faded with him. The ones carrying him quickened their pace. Luannan watched them go, and helplessly looked away. That guy. The second test was scheduled for 2 evenings later. Until then, the contestants could rest or train freely. Those who passed the first test left the village and headed for the mountain's first giant point. With each test passed, they drew one step closer to the sacred summit. Fortunately, the path to the first giant point was easy. Even with tired bodies, they made it there smoothly. Due to the high altitude, the wind was cold, the sun was setting, feather-like clouds floated densely in the sky. The guide turned to look back at the qualified participants. Only 6 had passed. It was the first time seeing so few survivors. You guys must have fought really hard. With every word he spoke, white mist puffed out from his mouth. Luannan, walking behind him, shook his head. Yeah. Was our group's pass rate the lowest? Not quite. I heard Farzan's side had even fewer qualifiers. Fewer than 6? Only 1. Passed all alone. Just 1 passed alone. Chapter 164, Sword Record 7. Alert number 164. Only 1 person passed. Luannan's eyes widened. That news was shocking. He had already thought 6 was too few. He gave a bitter smile and asked the guide. Damn, what the hell happened there? I'm not sure about the details either. But the friend who brought the message looked pale. Seems something unusual happened. The guide sighed. Luannan asked a few more times, but he just kept repeating that he didn't know. It felt like he was deliberately hiding something, but there wasn't a chance to press him. Before long, the qualifiers arrived at the theater where they'd be staying for 2 days. It looked like a collection of key buildings from a village. Luannan, Shulafan, and the girl, almost as if by agreement, headed straight for the dining hall. They hadn't eaten all day. Their stomachs were practically touching their backs. The dining hall was built of solid logs. According to the guide, they could enjoy as much roast boar and beer as they liked. Truly an ideal restaurant. They pushed open the door and entered. Warmth and the scent of delicious food washed over them. In the spacious room, about 20 people were already eating. From their lively chatter, they were probably qualifiers from other groups. As Luannan scanned the room, he suddenly saw a familiar face. And stopped in his tracks. Well, Luannan let out a wry smile. Naviroye sat at the dining table, waiting for food. Though the table could seat 6. And the lighting was great. There wasn't a single person around him. Only the nearly 2-meter-tall Yurusasu leaned nearby. He knew why no one would come near. Luonan cupped his hands around his mouth and called out loudly, "Naviroye, instructor, you're here now?" Naviroye looked up. Though he seemed okay, he looked a little thinner. Seeing him, the little girl opened her mouth in awe. "Wow, so tall. Come?" Naviroye tilted his head in confusion. He didn't realize she was talking about him. The little girl pushed aside Luonan's clothes and ran toward Naviroye. Then she looked up at him and said, "Hug me." "Wait, who even are you?" Naviroye looked startled. But the girl didn't care one bit. She hopped up like a bunny and sat right on Navaraja's lap. Seeing that, Luonan clenched his fists, utterly stunned. "Oh God, this is just so soft, like a cat." The girl buried her face in Navaraja's chest. This clearly wasn't just innocent affection. The stunned Naviroye looked over at Luonan. "Luonan, who is this kid? She's a pervert, wearing a kid's skin. You better get her off you." A vein twitched on Luonan's temple. He hated that strange little girl. And he hated himself for genuinely being jealous of her. Damn it, so envious. Because he knew what was hidden under that shirt. That made him even more jealous. He wasn't sure if it was because she was innocent, or because he was used to such behavior. Naviroye didn't react at all. Instead, he gently stroked the little girl's hair. What a messed up life. I should have been born a woman too. Hearing Luonan's comment, Naviroye raised an eyebrow. Don't joke like that, you two seem pretty close. Yeah, she's my competition partner. Luonan scratched his head. Come to think of it, since they met, he never once asked for her name. Luonan gently patted the girl's back. Hey, by the way, what's your name? Huh? What? The girl turned her head. Her voice sounded a bit annoyed, as if to say, why are you bothering me? After a moment of silence, she replied, Lin. That's really short. No surname? No. You'll come to like me eventually. Crazy girl. Luonan shook his head. From the first time they met until now, this girl had always been like that. Still, the name, Lin, sounded kind of exotic. Was she from the Empire? Stroking Lin's hair, Naviroye smiled slightly. What an interesting encounter. Yeah, you could say that, but you don't seem very surprised. There are too many geniuses in the world. Indeed, Naviroye has trained on the battlefield since childhood. He glanced at Luonan and Shulafan in turn, and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, the first trial was quite intense. You both did well, but for you two, that's to be expected. It actually wasn't that hard. By the way, is something wrong? You don't look so good. Luonan asked with concern. He noticed a hint of melancholy on Naviroye's face. He sighed softly. Naviroye began to speak. Sigh. Not a single swordsman had the guts. I thought at least one would challenge me. Who'd be foolish enough to challenge a former sword saint? You'd have to be delusional. I can imagine what happened during the first trial. Most people probably just took one look and screamed as they ran away. That experience reminded me of the past, when every step I took, someone challenged me, demanding a duel. The screams before they died still echo in my ears. That's right. Speaking of which, participants are allowed to request duels. Yes, you can request them after the first trial is over. If you don't like someone, you can challenge them to a duel. This is a great place for legalized killing. Oh? That's an interesting piece of information. After all, he came here looking for useful allies. And dueling is the best way to assess them. Luonan showed a sly smile. He scanned the interior of the restaurant. Some who met his eyes immediately shrank back. Not me. Please, not me. Just as Luonan was searching for suitable candidates, a familiar voice came from behind. Do you have time to chat over there? Luonan turned around, and instantly froze. He almost drew his sword on the spot. A man with a headscarf stood there. It's you. Yeah. We saw each other just a few hours ago. I've recovered now. So you don't need to worry. The man smiled casually. Although he was unconscious earlier, he recovered quickly. But that wasn't the point. A red aura was still radiating from his shoulder. Luonan growled quietly. What do you want? Why so tense? Let's talk outside. The sunset is beautiful. The man gave a thumbs up toward the door. Acting completely nonchalant, Luonan sneered. This guy. Unknowingly, a murderous aura started to rise. The noisy restaurant fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Luonan turned to Roger and said, I'm heading out for a bit. You said legal killing is allowed, right? Only if it's a formal duel. Thanks. Bang. The man and Luonan left the restaurant. A few minutes later, others started eating and talking again. Lin tilted her head, quietly watching the door. Luonan followed the man in the headscarf. His hand was on the sword hilt, ready to strike at any moment. After about 5 minutes, the man arrived at what looked like the back of a dorm building. A cliff stretched westward. I found this place earlier. Nice view, huh? Standing at the cliff's edge, the man pointed westward. Even though it wasn't the mountain peak yet, but the surrounding view was already in full sight. The setting sun scorched the land. It was truly spectacular. Although undeniable, Luonan, in a foul mood, didn't respond. He gripped the handle of his blade, and replied like this. What do you want from me? Sorry. I got a little carried away. The man smiled wryly. Luonan thought to himself, if he's stalling for time, just push him off. Throw Ymir down with him. Trigger a shockwave, and make it look like a rockfall accident. Or just push him off directly, that's fine too. The man took a deep breath, and looked at Luonan, saying, All right then, I'll just say it. My name is Russell Krona. The strange incident at the end of the first trial, that was my doing. What? My arcane ability lets me shake the minds of those weaker than me, driving them to madness. Fortunately, no one died or was seriously injured. I'm grateful for that, and for the trouble I caused you. I offer my sincere apologies. Luonan's eyes widened. The man claiming to be Russell admitted that the madness of dozens of contestants was caused by him. Judging from his eyes and tone, he didn't seem to be lying. It was completely unexpected. He originally thought the man came to silence him. Startled, Luonan asked, Why did you do it? I wanted to test your strength. Test my strength? What for? I'm recruiting allies to fight against demons. Russell's expression turned serious. Luonan frowned. Demons? What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. They can't even be called human. Did you know only one person qualifies in the Falzon selection? That was what the guide told them back then. Luonan nodded. Russell's expression grew even grimmer. If that's the case, you should also know what the only qualifier did, right? I've never heard about that. They probably left that part out on purpose. It was too horrifying. A committee member in the know told me. Russell's voice trembled. He looked toward the sunset, as if the sunlight could drive away his fear. He stroked his wrist and continued. That demon cut off everyone's wrists, except his own. The other contestants didn't even get a chance to forfeit. What? Luonan's expression twisted. The story was so shocking. He wondered if he had misheard. What about the wrists? Russell went on. I came to Falzon to capture him. If this continues, all contestants will be in danger. Chapter 165. Knowledge Point 8. Warning 165. I came to Falzon to capture him. If this continues, all contestants will be in danger. Russell looked deadly serious. Luonan stood frozen. The non-stop new information overwhelmed him. After taking a long look at Luonan, he shook his head. You're a qualifier. Honestly, you've exceeded my expectations. If there were more geniuses like you, maybe we could stop him. Qualified? Yes. Seems like the Imperial Star and Naviroye are here too. If you can convince them, all the better. We need to save people. He spoke like he was already in charge. Not only did he take someone away without permission, he also said a bunch of nonsense. He looked pretty impatient. Luonan let out a bitter smile. This won't do. This guy, he's annoying in almost every possible way. But the most irritating thing is how he keeps insisting that people must be saved. Whether the information is true or not, he seriously needs to fix that habit first. TCH. After spitting on the ground, Luonan walked toward Russell. Damn it, he really pisses me off. Come? You? Luonan gripped the hilt of his sword. He closed in on Russell. His blade pointed at him. Russell panicked, and was about to draw his sword, when Luonan growled coldly, "Try it if you want to die. I'll have your head on the ground." Wah, what's going on all of a sudden? Shut up. In the end, overwhelmed by Luonan's pressure, Russell released his grip on his sword. Each time Luonan stepped forward, Russell was forced to step back. Eventually, they reached the edge of the cliff. With nowhere left to run, Russell stammered and asked, why are you doing this? What you're saying is absurd. Demons? You think contestants are in danger? Fine. Even if it's all true. Suddenly, Luonan stretched out his arm, and grabbed Russell by the neck. As he slowly raised his arm, Russell's feet lifted off the ground. Luonan took 2 more steps forward. Feeling nothing beneath his feet, Russell shouted in panic, "Oh! Wait! But, after doing all that, you still use saving people as an excuse? Isn't that too much, you bastard? Do you realize how many people almost died because of what you did in the arena? It's lucky no one was injured or killed. Do you want to cry your way out of this?" Luonan leaned close to Russell's face, growling low. Even if everything Russell said was true, his actions were still inexcusable. If Luonan had slipped up even slightly, many of the 24 contestants could have been injured or worse. A man claiming he wants to save people, yet doing something like that to show off his power. It was pure hypocrisy. I'll explain everything. Just let me down first. Russell struggled desperately, but Luonan's muscular arm didn't budge at all. It was like an iron python coiled tightly around his neck. Hearing that, Luonan's lips curved into a smirk. "Oh, so you want me to let go?" HMPH. Luonan released his grip. Russell's body plummeted instantly. Luonan's figure swiftly pulled away. In that instant, the word, "death," flashed before Russell's eyes. Wind howled past his ears. Russell clenched his eyes shut, screaming in despair. Suddenly, something wrapped around his body. The fall stopped. This is Luonan's eyes. Glowing roots had caught his body, growing along the cliff wall, extending all the way up to where Luonan stood above. Snap. Luonan snapped his fingers. The tree roots writhed like living things, and lifted Russell back over the cliff. Lying at Luonan's feet, Russell began to twitch. Are you awake now? Having returned from the edge of death, Russell's face turned pale. Luonan crouched in front of him. With the sunset behind him, Luonan's face looked as red as a demon from hell. Russell quickly nodded. He instinctively realized there wouldn't be a second chance. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was wrong. My thirst for revenge blinded me." "That's right. Now that's a proper reason. I admit it. I used you out of selfishness. To show my strength, I put many people in danger. That was my fault. I'll take responsibility for it." Russell, as if repenting, pressed his forehead to the ground and began confessing his sins. Indeed, fear is the best medicine for repentance. As he sobbed, he suddenly looked up. "But everything I told you is true. The demons pose a threat to all participants." That's unexpected." His trembling voice was filled with sincerity. The tears rolling down his cheeks proved his honesty. He seemed ready to finally talk. Luonan, putting away his sword, said, "Now talk slowly. Old man, who is that demon? Why do you hate him so much? It's faster to show you. Look at this." Suddenly, Russell unwrapped his headscarf. Luonan's eyes widened. He finally understood why Russell refused to take it off. Even when covered in blood, Russell spoke apologetically. "Don't mind it. The wound's just too severe anyway. I can't take it off for too long either. This is. Luonan frowned. It was a terrifying scar. One side of the head had been slashed off diagonally, revealing a pale scalp. Luonan noticed some writing inside the headscarf. He had seen similar symbols in the magic books Assam used to read. The headscarf might be preventing the wound from worsening. At that moment, Luonan's eyes sharpened as he examined the wound. The cut looked strangely familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. Then, Russell's bitter voice came through. It's a scar left by that demon. It's been 3 years already. But it still torments me. That day, I lost the mercenary band that was like family to me. A mercenary band? You were a mercenary? Yes. The Blue Bow mercenaries were quite well known around the kingdom of Darren and nearby regions. Though that's all in the past now. Russell continued calmly. The Blue Bow mercenaries, under his leadership, specialized in exploring unknown ruins and dungeons. The place where they were annihilated by the demon was also a ruin unknown to the world. He still remembered it clearly. It was a white forest. The trees, plants, and even the soil were pale white. In the center of the forest, a cursed ruin gaped open. Is that where you encountered him? Yes. Not long after entering the ruin. We were walking down a corridor lined with smooth metal. Everyone was amazed at the architecture, which we'd never seen before. Luonan raised an eyebrow. That metallic corridor reminded him of the heart of Danar in the desert. Russell took a deep breath and continued. Suddenly, a young man appeared at the far end of the corridor. He was completely naked, and looked terrifying. His skin had been peeled off. He was limping, clearly with a bad leg. But he held a sword in his hand. We rushed over to ask if he was okay. That's where the memory ends. Russell briefly described what happened back then. The young man vanished in an instant. His comrades' limbs were sent flying through the air. They didn't even have time to scream. As he described the gruesome state of the corpses, Russell bit his lip. That wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The entire mercenary group was wiped out in just 3 minutes. Except for me, everyone else died. Then how did you escape? Suddenly, Russell clutched his head in agony. That must have been the darkest part of his nightmare. After several shaky breaths, he lowered his head. That guy didn't kill everyone. For some reason, he spared half of them. I used my battle aura to save them. The crazed survivors bought me enough time for me to narrowly escape. Damn it. Luonan furrowed his brow. It was an even more horrifying story than he imagined. He now understood why Russell was so obsessed with killing that demon. Since that day, I've spent my whole life hunting him. I spotted him again 1 year ago. Surprisingly, his skin and legs were perfectly healed. Even his legs? Yes. He was in a state that shouldn't have been recoverable. After that, Russell began listing the atrocities the demon committed. Each one was shockingly brutal. He'd pose as a traveler visiting remote villages. And before sunrise the next day, he'd slaughter all the residents for fun. After hearing the story, Luonan sighed. Someone who treats killing as a habit is an extremely dangerous kind. The last time I saw him was on the road to Farzan. He was hunting monsters. He decapitated a mountain troll with 1 slash. He's way stronger than when I last saw him. So how do you plan to catch him? I plan to ambush him the night before the final exam. To participate in the final exam at the Holy Land, I need to meet up with qualified candidates from Alifarzan. Someone as strong as you couldn't possibly be eliminated. I was confident I could make it that far too. Russell said the final test in the knowledge point assessment is always fixed. There are 2 villages, one to the north of the mountain, one to the south. They are Gran Falzon and Aaron Falzon. Qualifiers will compete against each other. Luonan nodded. That timing really would have been ideal. Anyway, that's the end of my story. Sorry for the trouble. Apologies. Russell sighed as he finished his tale. Once again, he carefully wrapped the enchanted cloth around his head. Suddenly, Luonan stopped him. Wait. What is it? Take off the headscarf again. Are there any other injuries? I mean from that guy. Did he hit you elsewhere? Is the one on your head the only wound? Russell shook his head in confusion. Luonan's gaze remained fixed on his head. Thinking back again, that sword wound definitely looked like a blade's. You do have more, don't you? Let me see. Luonen's voice was firm. Russell, puzzled, took off his shirt. His trained body was covered in dozens of scars. These were the marks left from a long mercenary career. Look, here. No need to say more. I know. Hold on. Luonen stopped Russell from explaining the scars caused by the demon. He didn't need the explanation. He already knew. That kind of emotionless sword wound was rare. Soon, Luonen confirmed a scar running from Russell's left shoulder to his waist. He gently touched the scar with his index finger. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I knew it. Why? Why? Russell asked in a confused voice. But Luonen didn't answer. He remembered where he had seen that sword scar before. A forest in light rain. Blood mingling with rainwater. A trembling werewolf hiding in a pit. Not long ago, he had seen a memory rune on a corpse from the Dawn Squad. There was no doubt, this was one of the 3 sword scars. He recalled what the frightened major had said at the time. Luonen spoke. Hey, old man, yeah? What does that demon look like? What does he look like? Just an ordinary face. Russell hesitated briefly. He was trying to summarize it. Suddenly, a distinct feature flashed through his mind. His mouth opened. His hair is white. His eyes are light yellow. That combination is very rare. I remember it clearly, now that you mention it. Your eye color is kind of similar too. 166 sword record point. 9. Entry number 166. After the sun set, night descended. Dim light flowed along the dark horizon. After finishing his conversation with Russell, Luonen returned to the restaurant. His thoughts were a mess. He opened the door, and was greeted by warmth, the smell of grilled meat, and the excited voices of the crowd. How many bowls has it been already? That's amazing. Just 3 people. The young duke barely ate. Thinking there had been a fight, Luonen looked around and gave a bitter smile. Everyone's attention was focused on a single table. It was where Luonen's group had been sitting. That Roger, Lin and Shulafin sat facing each other. At that moment, the hostess in the reporter's apron brought out beer mugs made from horn and large bowls, placing them in front of the 3. On a platter bigger than an ordinary tray. Then, the hostess's expression twisted for a second. Forcing a business smile, she walked toward the kitchen. The crowd watching burst into cheers again. Who knows how many dishes they had eaten to provoke that kind of reaction. At that moment, while wiping with a napkin, the hostess's eyes were wide open. 612. She stared at the hostess's eyes. Suspected subtitle loop. Repetitive line. Kan Jie Lao Ban Niang De Yan Jing. Omitted repetition for clarity. Who knows how many dishes they had eaten to provoke that kind of reaction. That moment, Roger and Luonen locked eyes while wiping snack crumbs with napkins. Luonen, you're late. Yeah, didn't realize how late it got. Take a seat. I already ordered for you. Roger pointed to the chair across from him. Luonen sat down, and chugged the beer mug in front of him in one go. His throat moved a few times before he stopped. Clank. He slammed the empty mug down. Phew, that hit the spot. Here, try this. Falzon's beer is famous, after all. Some people come here just for the drinks. But still, smoking first, and now drinking? You're bold. I'm not Fei Liang. What's the big deal? Luonen chuckled lightly. Even if someone put a knife to his neck and told him not to drink, he still would have drunk today. He called over the hostess. He ordered another beer. Roger looked Luonen up and down, then said, No blood on you. I assume you finished him off with sword aura? I meant the one who was tailing you. He looked well built, but had no real strength. Just as I thought. That was Russell's story. The atmosphere was tense then. He was clearly killing under the guise of disdain. As Lin chewed meat, she watched him with great interest. Luonen shook his head. I didn't kill him. I know. You don't look so good. I was just joking. Do you really need to explain everything? Roger chuckled lightly. He normally didn't joke much, but he seemed in good spirits today. His slightly flushed face caught Luonen's attention. Luonen raised an eyebrow. How much did you drink? Just a bit. Seeing your results at the sword record point, how could I not be happy as your master? Ha ha ha. I'm so happy to see you too. Luonen and Shuleifen's faces froze. If their ears weren't mistaken, he really did just say, "My dear disciples." He must have drunk quite a lot. Keeping a straight face, Luonan said, "Same here." "Yeah. My lovely children." Roger leaned forward, and gently patted both their cheeks. He wasn't normally like this. At that moment, he looked like a doting mother. He then asked them a few more times if they had any worries. But Luonan only gave vague replies. He avoided the question. He wasn't sure if he should say it out loud. Especially not to asterisk him. Zarulala was watching Luonan carefully. It seemed like she was thinking. If not, she'd end up in trouble. Roger raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I need to use the bathroom. Head right when you leave the restaurant. It's too dark. I'm scared. Can you come with me? Lin shamelessly said, not something a so-called lady should say. After a short pause, Roger nodded. He stood up and patted his two disciples on the head. Take your time eating. I'll get some fresh air and be back. Might as well raise her. Groom her a little, and no one would doubt they were mother and daughter. They held hands naturally, just like a mother and daughter. Clack. That little brat clearly avoided it on purpose. As they left, the crowd's attention also scattered. Only Luonan and Shulafin were left at the table. Not eating anymore? I finished an hour ago. Were you waiting for us? As expected of a noble. If you prefer, I can leave. Do you need some time alone? No need. Sit. I can tell you. Luonan shook his head. After all, besides that brat, there was no one else he could talk to. He told Shulafin the story he had heard from Russell. He said, I already knew. He told Shulafin the story he heard from Russell. There was a report of a suspicious figure beyond the mountain, and a strong possibility he was one of those who slaughtered the Dawn troops. It also included the white-haired swordsman Roger once encountered. Shulafin nodded after hearing this. It really was enough to shake an instructor. We can't let this get any worse. The demon Russell described bore a strong resemblance to the traitor of the Savior, Lobzan. In other words, it could very well be his father. Though it could be coincidence. White hair and red eyes aren't common traits. Of course, the chance of it being Lobzan himself is slim, even if the swordplay is similar. And the demon was powerful. His techniques were different, however. There still seemed to be an important connection between them. Just what exactly has come up here? Luonan bit his lip. There was no reason to rush to catch the demon right now. The flickering magical traces at the massacre site. Only Luonan could see them. There might also be traces left by accomplices. Cutting off the wrist didn't violate any rules. But if they caught the wrong person, it'd be a mess. The biggest problem was, this was Farzan, where the sword festival was held. Sneaking in was nearly impossible. To reach Aaron Farzan, they had to pass through the sacred peak. That place was a sacred territory, personally guarded by the elders presiding over the festival. Every elder was at least at Sword Saint level. He must be captured, of course. If they had a Dawn emblem, there might be a way. But the timing wasn't right yet. Luonan truly didn't want to let that guy go. Rather than rush in and mess it up, it'd be better to finish it properly at the right place. As if voicing his thoughts, Shulafin said, confirming things is the top priority. Right. Luonan nodded. Fortunately, the higher you go up the mountain, the narrower it gets. Since he came to the sword festival, he's probably here for the holy sword. The closer he gets to his goal, the harder it'll be to give up. Having reached that conclusion, he let out a sigh. Damn it, no matter what, I have to climb up. I do feel bad for the guys on the other side though. Seems that way. Have you eaten? Yeah. I'll be your training partner. With the time we have left, we should do as much as we can. Shulafin stood up. Luonan couldn't help but laugh as he watched him blink. Thinking back, this guy always showed concern in this kind of way. Customer, here's your beer. Oh? Luonan grabbed the beer from the hostess and drank it down. He seemed much more relaxed than before. He knew that even if he died, no one would be responsible. Luonan laughed and walked out with Shulafin. Few minutes later, a rumble echoed from halfway up the mountain. An hour later, they were banned from training for the day due to terrain damage. The selection exam had 4 stages in total. There would be 2 to 3 days of rest after each exam. so completing all the exams would take about a week. Luonan and his team passed the second round smoothly. It was a faction-based flag capture game, since the first round had already eliminated a lot of solo players. This round was much more challenging. Most of the remaining participants were recognized powerhouses. In fact, they even found a few people worth recruiting as allies. Luonan, after this swordsmanship contest, come to our kingdom. Whatever you want, I'll help you achieve it. Why not just join our family outright? This is your chance to break free from the status you were born into. Are you saying the Akarsha family is better than ours? Not exactly. What's interesting is, many people among the rising powers of Grand Falzon were trying to recruit Luonan. That night after the second round ended, about 20 contestants came to see Luonan one after another. Though their tone and offers differed, the message was all the same. Become mine, or join us. Among the rising stars of Grand Falzon, Luonan stood out the most. Shulafan and Navarajing, both already had clear affiliations and positions. They couldn't be easily recruited. Although Luonan was a hero who restored the spring system, he was still a student. In truth, he was a royal secret agent. But this information wasn't known publicly. To those who came to recruit, Luonan was undoubtedly the most desirable talent. More importantly, Luonan's strength, proven through 2 exams, far exceeded the rumors. They all tried to lure him with tempting offers. However, Luonan's response was always the same. Unless we talk at the summit, I'll consider it seriously. In other words, he needed to prove his strength first. No matter how favorable the terms, Luonan stood firm. They quickly realized, compromise was impossible, so they left with fighting spirit in their eyes. Some grumbled about bad luck, but they weren't serious candidates anyway. Quantity doesn't mean quality. Those truly capable always rise to the top. Luonan, meanwhile, paid attention to contestants who didn't approach him. True powerhouses likely chose silence. Suddenly, he thought of Damon, the one who gave him the sword. Luonan raised an eyebrow, wondering if Damon was also climbing from Farzan. That lightning-fast boy and Zifa still hadn't shown up. If Zifa were participating in the sword festival, they would have met already. We'll find out in a few days. After sending those people away, Luonan resumed training as always. He trained atop a giant rock glistening under the moonlight. The training included meditating to lift the bloodline curse and refining magic power. He stood upright, eyes closed. Now that he thought about it, he still had to break that damned curse. Things had improved somewhat since returning from the grand festival, but he still felt his power was restricted. As he meditated in silence, a voice called from behind. You're really working hard, not going to sleep? Luonan spoke with his eyes closed, as if answering in Ling's place. Cool night breeze blew past. He'd managed to get a new sword, and passed the second round smoothly. Although his performance wasn't eye-catching, it didn't draw much attention either. Ling asked, why did you come here? Because the royal lady I like told me to come. How cliché. Do you even have the right to say that? Get your hand off your butt. Ling stuck out his tongue, and quietly put his hand down. Whenever Luonan trained, he would always be nearby, like a kid looking for someone to play with. So, you're not interested in the holy sword? Holy sword? Yeah. From the sound of his footsteps, Luonan could tell he was circling around the rocks, repeating the word, holy sword, in his head. He spoke slowly. I don't believe in those fairy tales. They were probably made up by elders or clever folks like Maria. If no one came, they'd starve to death. Who's Maria? Strong one. Also well endowed. Really? I'd love to meet her. Ling said, intrigued. The two spent nearly 30 minutes discussing the subject of breasts as a physical feature. When Ling mentioned that he had once slipped his hand under someone's shirt on Wheelor Street and got a beating for it, Luonan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. You pervert. If you were a man, you'd have been beheaded on the spot. He got mad. It was scary. Totally nuts. What about you? Wanna come to our academy after the sword festival? You're just the right age. And you've got the skills too. It'll be fun. I can introduce you to Maria and the others. Just drop those annoying habits of yours, and everyone will like you. The night breeze blew harder across her forehead. At this altitude, the air was cold. Luonan suddenly realized this was his first invitation in Farzan. After a moment of silence, Lin spoke up. Are you trying to seduce me now? Poor word choice. You could say that. Not interested. That was a firm rejection. Luonan's brow furrowed immediately, just as he was about to speak again. All right, then it can't be helped. Not here, though. Say it again once we reach the summit. Maybe you'll change your mind then. That was something he often said to others. Only then did Luonan open his eyes. He was alone on the flat stone plateau. Looking around, the sword spirit had already run off. His steps looked lighter than usual. Strange guy. Luonan looked up at the night sky. In just a few hours, the third round of exams would begin at dawn. This would be the final test to confirm the demon's identity. Chapter 167. When trials begin. Alert 167. The sun has risen, just as the organizers had announced. The third round would begin at dawn. The half-awake contestants rubbed their eyes and gathered at the meeting point. Every breath and word they spoke turned to mist in the frigid air. Brr. So cold. Just how cold is the sanctuary? It's already winter here. The second checkpoint is located mid-mountain. As the altitude increases, the concept of seasons blurs. To prove this point, the guides had changed into thick fur coats. They were busy transporting supplies. Mostly massive crates, filled with large amounts of meat and vegetables. Is this for dinner? If so, that's way too much food. People who saw the scene began murmuring. It seemed the dining hall was being redone. Various equipment was being brought out. Just then, a woman dressed more formally than the others stepped in front of the crowd. She appeared to be the chief examiner for this round. She clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Good morning, everyone. We're now in the third round of testing. The contestant who performs best today will earn the right to choose their opponent in the final exam. Priority designation, right? Yes. As you all know, the final exam will be a showdown with those ascending from Grand Farzan. Originally, opponents were assigned randomly, but with the priority designation right, you can choose your opponent. Luonan's eyes widened. This was an unexpected bonus. It seemed to be meant as motivation. Just like the bonus advice given in the first round. He and Russell looked at each other almost simultaneously. Due to the distance, they could only communicate by lip reading. You're lucky. No need for ambushes now. Are you confident? Let's give it a try first. Luonan nodded. He had been worrying about how to deal with it, but now the problem seemed resolved. However, judging by the looks on the other contestants' faces, they were also relying on this right of designation, which essentially served as a ticket into the sanctuary. Heh, that's pretty sweet. Thinking about it, it's a natural response. If you pick someone who looks slightly weaker than you, you're likely to win easily. The guide clapped again to quiet the crowd and added, in addition, this exam won't involve teams or factions. There will be no sword duels between participants either, though it may feel unfamiliar. I wish you all the best. Chatter broke out again. This trial was completely different from the previous two. After delivering the final message, the guide turned and left. The contestants followed behind, talking as they walked. Either way, isn't this a good thing? We've got some rules among ourselves now. Yeah, totally. Exactly. Most contestants responded positively to the direction of the new trial, even though they were competitors. After facing life or death situations together for days, bonds naturally formed. In the end, some believed. What really mattered was the final trial against Aaron Farzan. They saw the third exam as little more than a formality. It didn't take long for that illusion to be shattered. Take this. HYA. A knight clad in full armor swung his sword, cutting a wide arc through the air. The orc's head flew off cleanly. The flawless cut was proof of his swordsmanship. The surrounding orcs recoiled in panic. HYA. HYA. He was facing a larger, more ferocious black orc, which only added to his glory. Soon after, the orcs, having overcome their fear, roared and charged. The knight skillfully used shield and sword, elegantly deflecting attacks from all directions. The contestants in the audience cheered loudly. Go get him, Fox Knight. Show us your strength, 4 black beastmen and 1 giant wolf already lay defeated, still conscious, judging by the number of monsters. This was the best performance by any contestant so far. Just then, the knight tripped on a rock. He lost his balance. Whoa! Shoot! He hurried to steady himself. But the beastman didn't miss the opening. A spiked club came flying from the side and struck his head. Clang! A dull metallic thud rang out. His twisted helmet was knocked off. Ah! The red fur of a fox was exposed. Just like his nickname, the Fox Knight was a handsome beastkin. A stab landed cleanly. The Fox Knight spun around and thrust his sword. Asterisk schluck. The sharp tip of the blade pierced deeply into the beastman's chest. Its heart impaled, the beastman died instantly. Just then, a huge shadow loomed over them. A spectator cried out in fear. Fox Knight! Watch out! The Fox Knight looked up. A 2-headed ogre stood before him like a wall. Blinking, the ogre raised its arms. In its rock-like hands was a massive club made of a single giant bone. Damn! Shit! The Fox Knight tried to pull away. But his sword was stuck in the beastman's body. Above, the club came down. Realizing too late, the Fox Knight raised his shield. The magically enhanced shield shone brilliantly. Bring it on, you damn monster! The Fox Knight never finished his sentence. Boom! The club slammed into the shield and crushed into the ground. The sounds of metal, bones, and flesh shattering echoed through the air. When the 2-headed ogre raised its club again, the Fox Knight and the Beastman had been smashed into a bloody, sticky mess. Good. The Fox Knight let out a victorious roar atop his mount. The ecstatic ogre swung his club wildly, sending torn limbs flying like snowflakes. Contestants splattered with meat and gore were horrified. Luonan frowned as he picked intestine bits off his head. Disgusting. Could have used that as a rug. What a reckless choice. Shulafan shook her head. Both of them expressed sympathy, but showed no trace of pity. It was their judgment on someone who had overestimated their own strength. With his level, he was way too greedy. Even if he picked an ogre, it shouldn't have been the one with 2 heads. By the way, where did they even get these monsters? Still observing the beasts, Luonan let out a wry smile. The third exam was held inside a cockfighting arena built within the mountain. Its scale far surpassed the first and second exam venues. The content of the test was to eliminate monsters airlifted from various regions. From weak goblins to powerful manticores or ogres. They had all kinds of monsters. Contestants entered the arena one by one, specifying the number and type of monsters to face. They could choose from 1 up to 100 monsters. Scores were based on both quantity and difficulty of the monsters defeated. Only the top 20 could pass, so eliminating more dangerous monsters increased the chance of passing. That said, don't they attack each other? Why isn't the ogre moving? Maybe it's under a magic spell. This test really took some effort to set up. Shulafan muttered with a look of disbelief. For the young Duke of Glancia, who's used to a life of luxury, to say this just shows how tough the exam really is. The monsters that had torn apart the Fox Knight automatically returned to their cages. They used up so much food. Who knows where it all went? Once our gate was shut, the staff came in to clean up the corpses. In a field covered with blood and entrails, they scraped up bone fragments, such a pitiful sight. After confirming cleanup was done, the examiner let out a quiet sigh. Another warrior had just lost their life. In truth, this exam has caused many casualties. I hope everyone can accurately assess their own strength and make the right choices. The examiner gave a brief bow. In fact, 3 out of 6 examinees had already lost their lives. After glancing around at the waiting crowd, he spoke again. Next up is number 44. That's me. Luonan stood up. He was the first from their team. Roger said calmly, "Don't do anything reckless." "Why would I do that?" Luonan waved his hand, gesturing that he'd be fine. Then he walked toward the arena, and stood there himself. It's really spacious. The training ground of the special class adventurer team is at least half this size. Suddenly, a translucent phantom appeared in front of Luonan. The supervisor said, "Now then, please specify the type and number of monsters you want to fight." The monsters appeared one after another before him. 100 of them. Might as well open a zoo. Luonan shook his head. He seemed to have seen enough. He looked up at the supervisor and said, "All of them. What did you just say?" "I want to fight all the monsters. Start with the most dangerous ones." Luonan's voice echoed through the arena. Noweroye furrowed his brow. The audience began to stir. Yeah. Excitement surged through the crowd. Even someone as calm as him seemed at a loss. Luonan glanced at his companions, and made a V-sign gesture. The stunned supervisor asked in a puzzled voice, "Are you serious?" "Yes." Luonan nodded without hesitation. He had intended to do so from the start. It wasn't just to secure priority. He let out a cold smirk. "Looks like I'm a decent opponent too." His heart pounded. Ever since he heard about demons from Larcel, he had been like this. Every time he anticipated a battle with a strong opponent, Luonan's old affliction would act up. Taking a deep breath, he stroked his sword, Lifebane. Doing so would slightly expend his condition. Suddenly, a face identical to his own, the traitor's, flashed in his mind. So I really am that guy's bloodline, huh? Maybe it's some kind of hereditary illness. Even after experiencing death twice, he still couldn't name this emotion. Fighting spirit? A sense of anticipation? Or the tremble caused by extreme nervousness? It didn't really matter. There was only one way to calm this feeling anyway. "All right, I've decided. 100 of them. Get ready." The examiner let out a deep sigh, and gave a gesture. The staff got to work. Before long, our gate began to open. The creaking gears sounded like an ancient beast's growl. It felt tragically grand. Hundreds of eyes flickered in the darkness. "Are you insane, Luonan? Didn't you promise to join our night order? Don't do anything foolish." "Hey, serves him right. That unlucky guy. He's just annoying to look at." The audience remained rowdy. Shock, mockery, and elegies for a life soon to be lost due to recklessness echoed in his ears. A strange excitement still burned in his heart. It needed blood to extinguish this flame. Then, the test for contestant number 44 begins now. As the examiner announced it, our gate fully opened. The defensive barrier blocking the entrance vanished. 100 monsters surged forth like a tidal wave. Luonan, with a slight smirk, stared at the monsters, and muttered softly, "Come help me calm down, will you?" 100 roars drowned out the noise from the stands. Luonan tightened his grip on his sword. Chapter 168. Festival of the Sword. Part 11. Signal 168. "Come help me calm down, will you?" A wave of monsters was closing in. Luonan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He channeled magic into the blade, waiting for the monsters to enter striking range. The immature magic box began to activate in order. Make it as big as possible. Though every battle is like this, in a one versus many fight, a preemptive strike is especially fierce. Even if the enemies are monsters instead of humans, that principle doesn't change. When the front line of monsters got within 20 steps, Luonan twisted his body sideways, releasing a wide slash of sword energy. Following the path of La Mancha's sword style, a crimson crescent moon-shaped wave shot out. When the 2-meter-wide sword energy appeared, the audience gasped in awe. How foolish. Does he really think that little thing will do anything? What a disappointment. So he's only strong in one-on-one combat? Against the storm-like charge of the monsters, his sword energy seemed a bit reckless. At most, it would only cut down 2 or 3 monsters head-on. The monsters seemed amused. The leading giant boar and black orc didn't dodge at all. Instead, they charged even harder. Seeing this, Luonan curled his lips slightly. You bastards. Suddenly, the crescent-shaped sword energy burst apart, splitting into hundreds of fragments. Each fragment was highly compressed sword energy, like something from the modern age. Bang, bang, bang. The scattered shards of sword energy struck the bodies of the monsters. The orcs and wild boars were riddled with holes, rolling across the ground. Those unlucky enough to be hit in the heart, or the head, died on the spot. Though the wounds were small, they had terrifying penetration, lethal in a single hit. After piercing the skin, the sword energy continued into the muscle. The sword energy tore through bones and guts, and finally struck the pursuing monster behind. That strike hit the monster's body squarely, dealing a devastating blow. Onlookers cried out in shock. My God, he can use sword energy like that? This was something he had never seen before. A completely new way to wield sword energy. That one attack reduced at least 30% of the enemies. The monster's momentum clearly weakened. Luonan adjusted his breathing, and showed a satisfied smile. Aside from heavy mana consumption, this move was quite powerful. Not bad at all. It proved that he could use sword energy to deal with enemies within 30 steps. This was the result of Luonan's effort, while being suppressed by the curse. After firing the same sword energy again, he suddenly bit his lower lip. Still not enough. What Luonan ultimately needed to deal with were the giants flying in the sky. To bring down those bald giants, throwing spears from above the clouds, his sword energy needed greater range. Just as he was preparing to release the third crescent-shaped wave, a furry snowfield troll suddenly flew at him. Ah! Damn it, what the hell? That huge thing looked 3 meters tall, and was still struggling. Clearly, it was still alive. Luonan instinctively swung his sword. The sword energy launched like a missile interceptor, cutting the troll clean in half at the waist. A gush of blood splattered over Luonan's head. Once his vision cleared, he saw something roaring in the distance. The two-headed stone ogre. Ah! It's obvious that thing threw it. The same guy who turned the fox knight into a carpet. Maybe because it got injured by the sword energy blast. It was absolutely furious, realizing that his core magic was nearly drained. Luonan sighed. That's my fate, huh? In that case, I'll have to enter melee combat. Of course, this was something he had expected, so he didn't mind. Come to think of it, this is the third time he's faced a two-headed stone ogre. Luonan crouched down. Bang! He used his remaining magic to strengthen his legs, and leapt fiercely. Due to his speed, the stone ogre lost track of Luonan. Its two heads searched all around for the missing opponent. At that moment, a small shadow fell upon the ogre's face. Huh? Both heads looked up. At that moment, Luonan had already reached directly above. He descended in a spin. Sensing danger, the stone ogre hurriedly raised its club in defense. But it was pointless. Luonan's sword, like slicing tofu, cut through the club, and pierced between the two heads. Arg! Shit! The blood-stained blade tore through the stone ogre's skin. The moment Luonan landed, the wound split open. Blood gushed out violently, and its innards spilled like a landslide. It fell to the ground. Though he dealt with the most troublesome one, there was no time to celebrate. Luonan immediately rolled to the side. Thunk. 3 2-meter-long spears pierced into where he just was. They had been thrown by lizardmen from the rear. Luonan clicked his tongue at the sight. Filthy reptile bastards. Hiss. The lizardmen sneered with toothy grins. Feeling safe from a distance, they had let their guard down. It was seriously annoying. Silently, Luonan drew his short sword, Ymir, and threw it into a cage with its mouth wide open. There was a faint slicing sound. Seconds later, a deafening roar rang out. Ah! Both the audience and the monsters turned to the cage. At the same time, a massive manticore leapt out of the cage. A shiny short sword was deeply embedded in its right lion eye. Seeing this, Luonan gave a small smile. The leader should enter the field himself. Strength alone isn't enough. This was the strongest monster designated in this trial. The manticore struck by lightning began to go berserk. Using its claws and venomous stinger tail, it wildly attacked everything nearby. The lizardmen targeted by Luonen's spear fled screaming, but were pierced through by the poisonous stinger. Clearly, the venom was lethal. Luonen and the manticore slaughtered monsters together. Each sword swing sent sprays of blood in every color. He cut off the limbs of roaring monsters, and smashed the skull of a goblin trying to ambush him. Every claw, fang, and deadly weapon flying at him was either dodged or deflected. Not a single one managed to touch Luonen. Eventually, some monsters turned and fled, but Luonen wouldn't let deserters go. Wham! He stomped with his right foot, and glowing roots shot out, ensnaring a fleeing succubus. Ah! Quick, run, ah! Help! These monsters, resembling human children, cried out for mercy. But Luonen's sword energy had already slashed their throats. He crushed the succubus heads underfoot. A deep laugh escaped Luonen's lips. The stench of blood rushed to his head. Chorus of dying screams echoed one after another. Luonen enjoyed this feeling, at least while intoxicated by blood. He didn't have to think about anything. Ah! At that moment, Luonen's manticore spread its wings and roared. Unlike the manticores brought in the previous 8 rounds, this one had no limits to its flight capability. TCH. Flying's going to be a pain, Luonen muttered as he switched cores. Just as the manticore soared to the arena's ceiling, he activated the arcane spell he had stolen from Telenil. The resonating Ymir emitted a blinding white light. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst out from the sword's core, blowing the manticore's head to pieces. Splatter! A rain of blood and brain matter poured down gently, even more spectacular than with the ogres. The manticore, with half its head blown off, crashed to the ground with a roar. The stands erupted with thunderous applause. Whoa! He killed them all. No one cared about Luonen's safety or whereabouts now. A primal frenzy and excitement engulfed the entire arena. Overwhelming force. A bloody feast beyond reason drove the crowd into madness. The supervisor's lips parted slightly. Is that really a human being? Like a flame dancing through dry straw. Luonen's slaughter continued. He swung his sword through the rain of blood, fighting with tireless ferocity. All 100 monsters were wiped out. Once he confirmed that all was quiet, Luonen lowered his sword. On the arena floor, now a red swamp, only Luonen remained, soaked completely in blood. He looked as if he had just emerged from the river of hell. Luonen wiped the blood from his face with his palm. He looked up, and saw his stunned companions. Shulafin, Roger, and Lin all wore similar expressions. He silently raised his fist, then extended his index and middle fingers again. A bigger cheer than when that beast's head exploded shook the entire arena. The third trial didn't end until late at night. It lasted longer than expected, because Alan Falzon Trading Post had to transport more monsters for the remaining contestants. Even the examiner, drunk on bloodshed, didn't notice the lack of monsters until the next round began. Lined up after 2 others, Shulafin entered the trial, and also selected 100 monsters. Due to the shortage, he could only slay 56 of them with wind-based attacks. As a result, the right of priority naturally went to Luonen. Only 20 qualified candidates returned to base. Among them were Roger, Lin, and Russell. They agreed to head to the dining hall together. People preparing to celebrate gathered around Luonen. That was amazing. We knew you were strong, but not this strong. Turns out slaying the Winter Witch wasn't just talk. Now we're not even sure who's the real monster. What are you, anyway? Next week, there's a banquet at my family's castle, and I haven't found a dance partner yet. Would you dance with me? You wouldn't say no, right? Each expressed admiration and affection. In their own way, the nobles who had suggested recruitment now offered even better terms. After the third test concluded, Luonen simply responded with a faint smile. That alone was enough to imply rejection. But the main reason was, he was simply too exhausted. Damn, I'm seriously done for, even though the thrill hadn't worn off. But his body could no longer handle such exhaustion. To deal with whatever might happen tomorrow, he had to conserve his strength. Just as he was about to say good night to everyone, the restaurant door opened. The owner, who had just stepped out, timidly walked back in. He looked at Luonen and spoke. You, Lord Luonan, Luonan turned his head. The innkeeper, whose face was usually flushed from roasting wild boar, was now pale as snow. Luonan raised an eyebrow. What is it? There's a guest outside asking for you. A guest? Why yes, he said he absolutely must speak to you alone. The owner's voice trembled, as if he'd seen some terrifying ghost. Who could it be, acting all mysterious? It's better if you go check for yourself. I've passed on the message. With that, the owner darted into the kitchen as if fleeing. Faced with this sudden situation, Luonan furrowed his brows. What's going on now? Since someone had come, he couldn't just ignore it. Leaving behind the words, "I'll be back soon," he left the restaurant. The slightly tipsy patrons let him go with a smile. Phew. As soon as he opened the door, a cold wind blew his bangs upward. Aside from the snowy ground ahead, and the magnificent view of the Milky Way and the mountains below, there didn't seem to be anyone else. Strange, no one's here, Luonan muttered with slight irritation. The owner wasn't the type to joke around like this. He felt quite uneasy. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Long time no see. In that instant, his heart sank. That voice was low and powerful. As he turned, Luonan slowly looked up. A large figure sat on the roof of the dining hall. Its tail swayed beneath the eaves like a fishing line. It wasn't hard to guess the identity of the shadow. After steadying his breath, Luonan spoke up. Zifa. Good to see you doing well. Sorry I'm late. I had things to take care of. Still gazing at the sky, Zifa lightly jumped down. His landing made almost no sound. He strode up to Luonan and stopped. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Luonan didn't respond. His deep voice revealed no emotion, and those high, red eyes seemed to herald disaster. After a moment of silence, Zifa spoke, "Come with me." Luonan's tone turned serious, but compared to last time at the palace, the atmosphere was completely different. At least that burning killing intent was gone. As Luonan hesitated whether to follow, a familiar voice from inside the restaurant called out, "Luonan, where did you run off to? Leaving your master drinking alone? Is that how I taught you?" Luonan sighed, resting his hand on a goose head carving. Looks like master's pretty drunk. After all, both of his disciples performed well in the trial. He must be overjoyed. They even warned him not to take risks before the test. Luonan's tone turned serious again. They had reminded their master not to be reckless. But after catching 100 monsters, master couldn't stop smiling. Hearing that voice, Zifa perked up his ears. That voice, that snake's here too? Seems like it. Tisk. Annoying. Hold on tight, Luonan tilted his head in confusion. Zifa suddenly reached out, and in an instant, slung Luonan over his shoulder. He didn't even have time to shout. He had already leapt into the air. Whoa! The night sky seemed to descend vividly. That terrifying force still remained. Every time Zifa jumped down, the stars seemed to shift in distance. Landing on a snow-covered mountain ridge, he touched down somewhere. Luonan jumped off his shoulder, and cursed. Hey, you bastard, what was that all about? This is my temporary residence. I don't like noise. Temporary residence? Once the initial disorientation faded, the surroundings finally came into view. It was a spacious cave. Though not deep, it was tall enough for Zifa to stand upright. From the entrance, one could see the stars, the fading moon and the eastern plains. Because it was halfway up a cliff, unless you had wings, getting in or out was nearly impossible. Yeah, when I came to Farlan, I spent most of my time here dealing with the passage of time. Heading to the sanctuary brings too much hassle. Not bad. Luonan looked around and raised an eyebrow. It looks simple, but it has everything you need. Not far from the entrance, a massive trench fire was blazing fiercely. Several large chunks of meat on skewers were arranged around it. What meat is this? Milu deer. Want to try it? Maybe later. Inside the cave were 6 or 7 wooden crates. On both sides, hammocks hung from the walls. They looked more like traps for hunting bison. Leaning beside them was a massive curved blade that only Zifa could wield. Looking again, this weapon looks more like a construction tool. Judging by its appearance, It must have been remade after being destroyed by Roger. Reforged anew. Zifa strode over and sat down on a crate. Arms crossed, Luonin asked. So, what do you want to ask? Did you kill my men? Zifa asked calmly, so flatly, as if asking. Did you water the plants yesterday? Luonin's expression froze instantly. He had expected this question, but not for it to be asked so bluntly. That sharp gaze locked onto him. After a moment of silence, Luonin finally said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Yeah, that's right, absolute nonsense, utter nonsense," Zifa repeated, then fell silent. In the awkward silence, the sound of the wind seemed especially loud. Just as Luonin was about to speak, an indescribable sensation crawled up his spine. Danger. Almost instinctively, Luonin grabbed the hilts of both swords. At the same time, a sharp metallic clang echoed in the night air. Clang. As their eyes met, Luonin grinned. "I knew you'd try that." Just from where Zifa had sat, he could already guess this would happen. Between the crossed blades of La Mancha and Ymir was caught the sharp edge of Zifa's curved sword. Luonin clenched his jaw. One moment of slack, and his forehead would be split open. Zifa watched with interest and said, "You've improved a lot. Using dual blades now? Depends on my mood. I like to switch it up. Wanna give it a try?" Luonin spat on the ground. Zifa silently assumed his stance. He swung his curved blade. Considering its size and weight, its speed was simply unbelievable. Every time the three weapons clashed, sparks would fly. The irregular clang of metal echoed through the cave. After around 20 exchanges, Zifa suddenly pulled back his scimitar. Luonin, mid-swing in a diagonal slash, hurriedly stopped. The tip of La Mancha's blade came to a stop right at Zifa's throat. Damn it. What the hell was that? Luonin furrowed his brows. If he'd been even a little slower, he could have seriously hurt him. Zifa gave him a once-over, then nodded. "Just as I thought. You're not him." "What?" "I've thought it was strange since the palace. I don't know what happened exactly, but I sensed something on you. A feeling similar to those fanatics." Luonin curled his lips. So he noticed after all. Zifa rested his scimitar back against the wall, and moved 2 crates over from the corner, setting them by the fire. "Sit. Are you going to sit me down then swing a blade again?" "You said, similar. That suspicion's been lifted. Though similar, it's fundamentally different. You don't have that aura unique to those who are obsessed with delusions. And your swordsmanship is entirely different. Completely unlike the blade marks I've seen from my enemies." "How so?" "Theirs was cold, emotionless slaughter. But your swordsmanship is full of emotion," Zifa said thoughtfully. Luonin swallowed hard. Even though no magic glow was visible, his analysis was still shockingly accurate. "We should have cleared this up at the palace." "What a shame. As long as you understand now." "What about your adjutant? Still hasn't woken up." "The military doctor thinks it's psychological. After such a huge shock, he shut his heart off on his own." Luonin twisted his lips. That beast was still curled up in the pit. The image of it trembling in fear resurfaced again. Even though a month had passed, it still hadn't recovered. It seems the mental trauma runs deeper than expected. Damn it. But the body's fully healed now. He'll bounce back soon enough. "You gonna sit down? What's the rush?" Only then did Luonin lower his swords and sit down on a crate. The warmth of the campfire felt pleasant. Zifa used his fingernail to pry open the lid of another crate. Inside were 6 or 7 large bottles of liquor, very carefully packed. He handed 2 bottles to Luonin. The labels were made of delicate paper, adorned with snowflake patterns. Luonin's eyes widened. "Is this Millennium Snow wine? It's from my hometown. I'll bring some more for you later. But first, talk to me." Zifa downed the whole bottle in one go. Maybe it was because of his large build. He finished the bottle in just a few gulps. Without hesitation, he opened another. Even for the wealthy, this kind of thing isn't easy to get. Truly worthy of a sword saint's generosity. "Talk with me." "All right," Luonin muttered quietly. Just like Zifa, he downed the wine in one go. He exhaled a hot breath. His body immediately warmed up. He even felt his energy coming back. Maybe this was the secret of strength. Luonin wiped his mouth with his sleeve and looked at Zifa. "Pwah, this stuff's good. So why did you come back so late? I went to kill some pests. But in the end, I didn't find any clues. Pests? In Nabrakragi. Right, he had killed at least 100. Zifa said that ever since he left the royal palace, he had been traveling across the continent, searching for the murderer who killed his subordinates. The most likely suspect, Nebraklahe, unable to withstand the wrath of the Sword Saint. The nearby branch was completely destroyed. Luonan furrowed his brow. You killed them all by yourself? You didn't run into any strange defenders? Occasionally, some of them. No matter how hard I struck, I couldn't break their defense. But their stamina was weak. Luonan also said, for those protected by Mind Ward, there's a specific method. Just keep attacking them, and strike when their barrier weakens. Because that kind of protection isn't permanent, so it's a viable tactic. You monster kid. Even so, that's still an incredible achievement. Even Sarante failed in the end. It's clear, he was one of the greatest sword saints in history. At the same time, Luonan was puzzled. A warrior of that caliber. Why didn't he appear in the final battle? No matter what, it didn't seem like he was killed. His thoughts grew increasingly jumbled. Roger too, and Clardiel. He took another sip of his drink. Well, worrying about it now won't help. At that moment, Zifa reached into his pocket and handed something to him. Here, do you know what this is? It was a small metal object, carved into the shape of a 7-pointed star. Seeing the familiar shape, Luonan raised an eyebrow. This is undoubtedly something he saw at the Danal ruins. Worn by the bishop, that Terranir was wearing. Where did this come from? It was obtained during the attack on the heavy cruiser. The leader there left behind an arm, carrying something, and it was transported away by a carriage. Unfortunately, we couldn't catch up. Zifa stabbed the snake. This happened in the southwestern part of the continent. He ambushed those people in a forest full of white trees. Though he eliminated them, the leader and the carriage still escaped. Hearing the description of the white forest, Lonan brushed the hair from his forehead. Though the location is different, the characteristics are strikingly similar. Where is that place? It's the forest that appears after crossing the Itaxian Mountains in the northwest. There's a particularly white area. Didn't you find any ruins? Ruins? I was so furious I lost my senses, and didn't investigate thoroughly. If you're interested, you can go take a look. This is for you. Zifa waved his hand. Lonan nodded slightly, and put the badge in his pocket. He felt he was getting closer to the truth. They also talked about the past 2 years. Thanks to the strong alcohol, the atmosphere didn't get too serious. By the way, I heard, your master often visits my deputy. Master? Could it be Baron? Yes. That kid who stopped me at the palace. No. That kid should be getting married by now, right? That's nice. Lonan burst into laughter. Zifa also chuckled happily. Suddenly, Luonan's gaze fell on the scimitar leaning against the wall. Damon's face flashed in his mind. By the way, haven't you received it yet? Received what? Well, I mean. Luonan dragged out his words. He remembered what Damon had said. That sword was a gift from his master to Zifa. A surprise is always more delightful. He didn't want to spoil it early. Luonan averted his gaze and mumbled. No, not that. You'll know soon enough. How boring. By the way, why are you here? You didn't come as a contestant. Like that Roger guy, did you? The Empire's Sword Saint is obligated to attend the final trial and the sanctuary ceremony. To award the winner of the trial, and to guide them on the path of the sword. It's part of my duty. Though it's troublesome, I'm kind of looking forward to it this time. There are many interesting participants, including you and the Empire's rising stars. Of course, that snake is still annoying. Zifa muttered quietly, and took a sip of his drink. Luonan's eyes widened. This was a rule he hadn't known at all. He didn't expect the winner of the final trial would also have to face a sword saint. In that moment, thoughts of Charles, the demon, and Nebraklahe flashed through his mind. Luonan stroked his chin, then slowly asked, Zifa, what? If I find the one who killed your men, what will you do? Zifa's expression changed in an instant. After pausing for a moment, he downed the second bottle of liquor in one go. Liquid worth enough to buy a house, gone in 3 gulps. The empty bottle hit the ground with a crisp clink. Zifa stared at Luonan. What do you mean by that? There was a murderous edge to Shaw's voice. Luonan reached into his pocket and touched the dawn badge. Outside, wind mixed with millennial snow howled. Chapter 170. Ceremonial Formation. 13. Hashtag 170. Daybreak had arrived. The sky over Falzon was as clear and blue as always. The wind had howled all night, but now it had calmed down. After finishing breakfast, the participants set out. The final checkpoint wasn't far from the summit, so a climb was still required. This time, leading the group were the faster walkers, Luonan and then Roger. Luonan looked toward the sacred peak, then spoke. This climb is about to end. We still have the sanctuary ahead, but judging from the last checkpoint, it's practically within sight. Yeah, that's right. By the way, you came back pretty late last night. Did something happen? Roger asked, caught off guard by the question. Luonan was a bit flustered, but he tried to maintain a calm expression. He and Zifa had drunk together until dawn before returning. Luonan quickly spun up an excuse, giving a vague answer. Just went out for some fresh air. Someone asked me to teach them swordsmanship, so I gave them a quick lesson. I see. Got along well with that cat Zifa, huh? Not bad, I guess. Luonan drew a sharp breath. Roger still stared blankly ahead. Luonan swallowed hard, then said, You found out. How could I not? You think I've only fought that cat a few times? I'm sorry. I was afraid you wouldn't want to hear it. Luonan scratched his head awkwardly. Not sure if all sword saints have sharp intuition, or only sharp people can become sword saints. After a moment of silence, Roger finally spoke. Forget it. If you want to get close to him, there's nothing I can do. But, remember what I told you before. What you told me. You said Zifa is a dangerous person. Right. Keep that in mind. It's not that I simply hate that old monster. Do you remember who started the tooth healing operation? Hatred spreads like a plague. Hatred. Hearing those meaningful words, Luonan furrowed his brows. Roger didn't answer. He kept walking ahead, even though he said it was nothing. It was obvious he wasn't pleased about Luonan being with Zifa. While thinking about how to resolve it, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey. At the same time, a hand lightly patted his butt. That hand seemed to be getting more and more inappropriate. Luonan turned around with a look of disgust. Sure enough, Lin's hand was right on his butt. Take your hand off already. I forgot to ask yesterday. Do you like me that much? What are you saying all of a sudden? I already know. You're just trying to make me see you in a new light, right? What on earth? Gross. During yesterday's exam, you killed over 100 all by yourself. Lin nudged him with an elbow, as if to say nice job. Luonan chuckled softly. Seems like he always smiles when things get overwhelming. Did you eat something weird? HMPH. Though it's a bit cliché. Your suggestion isn't bad. I'll give it serious thought. Lin narrowed her eyes and smiled. She must have eaten something strange this morning. Lin patted Luonan on the butt and walked ahead. At some point, Shulafin had caught up. He muttered under his breath. Poor student council president. What the hell? Why would you say that? They didn't reach the final checkpoint until the afternoon. Its size was similar to the others they had passed, but the facilities were the best. Several people were already moving around inside. Luonan raised an eyebrow. Looks like they got here first. Regardless of age or gender, their presence was formidable. They really did seem like survivors of 3 trials. However, the overall atmosphere was completely different from the participants from Falzon. Almost no one spoke, no one moved together. They walked around with blank expressions, giving off a stifling vibe. Noticing the contrast, some whispered timidly. Why does the mood over there feel so weird? I heard there's a terrifying person. Is it because of him? Are we going to steal their wings? They look like they could off themselves any second. It really is a bit strange. Luonan nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, that person rumored to be a demon still hasn't shown up. It's best to meet him before the duel starts. Luonan looked around and grabbed a passing man to ask. Hey, I heard there's a terrifying guy. Do you know where he is? The one with snow-white hair. What do you want with that guy? I'm not sure either. The man shook off his hand. His unexpectedly jittery reaction made Luonan frown. He suddenly noticed the other participants from Falzon staring at him. What are you all looking at? Even if he pulled down his pants and peed right here, they wouldn't look at him with that kind of gaze either. Seeing this scene, Larcel muttered to himself, maybe it's worth giving it a try after all. Larcel's eyes quickly swept over the contestants from Farzon. That sounded a bit suspicious. Luonan asked, what's worth trying? Oh, I meant their morale seems really low. We might actually make it through the final trial smoothly. With the way they look, they've already lost before the battle even starts. Larcel replied with a smile. But that smile looked a little awkward. Luonan warned him, don't talk nonsense. Anyway, it'll all be over tomorrow. True. Come on. Let's unload our luggage first. Larcel, carrying his backpack, headed out first. The dazed contestants followed one after another. Though Luonan felt uneasy, he still took a step forward. Just like he said, everything would be over tomorrow. That evening, they hadn't expected to talk to people from Farzon, but ended up chatting anyway. The woman sitting across from Luonan widened her eyes in admiration. So you're the one who killed 100 people in the third trial. We brought a few monsters with us, and thought something serious had happened. That's incredible. It's no big deal. Who killed the most on your side? He was one of the contestants from Farzon. Contestants from both sides started chatting naturally throughout the dining hall. Since Luonan arrived late after finishing his training, he didn't see any of his teammates. The biggest reason the mood lightened, like fermenting malt, was that everyone began to blend together naturally. A couple beers, and conversations flowed, even though there were several lodging areas. There was only one dining hall, so all contestants had to eat together. That man called a demon seemed to only feed on water. She didn't show up at the dining hall. That helped a lot. The woman, silent for a moment, spoke up. As you know, that demon, she was the last in the sequence, and slaughtered all the remaining 97 monsters. The woman showed a weary expression. It seems this lady's nickname for the demon has become quite fixed. As if trying to wash away those horrific memories, she downed her beer in one gulp. What exactly did she do to make so many people afraid? You all seem pretty strong yourselves. Lonan pointed to the necklace she was wearing. It was a silver pendant shaped like a burning flame. That's the emblem of the Flame Knights, one of the Empire's top 10 martial groups. One of the few Knight Orders Lonan knew of. Just by joining them, your strength is already proven. It seems she's been through a lot. The woman, stroking her necklace, gave a bitter smile. Afraid? I think so too. But the gap is too wide. You'd understand if you saw her in person. Where is she now? As soon as she arrived, she hid in the dormitory and hasn't come out. She's always like that. It's actually a relief. She described in detail what the demon did during the 3 trials. During the first trial, she cut off the wrists of all the participants. During the second flag capture battle, she not only killed members of the opposing team, but also, under the pretext of an accident, killed teammates who got in her way. Using her swift sword to kill skillfully, she was never punished. During the third trial, as you just heard, she slaughtered 97 monsters. That massacre was unbearable to watch. As Raisel said, her actions truly earned her the title of demon. The woman took another sip of her beer, and continued speaking. Gulp. One thing is certain, that guy is connected to Torrent Blade Croden. Croden? That sword saint? Hearing this sudden revelation, Luonan raised his eyebrows. He remembered discussing that man with Shulafin during the first trial. Because he wasn't acknowledged by the Holy Sword, he killed all the other contestants like a villain. He's the reason why the identity verification process became so complicated. The woman nodded. Yes, everyone who remembers him is convinced. Either he's a disciple, or a hidden child of Croden. Otherwise, there's no way they'd be so alike. That would also explain his strange powers. Alike in what way? In every way. The way he swings his sword, his cruelty, his habit of eating raw meat only. The only difference is that he's more silent. The woman recounted the story angrily. All about the Torrent Blade. Luonan smiled throughout the entire thing. Not because it was funny, but because it was so exaggerated. They said he once burned down a village to cover up hiding a demon, and without hesitation, He even stole a woman he liked. He only ate raw meat with low blood content, which led to rumors that he could read people. At that point, Luonan finally understood why Roger was held in such high regard. The woman clapped her hands after finishing the story. Oh right, I heard Mr. Roger is participating too? Is it true? They say he's from Frarian Academy. Yes, we came up together. Wow. What kind of person is he really? We'll get to meet him tomorrow, right? The Night Order has always looked after me. I never had a chance to meet him in person. Thanks to him, I learned how to use the sword. The previously gloomy woman suddenly lit up. It was like she had become a different person. She clearly idolized him deeply. As she continued praising Roger non-stop, someone shouted from the corner of the dining hall. Come on, Lien, that's enough. Get over here, we're still in a meeting. Got it. The woman replied a bit nervously, then stood up. She gave Luonan a small smile. Her voice tinged with regret. Sorry, I have to go. It was nice meeting you. Haha, me too. Hope to see you again at the sanctuary. The woman turned and left. Luonan turned to look in the direction she walked away. In the corner, 5 people were whispering. They all seemed to be contestants from Falzon. Except for one. He noticed an unexpected figure. Luonan frowned. When did that guy get so friendly with them? Russell was waving and enthusiastically talking. A woman called Layli was sitting among them. Luonan pouted helplessly. What's the point of scheming now? He silently finished the remaining alcohol and returned to the dormitory, just in time to tell the furious Roger that he found the fanatic. After washing up, Luonan lay on the bed. Maybe due to the long journey, he felt drowsy the moment he closed his eyes. Luonan opened his eyes. He had kicked off the blanket. His body felt cold. He sat up and looked around, and sighed. Woke up too early. Outside the window was a dark blue sky. The sky was just beginning to lighten. It seemed sunrise wasn't far off. His roommate Shulafin was still sound asleep. Luonan tiptoed out of the dorm quietly, planning to have a smoke before heading back. The moment he opened the door, the air became even colder. As he turned up his collar, he cursed. Damn it, no pipe. At that moment, Roger recalled his own pipe. It had been snatched by Luonan. Back then, he gave it to him just to not ruin the mood. Looking back, it was ridiculous. Luonan kicked innocent pebbles, and muttered to himself, until thoughts of his silhouette calmed his anger. Well, I guess it wasn't a loss. The factions are stable now. Luonan walked with both hands in his pockets. He wandered aimlessly, since he was already awake. A little stroll before going back wouldn't hurt. He took a deep breath. The morning air filled his lungs. On the quiet street, Luonan muttered to himself, it's been a long time. Finally, the day has come. As long as he finished this exam, he could set foot on that sacred land. The secrets of the demons would also be revealed in a few hours. Luonan recalled his conversation with Zifa from the previous night. He kept wandering aimlessly. Just like that, he strolled for about 10 minutes. Luonan sniffed the air. Strange smell drifted in on the wind. Luonan turned in the direction of the breeze. Another gust soon followed. He frowned deeply. The scent of blood. Definitely blood. There was no mistaking it. That familiar scent of blood. Luonan changed direction. He quickened his pace. A foreboding feeling stabbed at his temples. What happened now? Luonan, walking faster and faster, eventually broke into a run. His footsteps echoed on the silent street. The scent of blood grew stronger. Damn it. Luonan finally stopped and looked up. A small wooden hut used as a granary stood all alone. The bloody smell was coming from inside. Hope it's just a beast someone killed. Taking a deep breath, Luonan pushed open the wooden door. The unlocked door creaked open easily. The thick, bloody scent enveloped Luonan like a fog. Shelves full of grains and food greeted his eyes. There was also a small door leading to the meat storage. Just as Luonan was about to step forward, something brushed against his foot. He looked down. Luonan's expression froze. A head with a turban rolled on the ground. Russell. Luonan blurted out. There was no doubt it was Russell. Beside the head was a headless body, collapsed on the ground like garbage. His heart pounded wildly, judging by the twisted expression on his face. He must have suffered greatly before death. The body lying in a pool of blood had no hands. And Russell wasn't the only one. 6 bodies were scattered around the warehouse, each with heads and hands cleanly severed. Among them was the nun Layli, who had spoken to Luonan last night. A sharp dagger pierced through her throat. What on earth happened here? The cut marks on the neck looked familiar. Only, at that moment, the inner door of the warehouse opened. A young man stepped out, still chewing something. Blood stained the corners of his mouth. It wasn't hard to recognize him. Noticing Luonan, the young man turned his head. Their eyes met. After swallowing what was in his mouth, he asked coldly, "Who are you? You bastard." Whether there was magical fluctuation or not didn't matter. His fury surged instinctively, the moment Luonan grabbed the hilt of his sword. The demon's eyes widened. The clash of swords rang out with a sharp metallic sound, shattering the stillness of dawn. Alert number 171. Chapter 171. Duel of Swords 14. Luonan gripped his sword hilt. In an instant, the demon's hand blurred. A harsh metallic sound broke the dawn silence. This is. Confirming his attack had been blocked, Luonan gritted his teeth. The demon's sword was faster than expected. But the other party also seemed surprised. After adjusting his stance, he swung his sword quickly. Luonan did not panic. He faced the attack head-on. Clang! Their attacks clashed mid-air. Sparks flew in the dim granary. The sounds of impact came half a beat late, and struck irregularly. They exchanged over 20 blows before stopping. The sword tips growled like beasts in a standoff. The demon, staring at Luonan, finally spoke. "Not bad speed, you bastard. What the hell did you do?" Luonan growled through gritted teeth. The demon held a sleek, single-edged sword. Its blade was long and slightly curved, clearly designed for swift strikes. It clashed with La Mancha without taking any damage. Clearly a fine sword, but there was no reply after a while. Luonan tightened his grip on the sword. "I asked you, what did you do?" Then, the balance between them was broken. The blade began pushing forward. The demon also increased his strength, but couldn't match Luonan's power. In the end, he took a step back, and said in awe, "Impressive strength. You don't seem like one of these worms' allies." "Allies? Yes. Seems like we had a misunderstanding. Why don't we put away our swords for now?" His tone was unnaturally calm. At that moment, Luonan's rage-clouded vision cleared. He saw the man's face clearly. It wasn't what he expected. Just an ordinary young man. His styled hair had a faint white tone, and a hint of red in his eyes. A traitor? No, not the same. There was no trace of magic energy, aside from the similar hair and eye color. His face was nothing like that guy's. But some inexplicable traits left Luonan confused. Most notably, the complete lack of expression or attitude. A flat tone of voice added an eerie feeling. His slowly blinking eyes showed no emotion. According to Russell, he had once changed his skin. Maybe it was a side effect. Overall, he gave off an inhuman vibe. The demon slowly lowered his sword first. But Luonan remained alert, the sword tip still aimed at his neck. "Explain yourself. All these corpses were people trying to kill me. They expected me to come here to eat raw meat. So they set up an ambush. They all attacked me." "What? You can tell from their gear. Clearly, they didn't trust their sword skills. They brought all kinds of weapons." The demon claimed he was the victim. That killing them was self-defense. He added, cutting off the hands was to identify the mastermind. Hearing that, Luonan examined the bodies. Just as he said, all 6 were fully armed, wearing armor, carrying weapons. Even in a place where auxiliary weapons and scrolls were banned, many could still be seen. Clearly, they came here heavily armed. Really? Everything seemed to support the demon's claims. While Luonan was still in shock, the demon suddenly lowered his stance and swiftly retreated. Damn it. Luonan's eyes widened. A strange magic, possibly arcane energy, surged around the demon's blade. Sensing danger instinctively, Luonan raised his sword. The crouched man charged at him like a blade. He was too close to dodge. Luonan quickly assessed the situation and slashed in midair. As the 2 swords clashed again, the magic on the blades erupted. With a thunderous boom, boom, Luonan's body was blasted away. He crashed through the warehouse wall. If he hadn't blocked it, his limbs would have been torn apart. Like being hit by a sledgehammer, Luonin stabbed his sword into the ground. Crack! A long scar was carved into the floor. His body finally stopped. Damn it, he showed an opening. A clear mistake. His back throbbed with pain. But he had no time to worry about it. Luonin lifted his head. The warehouse was a complete mess after the blast. One wall had completely collapsed. A breeze blew through, dispersing the smoke, revealing the demon still standing motionless. He looked at Luonin and said with disdain, "Not bad." Blood dripped from the demon's feet. A slanted wound ran across his chest, left by Luonin before he was sent flying. Seeing the relatively shallow wound, Luonin cursed. Damn it, if it were just a bit deeper, it could have pierced his heart. Unlucky bastard. You're dangerous, whether you're an ally or not. I have to kill you. The demon said. Luonin spat out blood and stood up. It seemed the demon wasn't planning to back down either. He slowly raised his sword, and took a stance. The La Mancha, having tasted demon blood, emitted a mist-like killing aura. With full focus, the once black blade turned a bright red. The demon lowered his stance again, taking the same posture as before. It was still dark outside. At some point, they had gotten used to the smell of blood. It was no longer noticeable. Somewhere, the wind blew a door open and shut. Both their figures vanished from view, just as they were about to collide at the center. That's enough. What the hell? What's going on? Luonin and the demon stopped at the same time. They braked so hard they nearly fell. Looking down, a blade was almost touching their necks. An old man with a deeply wrinkled face gripped a sword with both hands, pointing it at both Luonin and the demon's throats. You are. Luonin's eyes widened. There was no doubt. This was the old man Allergen he had seen in Falzon. Roger had introduced him before. One of the former sword saints. Also one of the elders of the sword festival. Allergen glanced between Luonin, the corpses, and the demon. Then spoke. Explain. Nordric, what did you do this time? I was simply having a meal when an assassination was attempted. I can provide solid evidence. An attempted assassination? Then contestant number 44 here must be the assassin? No. These corpses lying on the ground are the real assassins. I thought this guy was one of them. So I tried to kill him. The demon said, pointing at Luonin with his sword. Apparently, Nordric is his real name. Just now you said he wasn't with them. That was to lower his guard. But now I'm sure he's not one of them. He's different from this trash. Nordric turned his gaze toward the fallen bodies. His overly confident demeanor nearly made Luonin laugh. Just moments ago he said he had to kill them because they were dangerous. Allergen squinted at Luonin. Do you have anything to say? Those eyes, hidden beneath wrinkled lids, still gleamed with sharpness. After a brief pause, Luonin nodded. Nothing. I see. Come with me first. Whatever the case, you both need to be investigated. Allergen turned and walked away. The demon obediently followed him. Suddenly, Luonin noticed it wasn't just Allergen. There were several other elders positioned on the warehouse roof, in alley corners and watching from a distance. Elders. A chill crept up Luonin's spine. He hadn't noticed any of them until they got this close. Even considering the distraction from battle. That was some terrifying skill. Suddenly, Luonin's gaze fell on a rolling head on the ground. During the explosion, the lower jaw of Larcel's head had been blown off. In the end, not just the mercenary group, but he himself had died at the hands of the demon. I told you not to do something stupid. Clenching his teeth, Luonin closed Larcel's half-open eyes. Foolish kid, his body was torn to pieces. Not even his head could close its eyes. After a brief silent prayer, Luonin followed Allergen. The elders watched them closely, until they disappeared from sight. Shortly after, the administrators arrived and began cleaning up the corpses. By the time the awakened examinees reached the scene, all traces of the carnage had already vanished. You look exhausted. What happened? Nothing. It's morning already. Faced with Lin's question, Luonin shook his head. They were on their way to the final exam site. Luonin didn't return to the base until breakfast. Because the people from Falzon asked many questions. It took quite a long time. Everything had been handled so discreetly. That except for Luonin and Nordric. None of the other participants knew what had happened that night. Seeing Luonan acting like nothing happened, Lin frowned. Doesn't seem right. In any case, the demon, also known as Nordric, was judged to have acted in self-defense. There was clear evidence that he had been attacked by other contestants. The investigation revealed that the deceased, including Russell, all held deep grudges against Nordric. Some because of family, others because of friends. Take the female knight Layla who wanted to see Roger. Her lover had both arms severed by Nordric during the first test. However, their grudge was not taken into account. For one simple reason, since entering the Sword Festival, Nordric had never openly broken the rules or committed a crime. The assassination attempt ultimately failed, and those who tried became shameful criminals. Though the outcome was tragic, it didn't inspire sympathy. After all, their methods lacked justification. It only left people feeling helpless. This is the final trial before reaching the sanctuary. Truly moving. Those who finally arrived expressed awe. The final arena was more beautiful than any building they had seen in Falzon. A pure white marble and jewel-studded oval coliseum, like a treasure chest for the gods. Those who reached the arena lined up by faction. The massacre last night had clearly reduced their numbers. While the contestants murmured, a familiar old man stood before them, offering heartfelt respect to those who made it here. The final exam will be one-on-one duels between contestants from Aran Falzon and Grand Falzon. Sword Saint Zifa and I will oversee this sacred duel. The elder Alajan will serve as inspector. The fierce look from Dawn was gone. He once again appeared as a kind old man. Standing beside him was a black-clad warrior with a look of irritation. After scanning the contestants, he said coldly, "Zifa." The contestants whispered. Despite the warrior's cold attitude, most contestants were honored, as if seeing a god they believed in. After all, the Empire's Sword Saint was an idol to all swordsmen. "Instructor, are you all right?" Silence. Naviroye, who had turned to glance back, held his breath to suppress his emotions. The crystal vein on his temple showed he was clearly furious. Alajan continued, "Opponents will be assigned at random. Only contestants with priority nomination rights in the third exam can choose their opponent. The winner is the one who renders the opponent unable to fight within the time limit." He also added that for some reason, the number of Alan Falzon participants had decreased. Therefore, 4 participants from Glan Falzon would win by default. The drawing was done quickly. 3 people, including Lin, could head straight to the sacred land without a fight. Lin handed the drawn slip to Luonan. "Look at this." "Great. I'll ask again once we reach the sacred land. I'll seriously consider it." Luonan smiled faintly in response. Lin lightly slapped his butt and walked to the stands. Soon, the solemn sound of a horn signaled the start of the final exam. The first and second matches would be decided by the priority nominees. Then, contestant number 1, Nordric, please choose your opponent. Alajan announced. The arena instantly fell silent. Rumors about the demon had already spread widely among the contestants. People avoided eye contact with him, lowering or averting their gaze. "He's probably going to pick me." Luonan calmly prepared for battle. He half believed Nordric would choose him. After all, he had previously said he wanted to kill him here legally. "Make your choice." As expected, Nordric didn't hesitate. Before Alajan even finished speaking, he raised his hand. But what he chose completely caught everyone off guard. Luonan frowned as he saw Nordric point at Roger. "What, Roger? You are my opponent," Nordric said. His voice remained calm, but his tone turned harsh. Everyone present was stunned. Zifa perked up with interest. Confusion and whispers spread rapidly among the contestants. "Oh my god, is he insane? No matter how confident he is, this is reckless." The chosen Roger didn't react at all. He calmly stepped into the arena. Looking at Nordric, he said, "Do you know me?" "Better than anyone." "I don't know you. I heard you're the disciple of Torrent swordsman Roden. Are you here to avenge your master?" "Disciple?" Nordric smiled faintly. The sound of horns declaring battle echoed across the arena. In an instant, Nordric's figure vanished from sight. Luonan, who was observing, widened his eyes. What? Even though it was just for a moment. He missed the movement. It was much faster than when they fought before. Roger landed after regaining balance. The smoke from the explosion blocked his vision. He wiped away a nosebleed and muttered softly, "You're still alive?" Torrent Sword. Chapter 172. Sword Record 15. Alert 172. "You're still alive?" Torrent Sword. Roger, wiping his nosebleed, muttered again. He had landed close to the audience stands. Someone had unintentionally heard him. Luanen's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, Torrent Sword? What does that mean?" "What it sounds like. I clearly made it so he could never wield a sword again." "I don't know how he's still alive," Roger replied without turning around. He mentioned that Nordric once claimed to be the Torrent Sword himself. Amidst the thick smoke, a golden light created by Nordric's battle aura flickered. Shulafin, stunned by the impact, spoke up. "That's impossible. Isn't he just a disciple or maybe his son? There's no way we mistook him. Here he comes again." Roger clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, the thick smoke was torn apart. Nordric charged forward, except for a few people. The rest only saw a gust of wind. Roger didn't panic. He created distance. Channeling his magic, he swung his sword. A crescent-shaped, green sword aura flew toward Nordric. The massive aura, nearly 100 meters wide, engulfed the entire arena. Gasps erupted from the audience. "My God, he really is a legendary sword saint." There was nowhere to run. Nordric stopped in place mid-charge. Just before the sword aura hit him, he stabbed his sword into the ground for support, and leapt up. The burst of power from the sword's tip propelled him upward. The sword aura passed beneath his feet, causing an explosion on the far side of the arena. "Your force is weaker now, little lady." His tone completely lost its usual calm and rationality. In an instant, Nordric appeared before Roger and slashed. Both hands gripped the hilt in a vertical strike. Roger deflected it with a smooth and flowing movement. Crack! The arena shook with a beast-like roar of steel crashing. "Well then, thanks. It's been a while since someone called me, Miss." Roger sneered mockingly. The two clashed in place. Roger's mocking voice sounded like a raging magical storm. A chorus of steel on steel echoed repeatedly. In the middle of their fierce clash, Roger spoke. "Cloden, you're still alive? Thanks to a strange organization. Miracles do exist. When I was on the brink of death, they saved me." Even while clashing, they spoke calmly. Their expressions composed, like old friends casually chatting. Nordric explained that a mysterious organization helped him rise again. Roger raised an eyebrow. "How interesting. A strange organization?" "That's right. It looked almost like a prosthetic. But not quite." "Oh, so it is a prosthetic?" Roger showed a surprised expression. Nordric's leg moved freely and powerfully, as if it were real. The Empire's level of technology far exceeded their imagination. He continued, "But the nerves torn away with the skin couldn't be restored, even after sacrificing so many insects. Look at this face of mine now, unable to laugh or cry." "What do you mean by sacrifice?" "The legs and skin weren't free. To obtain them, I unknowingly killed many creatures. I saw it. Even your hair and eye color became strange." Nordric gave a laugh, but with no change in expression or voice. It sounded more like the wind blowing. He explained that to get the materials, he had slaughtered countless. Upon hearing this, Luonen immediately thought of what may have happened to Russell's captured companions. Roger frowned deeply. "You barely survived. Why would you return to the sword duels? Are you still obsessed with the Holy Sword?" The Holy Sword is one reason, but not the only one. I can't share the details." Suddenly, Nordric gripped his sword arm tightly. The light coiling around the blade grew even more dazzling. His sword accelerated. A lightning-fast slash struck the large katana heavily. The previously balanced stance was shattered. Roger's body was blown away. Roger flew across the arena and crashed into the wall. Boom! Like a battering ram hitting a gate. Part of the spectator stands collapsed. Seeing him cough up blood, Shulafin stood up abruptly. Nordric's voice grew louder, and rang out clearly. Nordric pointed his sword at Roger. The magic around him moved like fog, forming about 10 spiral columns. Terrified screams erupted from the audience. Each pillar was 10 meters tall. They were formed by the aura of the storm sword. Roger pulled himself from the wall, staggering to stay upright. A pained groan escaped from his lips. Ah, still trying to maintain dignity till the end? Fine then. I'll let someone else clean up your torn-up corpse. Afterward, Nordric growled lowly. The towering spiral pillar tilted and aimed at him. Supervisor Allergen spoke anxiously. This is too dangerous. The Sword Saint must stop the match. No, wait. Zifa shook his head. Allergen's face turned stiff. The match is already decided. And if that person really is Cloden the Storm Sword, then he's no ordinary snake. The match must be stopped immediately, and Cloden restrained. I said wait, that snake will handle itself. What's this supposed to mean? Allergen protested, but Zifa remained silent. He turned his head slightly toward Luonin. Their gazes met. A subtle exchange passed between their eyes. It's not time yet. Not yet. At that moment, the spiral pillars launched simultaneously. For safety, the standby mages erected a defensive barrier between the audience and the arena. A red flash covered the arena. An explosion rang out like the world was turning upside down. The specially treated stone floor burst into the air like sand. 5 layers of barriers shattered and regenerated repeatedly. Several mages, unable to withstand the mental shock, vomited blood and collapsed. Instructor Shulafin gripped the hilt of their sword. This explosion, it could leave behind not even bones to be found. Normally it's fine, but right now, something was clearly off with Roger. She hesitated, unsure whether to intervene now. Biting her lower lip, deep in thought, a familiar voice came from below. You really are a kind soul. As expected, beautiful kids always have good hearts. You, don't worry too much. The princess will be fine. Shulafin lowered her head. Beside her stood Spirit Warrior, who had approached unnoticed. It took her a while to realize. Princess was referring to Roger. Luonin chimed in as well. Exactly. Believe in your sister. Luonin. Shulafin turned her gaze to him. Luonin stood with arms crossed, quietly watching the explosion engulfing the arena. His expression was calm, without a trace of tension. More like he was waiting for something. The other day, Zifa said, since leaving the north, this was the first time she'd shown her claws. What does that mean? The instructor is one of the few people that Picky Tiger acknowledged. I asked her what she thought of Stormsword as a swordsman. She said, he's crude, not as strong as she was at 15. Just lucky. 40 years of practice, that's all. Luonin recounted the conversation he had with Zifa over drinks the other morning. After over 10 bottles of 1,000-year snow wine, a drunk Zifa took off her shirt and revealed the scar on her chest. A sword wound nearly as long as Luonin was tall, cut across her obsidian-like muscular body. Among her many scars, this one, visibly distinct, had been left by Naviraj's great katana. Zifa treated Naviroye differently. She saw this scar as a kind of memento. Maybe it's because she's lived too long. Her mental strength really is something else. Then she declared boldly, even with one hand, she could still defeat the Storm Sword. Of course, Luonin believed that both Zifa and Roger were extraordinary geniuses. The strength of the Storm Sword couldn't be underestimated either. I even fought her this morning. That Nordric, or rather, the Storm Sword, is undeniably strong, maybe even stronger than you or me right now. So what you're saying is, yes, how could someone more perceptive than me not notice this? Look closely. Suddenly, Shulafin and Luonin pointed at Roger's location together. Shulafin stared for a moment. Her eyes widened. Luonin, smiling at the corners of his lips, said one thing. Our instructor won't lose. She said it with full confidence. Soon, the explosion ceased. The thick smoke covering half the arena looked like a black wall. No one in the audience said a word. Everyone heard Nordric's muttering clearly. Should have played longer before killing her. Now it's perfectly cooked. Nordric twisted her neck casually. Her flat tone made it even more chilling. Staring at the wall of smoke, she muttered. Shouldn't have accepted the baptism. It was useless anyway. Nordric was reminiscing over the past few decades. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped green glow flew out from the smoke. It looked like it could flicker out at any moment. The faint sword aura was much weaker than Roger's previous strikes. What, still alive? Nordric sneered with disdain. It looked like the final resistance of someone near death. As she shrugged slightly, the weak aura drifted helplessly past her. Hopefully his face and body are intact. If only the limbs are blown off. That would be perfect. Nordric gripped her blade in reverse, preparing to confirm the kill, when suddenly, boom, the wall of smoke burst apart like an explosion. A green light burst forth. A massive wave of sword energy appeared. What? Nordric hastily raised his blade in panic. The sight was utterly unbelievable. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, sword auras clashed in every direction, as if woven to capture a godlike being. This formation filled every inch of vision with a raging storm of blades. There was almost no gap to escape through. In the end, a sword aura he couldn't fully dodge grazed Nordric's cheek. Ah, plop. Nordric's right ear dropped to the ground. Blood gushed out, but he had no time to feel pain. Clenching his teeth, Nordric charged forward. Better to break through head-on than turn and flee. Just as he dramatically broke through the net of sword aura, Naviroye emerged from behind the vast storm of energy. Her clothes were torn in several places, but she didn't seem seriously hurt. The muscles in her arms and legs bulged. Her gaze was sharp, and she was already poised to strike as she spoke coldly. I hesitated a bit, because my disciple said you might not be Croton. That old hag. Nordric reflexively slashed his blade, but Naviroye vanished from his sight. Their blades crossed mid-air. Clash. A fist-sized hole opened up in the middle of Naviraj's hair, while a red line appeared on Nordric's chest. Ah, still, I was right after all. Blood poured from Nordric's nose and mouth. Naviroye turned and ruthlessly kicked him in the gut. Boom. Nordric flew straight across the arena, crashing into the wall with spiderweb cracks forming. His body slid to the floor. Still nothing more than a pathetic failure. Roger wiped the blood from his blade. Nordric didn't move. A heavy silence blanketed the arena. Allergen, barely regaining consciousness, spoke. The exam is over. Chapter 173. Knowledge Point 16. Alert number 173. The exam is over. Allergen murmured. Only then did Roger sheathe his sword. Though the match was decided, the arena remained shrouded in silence. The lingering smoke drifted out through the walls and ceiling vents. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause came from somewhere. It was the spark. The sound of clapping spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire arena burst into noise. People finally started talking. So incredible. Unbelievably amazing. To pull that off without even using arcane magic. Honestly, I thought he would have gotten rusty after retiring. By the way, was that really Stormpiercer? How'd he even get in? Some contestants even stood up to applaud. Roger gave no reaction. He simply offered a quiet nod. It was an undeniably glorious moment. But not everyone could look at him directly. Most notably, those like Shulafin, who still held onto their sense of virtue. Due to the explosion, most of his clothing had been destroyed, unintentionally showing off his well-toned body. The problem was, he didn't care at all. Luonin, unable to take it anymore, took off his jacket and tossed it over, shouting, "Damn it, cover yourself up, you're way too exposed. What are you doing? Don't make a fuss." Roger chuckled slightly as he caught the jacket. As he draped it over his shoulders, gentle sighs could be heard all around. Due to the large difference in body size between them, the coat could only cover Nordric's thighs. Lying on the ground, Nordric still couldn't move. The pool of blood beneath him slowly grew larger. Medics on a stretcher rushed toward him. Witnessing this scene, Allergen spoke. Now it's certain, he really was the Torrent Sword. Hard to believe such a failure ruled the Sword Saints for 40 years. Utterly disappointing. I've said many times, you and the previous Sword Saint were incredibly powerful, and in the end, you subdued him without any tricks. Truly admirable. It was the natural outcome. But if it was only a change in appearance, how did he slip through our surveillance? Allergen frowned deeper. How did someone disguised as the Torrent Sword make it into the final round? He couldn't understand it at all. To prevent such cases, they had invested heavily in interrogation enchantments, at least during his term as an elder. Not a single contestant had bypassed Falzon's surveillance. As he stroked his chin in thought, a girl's voice came from behind. Maybe it was a memory seal spell. Zifa and Allergen turned at the same time. A plain-looking girl was crouched by Zifa's feet. Seeing her white hair, Allergen realized. She was one of the contestants. Looks like you advanced without a fight. Hello. Hi there, Grandpa Tiger. Lin Maid turned and greeted them cheerfully. She was entirely focused on catching Zifa's twitching tail. Zifa placed her tail on the girl's head and said, "Memory seal. What does that mean?" Just what it sounds like. Temporarily sealing one's identity and memories. And keeping only their objective. That way, even if what they say isn't true, it won't be recognized as a lie. They could pass standard magical lie detection. She might have set the unsealing trigger to activate upon seeing our princess. Princess. Zifa and Allergen frowned in unison, and turned their gazes toward the bloodied Roger. Lin explained that this was how the torrent sword had hidden his identity and made it here. It was because she sealed away her wildness and unique personality, leaving only cunning and rationality, to perfectly play the role of the contestant Nordric. The preconceived notion that Storm Sword herself couldn't be here made her infiltration all the easier. Allergen nodded in agreement. Ever since meeting Roger, her gaze had been something beyond logic. With age comes understanding. A long time ago, another contestant did the same thing. A long time ago. Hearing the phrase with age, Allergen looked puzzled. The girl before him looked no older than a teenager. The girl who had just touched the scale on Zifa's tail whispered, "What a shame. You too." Zifa's ears twitched. The voice was so soft. Only she could hear it. But she didn't ask what it meant. After stroking the scale on Zifa's tail, the girl turned toward Luonan. Watching her back, Allergen stroked his beard and said, "What a strange girl. There should be a result soon. Time to prepare for the next exam." "Wait, why?" Allergen asked. Zifa didn't respond right away. Instead, she looked in the direction her instincts pointed. Nordric, seriously wounded, was being carried away on a stretcher. Her gaping mouth revealed sharp teeth. "Disgusting. What is that?" Just as Allergen was about to speak, suddenly, Nordric sat up on the stretcher. Thick blood gushed from her wounds. The staff carrying the stretcher screamed in fear. "Oh my God, she's awake. Hurry, lie her back down. Her injuries are serious." Nordric didn't respond. Her body was ice cold, as if submerged in icy water. The sensation in her limbs was fading away. Realizing time was running out, she clenched her teeth. "Damn it, lie down, now. At least survive." As medics tried to lay her down, Nordric's hand suddenly vanished from view, and the medic's head exploded on the spot. Bang! A skull-cracking noise rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn immediately. "Look over there, the medic team." "What? She's still alive?" Naviroye turned her head suddenly. Eyes wide, Nordric, now armed again, walked toward them slowly. Seeing the headless corpse, Naviroye shouted in fury. This piece of trash, because she didn't fully understand. She had to be interrogated. Naviroye immediately charged at Nordric. At that moment, immense magic erupted from Nordric's shoulder. Luonan's eyes widened. White light shimmered within that terrifying aura. The symbol of Neproclus. "It's finally here." Zifa and Luonan exchanged a glance, and stood from their seats. Naviroye instantly closed the gap to Nordric. She drew her sword and spun powerfully. A tail of energy extended along the sword's arc. The crimson-green greatsword looked as if it could cleave through mountains and glaciers. Just as the blade was about to strike Nordric, clang! A harsh metallic sound rang out. Something blocked the greatsword. "What? I admit it. This was my oversight. What are you doing? I should have used this earlier." Nordric spat out a mouthful of blood. He murmured softly. Navaraja's greatsword froze midair. A strange barrier pulsing with magical energy enveloped Nordric. Naviroye quickly steadied herself and slashed again. But that mysterious shield didn't even crack. It was one of the giant's omnipotent abilities, Heart's Protection. The audience began to stir. "What is that? A barrier? Is it magic?" "No, it's different. I heard about it from a relative in the Dawn Corps. It belongs to Nebra and Clahe's group." Suddenly, Roger noticed his wounds were no longer bleeding. Wounds that should have reached his organs were now just shallow scrapes. Nordric ran her hand through her whitening hair, and continued, "I wanted to resist with my own power as much as I could. But no choice now. Storm Sword. Let's all die together." The pale complexion completely returned to normal. Nordric gripped her sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground. Clang! White light burst from the cracks. Sensing the danger, Roger quickly backed away. This is bad, not just me, everyone will. Roger took a deep breath. This wasn't an attack that could be blocked or dodged. In the flashing light that signaled a massive explosion, he felt the same presence as the barrier before. This blast would undoubtedly level the entire arena. His brain buzzed with catastrophe. Just as he was about to charge forward to minimize the damage, a familiar young man stepped in front of him. Stop, you bastard, you. Roger's eyes widened. The tall young man held a pitch-black sword. Nuo Nan stared at Nordric and said, finally showing your true face. Now everyone can see. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Roger's neck veins bulged with fury. Nuo Nan didn't answer, and at that moment, Nordric's blade erupted in a blinding flash, dyeing the entire arena white. An unprecedented war was about to begin. Explosions were about to erupt around him. Roger shouted, Luonin, trust your student for once. Luonin gripped his sword tightly. A deep crimson glow enveloped La Mancha. He spun broadly, and slashed. It was Roger's long-lost spinning slash. A black line appeared in the center of the white glow. After a full rotation, Luonin came to a stop. Boom! The pulsating mana lost its form, and dispersed. Nordrake's figure was revealed. His eyes were wide in shock. How is this possible? What's impossible about it? Luonin spat on the ground. After all, arcane power is just mana too. So it's perfectly doable. He spun again on the spot, releasing sword energy. A red crescent slash struck directly at the star's protection. Clang! The bizarre barrier shattered like glass. Roger was stunned. Luonin, you. That was brilliant. Luonin's lips curved slightly, and he smiled. Norderic panicked as his star's protection vanished. Just then, a massive figure jumped down from the stands. Landing silently before Norderic, the figure spoke. I am Zifa Telgan, Vanguard Captain of the Dawn Corps. You there? I've got a question for you. Norderic. No. Raging Blade Krogan. What? Norderic raised a brow. Because the other's head was so high above, he had to look up. That hand could easily grasp a watermelon, and was holding a scimitar like a pillar. Roger furrowed his brow. Why did this cat suddenly? Instructor, please wait a moment. It's this person's turn now. What do you mean? Roger looked displeased. Zifa quietly looked at Nordric and continued. About what happened on the 21st of last month. You killed my subordinate. What does that have to do with me? Get lost, you little punk. Nordric didn't answer Zifa's question. Instead, he shouted fiercely. His arms suddenly vanished in a blur. At the same time, a red line appeared across Zifa's chest. TCH. Blood spurted from the sword wound. Luonin and Roger's eyes widened in shock. Zifa. Damn it, this savage tiger. Luonin's face turned grim. The chest wound intersected precisely with the scar left by Roger. It looked deep, but Zifa didn't show even the slightest sign of pain. Instead, it was Nordric, the one who attacked, who panicked. What kind of body is this? It's like cutting through stone. Confused, Nordric slashed again. Damn, Zifa raised his scimitar and easily blocked the attack. Nordric's expression shifted. That exchange made him realize his opponent was no pushover. The corners of his stiff mouth twitched. Hey, you're not the White Sect Sword Saint. But this should be fun. I'll deal with you first. Once I find out where your power comes from, you people are finished. While channeling arcane energy, Nordric suddenly raised his arm. Zifa swung down his scimitar. Nordric hastily raised his sword to block. But the scimitar cleaved the sword in two, and came down on his head. The dark blade plunged into his skull. Ah! There was no dying scream. The corpse split from the top of the head down to the chin. Split in two. So brutal, the bisected Nordric collapsed to the ground. His organs, no longer contained, spilled out. The once rowdy arena fell into complete silence. Zifa touched the wound on his chest with his palm, then released his hand. His dark muscles were drenched in blood. Eyes closed, Zifa murmured softly and clenched his fist again. He slowly turned around, and spoke to Luonan. You were right, the killer is confirmed. Chapter 174. Sword Record Note 17. Call sign 174. You were right, the killer is confirmed, Zifa said. Nordric's bisected corpse, twitching at his feet, seeing the wound on his chest. Luonan furrowed his brow. Damn it, did you really have to confirm it this way? Go get treated. This wound's nothing. Zifa shook his head. This was a terribly rough verification. Of course, to determine who made the sword mark. It was the only way. But it was excessive. His dark fur was stained with bright red blood. After a moment of silence, he continued. Just one strike. What? I cut that bug in half with a single blow. If you count the time, it was about 1 second. Do you know what that means? A faint sadness rippled in his crimson eyes. Suddenly, Zifa pulled something from his pocket. A thin leather strap with dozens of metal tags hanging from it. Luonan and Roger's eyes widened. They were ID tags issued by the Imperial Army. If I had stayed just one more second by their side, none of this would have happened. The sound of clinking metal was heart-wrenching. Luonan wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. Even though he could have stopped it, he allowed that strike to happen. It was his way of mourning and atoning. Luonan cursed under his breath, lips clenched. Damn it. There are accomplices. 2 others. That's right. Those guys are even better with a sword than he is. We must catch all of them before summer arrives. If you're willing to cooperate, come find me. Luonan nodded slightly. He was planning to capture them anyway. After putting away his ID badge, Zifa turned toward Roger. You've become sharper, even though you haven't mastered Arcana yet. How did you know? It's obvious at a glance at this level. As a token of respect, here's a piece of advice. Roger rested his hand on his sword hilt, but didn't respond. Zifa continued, his tone growing serious. Life is a process of walking through storms. Naturally, we're left with countless scars. Some of them will stay with us forever. I imagine the fact that you lost to me is one such scar for you. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that scar can't be erased. It is a scar, after all. But how you deal with it is entirely up to you. Zifa suddenly pointed to his own chest. Through his tattered clothes, a long scar could be seen. It was the sword wound Roger had given him. Zifa flicked the blood off his scimitar, and reached out his hand toward Roger. I've never considered this scar a disgrace. You. Roger looked up and stared at Zifa. Maybe because his words struck so deeply. The usually composed and mature Roger looked like a granddaughter standing before her grandfather. A moment later, Roger took Zifa's hand. It was a historic moment. After a gentle handshake, Zifa turned and left. Then, I'll be waiting for your third challenge. Former Sword Saint. Leaving those words behind, Zifa leapt lightly into the air, as graceful as a deer, barely making a sound. With a single jump, he returned to the high platform he had stood on before. Luonan had been watching Zifa's conversation with Erogen. He spoke up. The instructor was right. He doesn't seem dangerous, but the mood has clearly changed. Eventually, all hatred fades with time. Hatred. What exactly happened to Zifa? Luonan asked. He had long been curious. What did Zifa go through in the past that warranted such warnings? In the Zifa he personally saw, He couldn't find even a trace of the criminal who caused the Night of Fangs. Roger, who had been staring at Luonan, turned away coldly. Ask him yourself. Aren't you two close enough to drink together? Come on. Have I even had a drink with him before? Geez. Why is an adult getting angry over this? So childish. I'm not angry. He turned and strode out of the arena. At that moment, the referees who had been watching silently nearby rushed over to clean up Nordrake's remains. A body split symmetrically in half was truly too gruesome to look at. Luonan shoved his hands into his pockets, watching as they swept up the organs with brooms. Erogen, the supervising officer, shook his head. So, aren't you going out there? It's my turn anyway. I have priority nomination rights. Even so, you should take a break too. After all, you just went through a big battle. I'm fine. The sooner we settle this, the better. I'm going to nominate. Lonan also tested the contestants from Alanfarzan. He casually pointed a finger. Of course, it wasn't so much choosing, as it was randomly pointing at someone. The man his index finger happened to point at gasped sharply. He was a knight clad in full armor, looking quite formidable. Lonan impatiently wiggled his finger. Come down, HMPH. This rogue dares to. The knight stormed down to the arena in a rage. He screamed like a child and declared surrender. It took only 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I was wrong. Please spare me. What a rogue. No matter how much he learns, his true nature doesn't change. The man even threw away his main weapon, the spear, and ran off. Hearing Alajan declare Lonan the victor, he sheathed his sword. The final test proceeded smoothly afterward. Half the contestants were defeated, while the other half advanced. Except for Nordrik, who was cut in half. No one else died. Shulafin won in just 44 seconds. Smirking triumphantly. Chuckle. What a pity. Lonan. Really now, how can smart people be so childish? Lonan furrowed his brow in exhaustion. It seemed odd that he used the storm sword technique right from the start. Now it's clear it was for this purpose. He felt deeply confident about Granja's future. Based on the current results, Lonan and Shulafin were tied for first. Lonan gave Shulafin the right to receive Zifa's guidance. After all, he had already fought plenty in the cave 2 days ago. Zifa, who sparred with him for a few rounds, stroked his chin and said, That's the finest owl bamboo power I've ever seen. You have the potential to surpass me. Thank you, sir. As for swordsmanship, I don't have any special advice. Just keep training. I really wonder, which of you two will become the next swordmaster? Zifa smiled with satisfaction, glancing between Luonan and Shulafin. His exposed fangs glinted white. Even in low spirits, he still looked genuinely happy. All right, that concludes the final exam. Let us show respect to both the victors and the defeated. Falzon will not forget the blood and steel you've given. The exams didn't end until late at night. Rojan came down from the platform and shook hands with everyone. The successful candidates returned to base. The defeated headed down the mountain. As they left the arena, the Milky Way stretched across the sky. Luonan realized this long journey was nearing its end, and was overcome with emotion. After dinner, Luonan returned to the dorm. Shulafin, who had returned earlier, was wiping her sword. What an annoying guy. Look at that smug face. Though the actual combat was brief, a lot had happened. The mental exhaustion was intense. Luonan flopped onto his bed and sighed. Phew, tomorrow is finally here. I wonder how the folks at Filiang are doing. They should be fine, but Lady Iliel is still a concern. You sent so many guards and still worry? Why not just admit you want to see her? Shulafin didn't answer. Her red ears were quite the sight. In truth, had Luonan not received the Emperor's promise of protection, he wouldn't have felt so at ease. She recalled the conversation with Erogen in the dining hall. After inspection, Norderich was indeed raging Blade Croden. Luonan sighed, lost in thought. Even if you save a dying man just to use him. But why use a memory sealing spell? What was the purpose? And what's with the hair and eyes? Although the emergency had been dealt with, there were still many questions. Nordrik felt very different from the Nebra Klahe he had seen before. Still the same disgusting type, but now somehow even more revolting. There was a strange feeling about his very nature. It really was similar, that sensation. He felt it might have something to do with the color of the hair and eyes. It clearly had to do with the betrayer. But the exact reason was unclear. Luonan sat up and asked Shulafin, "Why did that kid with torrent swordsmanship come here? Wasn't it to get revenge on Instructor Roger?" No, that seemed more like a side goal. These guys had a legitimate reason, which made them even more annoying. Damn it. Luonan wiped his face with his palm. He couldn't think straight today no matter what. Maybe he just needed a good night's sleep. He rummaged under the bed for a bit, and pulled out a bottle of liquor. Recognizing the label, Shulafin raised an eyebrow. Millennial Snowflower Soju. That's rare stuff. Where did you get it? I snatched a bottle while Zifa was drinking. What? Shulafin frowned. Luonan silently popped the cork. No cups. He drank straight from the bottle. The liquid slid down his throat. Rich and smooth. After a few sips, Luonan handed the bottle to Shulafin. Want a drink? Sure, thanks. You. I knew you'd drink. Luonan had been worried. He thought she would refuse. But to his surprise, she accepted. As a result, Shulafin boldly shook his head and drank from the bottle. Seeing him gulp it down, Luonan said in surprise, "Careful, this liquor is pretty strong. Exhale. Much better. Got something on your mind? Did you propose to your sister before coming back?" "No, just trying to calm my excitement." Being praised by Jiansheng isn't the end. Luonan gave a wry smile. So, he's drinking to calm down after being praised by Zifa. 415, 0 hours 10 minutes and 42 seconds. I've seen plenty of people drink to forget their pain. But this reason is quite novel. You're crazy. In all my life, I've never seen someone drink for a reason like this. You have to give it your all, no matter when. Grown. To survive, that's how you protect the weak. Hic. Got it. Drink less. This guy's hiccups sound just like Elizabeth's. Suddenly, he recalled a drunken Elizabeth. In a secret passage at the Dawn Magic Tower. It took a lot of effort to stop her from using fire magic on a wooden boat. Just as Luonan was about to say something, Shulafin suddenly spoke up. "Luonan." "Yeah? I want to meet Miss Alir." "Damn it." Luonan's face twisted. Shulafin lowered his head and began praising Alir. With words so eloquent he could write a book. "I can't stay with this drunkard." She was about to down the rest of her drink, to knock herself out, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. A woman in a guide's uniform walked in. "Contestant number 44, sir." "Oh. You're here. That's great. Is something the matter? Please accept this. I'm here to deliver this letter." The woman carefully handed over an envelope. The envelope was of very high quality. It bore a magical seal that prevented unauthorized opening. Luonan tilted his head curiously. "Who sent it?" "Mr. Larcel, who was killed by the torrent arrow earlier this morning. We found the letter while cleaning his room. The recipient was listed as Mr. Luonan." "Larcel." The woman nodded, then left the room. He must have been busy dealing with the torrent arrow incident. Luonan scratched his head, and opened the envelope. Unlike the envelope, the letter itself was just ordinary parchment. The page was densely filled with handwriting. What did he write? So serious. Luonan slowly began to read the letter. The beginning and middle were as he had expected. "I'm sorry. I offended you. Even so, I'm still grateful for your help. But I still hope to settle things completely." It detailed how Ehrenfarsen, and other participants, conspired to eliminate the torrent arrow. The plan ended in utter failure. Everyone was torn apart, reduced to mangled limbs. Luonan clenched his jaw in anger. Damn it. If they hadn't acted then, maybe none of them would have died. The alcohol instantly lost its flavor. Even though he had only read this far, there was still half the letter left. When he got to the latter half, Luonan's eyes widened. The ruins where the torrent arrow had appeared, and their internal structure, along with information discovered, while tracking the torrent arrow, were all recorded. That foolish old man. Luonan let out a deep sigh. Among them were also some suspected location data of the Nebulacra base. That information is priceless. The Empire's involvement will likely become Dawn's first mission. The scene on the cliff where he was threatened flashed before his eyes. The origin of his aversion to drinking. also came to mind. Luonan sealed the letter, picked up the bottle and muttered to himself. Get some rest. Luonan took a sip of soju. The spicy taste of the liquor was laced with the scent of thousand-year snow, spreading in his mouth. The journey's end was within reach. Tomorrow, he would finally step onto the Holy Land. Chapter 175. Farewell. G18. Tag number 175. The final day of G has arrived. After a good rest, the participants began climbing in the afternoon. Alajan explained that the last stronghold wasn't far from the Holy Land. It could be reached in about an hour. The final group of 20, including Luonan's team, had endured numerous hardships. There was an extraordinary determination in their eyes. Luonan looked around and let out a whistle. The ones meant to be eliminated are gone. Some of them even look stronger than us. After all, their talents gathered from across the continent. Shulafan nodded in agreement. Even without a match, it was clear. These people were regarded as sword saints in their respective fields. Suddenly remembering last night, Luonan nudged him gently with his elbow. Hey, is your head okay? What's that supposed to mean? You're such a funny guy. She talked so much nonsense yesterday. And now today she's pretending to have amnesia. Luonan gave a helpless smile. Just one sip, and Shulafan was completely knocked out drunk. Even after falling asleep, she kept praising Yalil non-stop. That non-stop chatter was downright crazy. Still, it helped him forget for a while the anxiety caused by Rosser and Lily's deaths. Do you remember what you said last night? Good thing you didn't choke this morning. I remember it all. I was just stating the truth. Nothing to be ashamed of. Crazy woman. It's just that I needed alcohol to speak frankly. Which is kind of unfortunate. I lack courage. Luonan shook his head. He felt that the real danger wasn't the torrent sword. It was this woman. They chatted as they continued climbing the mountain. Lena was holding Roger's hand and following a short distance behind. She glanced back and forth between Luonan and Shulafan and muttered to herself, what a headache. What are you talking about? Which of their butts do you think is better? As their instructor, you should know that well, right? Huh? Roger was sure he'd misheard. How could he possibly know what his students' butts were like? But when he asked again, he got the same answer. Even the fierce-looking one is more to my taste. But the firmness of the other one isn't bad either. That one's like a rock. While this one, Lena suddenly began analyzing the butts of the two students. Her expression was deadly serious. Like a farmer selecting dairy cows. Even they wouldn't be that enthusiastic. As pointless as it all sounded, the more he listened, the more curious he became. Naviroye struggled to suppress his curiosity. He shook his head. No idea. Things like this. A decision must be made today. What a hassle. I might as well just choose you. Lena looked up. She stared at Naviraja's chest, and once again fell into deep thought. She was clearly pondering something important. But exactly what was unknown? Of course, she didn't really want to know either. Naviroye, what is it? Can I really attend your academy? Naviroye raised an eyebrow. A few days ago, she had proudly told Luonan she had been invited to enroll. He gently patted Lena's head. Of course you can. Filiang always welcomes talented individuals. Thank you. Then I'll definitely go. But no harassing Luonan there, okay? Naviroye chuckled warmly. It had been a while since she last saw Luonan's face. That boy who became student council president after being ostracized. He must be doing well. Lena looked at her, confused. Why? Because she has a strong rival. Timidity is her weakness. If that's the case, it's fine. I'll be prettier than her. Lena brushed her silvery white hair behind her ear. Naviroye gave a wry smile. Her confident gesture didn't quite match her petite figure. It was somewhat enviable. At that moment, Alajan, who was walking at the front of the group, stopped. She turned back and said, Good work, everyone. This is the land of Falzon. Luonan and Shulafan, following close behind, also stopped. There was no higher place in sight. The view before them was unlike anything they had seen. Luonan looked around and murmured to himself. A crater. The terrain sank inward like it had been scooped by a spoon, indicating that Farzan had once erupted. The 3-kilometer-wide crater was covered with thick millennial snow. The setting sun's afterglow reflected off the snow, giving the illusion that the sacred land was glowing on its own. Alajan nodded with a smile. That's right. This is the Pond of the Radiant Play. The Holy Sword lies dormant somewhere here. Pond of the Radiant Play. Luonan nodded. He thought it was a fitting name. On the crater's edge stood a building. Probably where the elders lived. The structure had a classical style, like a relocated villa from Philion. Alajan led everyone there, to drop off their belongings and take a short rest. The building wasn't as spacious as expected, but its tall ceiling and massive pillars gave the impression of a temple. They had assumed the elders were frail old folks, who needed lots of caretakers. But in fact, they were entirely self-sufficient. The participants were given time to rest and bathe. Elders walking within the building greeted them warmly. Welcome to this place, you who have passed the final trial. We've been waiting for you. Ah, yes, hello. Luonan bowed politely. Though aged, the elders exuded a powerful presence. Perhaps because of the upcoming sacred ceremony. They were all dressed in ceremonial uniforms. At that moment, a burly elderly woman walked up to Luonan. Haha, you must be contestant number 44. You're quite well known among us elders. In a good way, I hope? Haha, I like you. That's good enough, isn't it? The old woman laughed heartily, dodging the question. She was strong-built, and her laughter was bold, reminiscent of a warrior from the north. She introduced herself as the mistress of the welcoming blade. She patted Luonan on the shoulder and said, I hope one of you will find the holy sword. Truly, now is the time for it to appear. Sounds like someone found it before. Was it just a legend? The holy sword truly exists. Though the world sees it as a myth or fairy tale, we elders know it is real history. And the first wielder of the holy sword is someone you know well. Someone I know? Hearing this puzzling statement, Luonan furrowed his brow. The old woman smiled meaningfully. Have you ever wondered how a mortal could defeat the demon dragon Orsay? Orsay? Do you mean the first emperor of the empire? Luonan's eyes widened. This was a story he had never heard before. So the first emperor defeated the black dragon Orsay, thanks to the power of the holy sword. The old woman paused briefly, then continued, Hee. I'll tell you more once the ceremony is over. By the way, aren't you hungry? You should eat something. No need. I already ate. Unacceptable. How can someone that skinny swing a sword? Young people these days. Was that just an excuse to change the subject? The old woman clicked her tongue. The word skinny was something Luonan had never heard, used for anyone except Iliel. Of course, that was just his personal standard. This old woman, who was at least 70, had arms nearly as thick as Luonan's. He called out loudly, Hey! Darman, Hearing the familiar name, Luonan raised an eyebrow. Soon after, a young boy came running from the other side of the building. He was moving incredibly fast. He was moving so fast there were almost afterimages. He stopped in front of the old woman. Madam Olga, you wanted to see me? Yes. Please take this child to the dining hall. There are other hungry contestants as well. Understood. If you're heading down the mountain tomorrow, let me know what you need. Got it. What a sensible child. I must go prepare the ritual. I'll take my leave. The old woman patted the boy's head, then turned and walked away. Luonan stared blankly at the familiar boy. It was a soft and delicate face. Fleeting but clear. It really was that boy he knew. The delivery boy from before who had brought Zifa's sword. Darman. Lord Luonan. Darman, realizing Luonan was there, widened his eyes in surprise. His reaction was no different from when they first met in the forest. What are you doing here? What about Zifa's sword? It's kind of complicated. Darman scratched his head awkwardly, and began a strange tale. He said he finally reached Farzan, but searched for days and couldn't find Zifa. Eventually, he ran out of food and money, so he applied for a job doing odd chores, running back and forth between the outpost and the holy ground. He had planned to leave once he saw Zifa, but he never managed to find him. Not until the festival ended. Still, the job unexpectedly suited him well. People also liked his honest and open nature, so he stayed longer than he originally planned. After finishing his story, Darman jumped up excitedly on the spot. I've still got good legs. Deliveries get there super fast. Everyone's happy with me. You really are quick. Although there were some hiccups, it was resolved in the end. What luck. Hee hee. It's all thanks to you saving me that day. Lord Zifa hasn't arrived yet today? He'll be here soon. He said he would attend the ceremony. Luonan told him that the tiger didn't like seeing people, so they arranged separate lodging for it. Darman froze in shock. Ah, so that's why. No wonder. Yeah, just leave it to him today. Alright then, let's head to the dining hall first. Sounds good. This counts as a little celebration too. Luonan followed Darman to the dining hall. The food that old lady had made earlier tasted absolutely awful. Damn it, why is there a fish head in the pie? Did that old hag lose her mind? Haha, Lady Arga's cooking is definitely unique. Grumbling all the while, Luonan ate the egg dish Darman had cooked up on the spot. His mood finally began to settle. While eating, he recounted all that had happened. On the journey to Darman. What? Rodan, the storm swordsman? He came? Yeah. Zifa cut him clean in half with a single slash. How's that even possible? Darman listened to Luonan's tale with a complex expression. His reactions were intense and full of color, making Luonan's storytelling all the more enjoyable. About an hour later, they were informed that the ceremony was about to begin. Darman waved goodbye to Luonan. Hope you find the holy sword. I'll tell Zifa and have him come take a look too. You should get ready as well. Luonan waved his hand casually. Everyone left the building, except for Darman. The empty halls echoed with cheerful whistling. The ceremony was held at the heart of the sacred ground. The inside of the crater was considered holy. Only elders, sword saints, and those who passed the final trial were allowed to enter. People stood in orderly lines at the site said to gather starlight. 7 elders stood in a circle, weapons in hand, focused and silent. The swirling magic around them made their heads spin. Zifa had returned as well. He stood with arms crossed. The sky felt within reach. The sunset's red glow was deepening. Luonan muttered to himself. So what exactly is this ceremony? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Roger said, staring straight ahead. He was still wearing Luonan's jacket, though he'd worn it for a long time. It still held up perfectly. Surprising. Luonan commented. Come on, don't be cryptic. Just tell me. Nope. That would ruin the emotional impact. Is it really that emotional? For first-timers, it really is. It's a sight you've never seen before. Roger's voice was firm. Judging from his expression, something truly special was about to happen. A gust of cold wind swept down from above. Suddenly, Alajan raised his sword. The ceremony begins now. A blue light began to glow from the longsword. Alajan raised the glowing blue sword high. The others quickly plunged their weapons into the ground. Whoa! A blinding light instantly engulfed the entire sacred ground. What's happening? Luonan instinctively shut his eyes. The light was simply too intense. The other participants had similar reactions. Through the glow that could still be felt through their palms, a spirit's voice came. This is magic. The wind was too loud. He couldn't make out what it was saying. Even with great effort, his eyes barely open, he calmly looked forward. About 3 minutes later, the light gradually faded. Bathed in calming mana, Luonan raised his head. He was momentarily speechless. Just as that Roger had said, it was a sight he had never seen before. The snowy volcanic crater had transformed into a blooming garden. But the flowers were not plants known to mankind. Weapons of all kinds were embedded blade first into the ground, forming a garden of steel blooms. Chapter 176. The Sword Festival, Part 19. Tag number 176. A garden of steel had spread before their eyes. The weapons emerging from the ground glinted coldly, irregularly scattered across the crater. Just like that Roger had said, the inexperienced participants began panicking and murmuring among themselves. What is this? Are we supposed to find the holy sword in here? Is it magic? Or are we possessed by ghosts or something? Speaking of these weapons, don't they seem a little strange? Luonan was just as confused. Even after living 2 lives, he had never seen a sign like this. After glancing around for a bit, he asked Alajan, what kind of magic did you use? Hold on a sec. Even though we do this every year, I'm still not used to it. Allergen's face was full of fatigue. The same went for the other elders and Zifa. They all looked like they hadn't slept in 3 days. He's not in great shape. After adjusting his breath a bit, Allergen finally spoke. Sorry. Summoning all the sword spirits isn't an easy task. The reason the 7 elders stay in the sacred ground is to expand their strength and maintain this state. Sword spirits? Luonan tilted his head curiously. It was his first time hearing the term. But judging from the name, it sounded like weapons possessed by spirits from legends. The kind that could fly and stab enemies without being touched. Allergen replied, yes. To put it simply, sword spirits are souls residing in weapons. I've heard of weapons that can move or speak on their own. Is that related? Ah, you're talking about self-aware weapons. That's right. When a sword spirit grows strong enough, it gives birth to weapons like those. What you're seeing here are sword spirits manifested from the weapons of Shanli Farzan. They've lost their physical metallic forms, but cannot leave this world. Like ghosts. At the word ghost, Luonan frowned. Allergen explained further. The weapons before them were illusions. But somehow, the wind now felt even colder. What's the principle behind it? To be honest, it's kind of unsettling. We don't fully understand the cause. But we elders believe it has to do with the wielder's lingering attachment and bond. Rather than just hearing it, why not experience it yourself? Would you like to try? Allergen pointed at a longsword in front of Luonan. Luonan, skeptical, reached for the sword spirit. In that instant, it was like a jolt of static hit his mind. Several images flashed before his eyes. A man charging across the battlefield. Sword-piercing enemy armor. Screams and the clash of metal from all directions. It was like a fragment of someone's life. Damn it, what is this? Terrified, Luonan threw the sword away. As the vision vanished, his sight returned to normal. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. But it felt like an eternity. It was like reliving moments from a previous life. The trembling sword fell over and dissolved into mist. Allergen smiled as he stroked his beard. That was a sword spirit. The dreams carried by the weapons themselves. Memories of shedding blood with their masters. Now it's time to begin. Wait. So the trial is exactly what you're thinking. Luonan was about to say something more. But all the elders, including Allergen, set down their weapons. Allergen turned to the participants and declared, all you need to do is search this holy land and pull out any weapon that might be the holy sword. If it's not the holy sword, it will vanish into smoke immediately. No need to worry about being mistaken. If your strength allows it, you may attempt multiple times. But each time you touch a weapon, its memories will flood into you. So it's best to choose carefully. Allergen explained that the trial would continue until the sun completely set. Judging by the color of the sky, there were about 2 or 3 hours left. He once again emphasized the importance of caution in choosing a weapon. A participant raised their hand and asked, does the number of memory flashes depend on how many weapons we try? You'll understand once you grasp it. Carrying a piece of history brings unexpected fatigue. Several participants have mentally collapsed from forcing too many attempts. Please be cautious. Luonan indeed felt a subtle sense of exhaustion. Luckily, he let go in time. Had he held on until the end, it might have drained him for nothing. Then, Allergen added that among them, there must be a holy sword. So don't worry. At that moment, Luonan finally understood why the participant selection was so strict. This ceremony was a form of contact. Without thorough training of both mind and body, one could go insane or become crippled instantly. The faces of those who passed the final trial gradually grew solemn. Now then, let's begin. I hope someone awakens the slumbering holy sword, Allergen declared. The prepared participants began to spread out. Even the elders and sword saints joined the ceremony, bringing the total number of people in the sacred ground to 28. Soon after, cries of surprise echoed from all directions. Damn it, I can't go on anymore. A man in armor cursed and collapsed to the ground. He had failed to draw the spear planted in front of him. His body felt as heavy as if bound by 1,000 bricks. And even worse, the memories from the spears made it impossible to try again. Every vision he saw chipped away at his very self. Vice Captain of the Holy Spear Order. How many did you draw? At that moment, another exhausted participant sat down beside him. The dark bags under his eyes showed he was in the same condition. 7. That's my limit. That's a lot. I only managed 5, barely. Damn it, do holy swords even exist? Could this all be a hoax? I used to think that too. But seeing how serious they are. The hollow-eyed man pointed in a certain direction. The man on the ground raised his head to look. The uniformed elders were weaving through the spears busily. They were pulling out one weapon every 3 minutes. Looking like farmers harvesting crops. Smoke rose from the dissolving forms and drifted away with the wind. The man lay back down with a helpless chuckle. Monsters. That's what it takes to be an elder. Aside from them, there were others who were good at pulling swords too. Looks like we haven't trained enough. I heard the Empire's Star and Master of All Things have already drawn 2 each. Haha, that makes sense. By the way, what happened to that young man? A man asked while lying down. Haven't seen him since the ceremony started. Who? The guy who stopped the storm sword. We drank together once. Why isn't he here today? Yeah. The two of them shrugged. No doubt about it, he was one of the most promising participants. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't find him. However, that was only natural. Luonin had already found the holy sword 30 minutes into the ceremony. At the moment, he was sitting on the western edge of the crater. The setting sun bathed his face in red. With his back to the Holy Land, he admired the scenery below the mountain. What a torment! He could see all of the continents west. Rolling mountain ranges surrounded him. And no peak in sight was taller than where he sat. It felt like sitting on the rooftop of the world. In the far distance, he could see his homeland Nimbaton and the Romela Mountains stretching across it. He'd luckily found a slope, which allowed him to climb up. The area was somewhat obscure, and it wasn't clear whether it still belonged to the Holy Land. Luonin stuck La Mancha into the ground on his right side, just in case the elders asked what he was doing. He stretched and smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, "The holy sword is such a pain. What are you doing here?" Huh? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. He hadn't sensed any presence at all. It really startled him. Luonin patted his chest. He turned around. Lin was standing there. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. "Geez, you startled me. Aren't you looking for the holy sword?" Lin looked at him in confusion. Her usual expressionless face and dry tone were a little irritating. Luonin looked down at the mountain again. "Don't mind me. If I were the chosen one, I'd have shown up already." What a bad attitude. Even if you made it big, no one would call you a gentleman. I don't care for that kind of talk anyway. Luonin waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't interested in finding the holy sword. He just wanted to kill time before heading back. Seeing him like that, Lin slowly walked over, and casually sat on his lap. "You're unbelievable." Luonin let out a wry smile. That was definitely unexpected. He looked down at her resting against his chest. "You really aren't ladylike at all. Life is about doing what you want. Is that so?" "You're too heavy. Get off." Lin didn't budge. Luonin sighed, grabbed her by the shoulders, and set her beside him. She wasn't heavy, but still, she seemed bothered. Those pants, the ones he always used to wipe blood off. She stuck out her tongue in protest. "You're ridiculous. Shut up already. You should be looking for the holy sword too. What are you doing here?" "Following my heart." Luonin smiled helplessly. Lin said she hadn't even touched one. Another day is about to end. The sunset and the pale full moon form a stark contrast, creating a dreamlike scene. The clouds scattered like torn wool, displaying colors like autumn maple leaves. Lin took a deep breath and spoke. "Do you like sunsets?" I guess so. I didn't used to, but now, I kind of do." Luonin nodded. To him, the sunset wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was the last scene he saw before the end of his life. Lin asked, "Why?" "It's just how I feel about it. A natural kind of feeling. It's just that." A certain acquaintance gave a different interpretation, and I found it fitting. He said it's the dying sun's final struggle. Struggle? How interesting. Yeah. The sunset is red because it longs to survive. Like searching for firewood to avoid going out. For some reason, that explanation really stuck with me. It was something he talked about with Anderson at Autumn of the Four Seasons. A youthful autumn he had never experienced in his past life. Hard to believe that was already 2 years ago. Luonan spoke happily about that moment. Seeing the subtle warmth in his eyes, Lin let out a snort. That was the person Naviroye mentioned, wasn't it? Not bad. What are you talking about? Forget it. Compared to people who flirt around, this is better. But I have a question. A very important question. He suddenly turned his head to face Luonan. His eyes were crystal clear, giving off a transparent feel. He always gave off a mysterious impression. Since you've used it twice. Very well. What exactly do you want to ask? Lin continued speaking. The Holy Sword. Do you want it? Chapter 177. Record of the Sword, Note 20. Number 177. The Holy Sword. Do you want it? What? Luonan frowned. His tone sounded like he already had the Holy Sword. His expression was serious, not like he was joking. Do you know where it is? Yeah. I do. Lin nodded, his clear eyes full of confidence. Luonan raised his hand, and lightly poked his foot with a finger. Then why haven't you pulled it out? I can't. I thought you'd strip and cheer in excitement right away. Didn't expect such a dull reaction. What do you think of the Holy Sword? Lin asked. He squinted slightly, seeming a bit annoyed. Why is this guy suddenly like this? After a brief pause, Luonan responded, It's a good sword, that's all. Since it's so well known, it must be pretty sturdy, he said firmly, but that was all the description he gave. Lin's face slowly froze. He pouted and turned away. Idiot. What now? You're being too much. It's the sword that slayed the demon dragon, after all. To be honest, I don't know if that story is true. If the first emperor had truly played a decisive role in defeating Orsur, more people would probably know about it. But I had never heard of it before coming here. Luonan said, if it weren't for that elder granny who couldn't cook, he might never have known this story. Lin replied with a tone of dissatisfaction. That's just how it is. The Holy Sword requested not to be recorded in history. But Baron broke that promise. Though he didn't broadcast it widely. He told the truth to his confidants. Naturally, the secret got out. The disappointed Holy Sword settled in Falzon. Though no one wielded it, its sanctity still lingered. The pond in Falzon became a graveyard for sword spirits. Words flowed from his small lips like water. As if a great secret not meant to be heard brushed gently past Luonan's ears. Luonan stared at him with wide eyes. How do you know all this? I just do. Maybe you're right. I'm right? It's just a sturdy sword. In fact, it wasn't the Holy Sword's power that defeated Orsur. Lin said calmly. Luonan couldn't understand what he meant. He frowned. What are you talking about? The Holy Sword merely awakened the power inside Baron. Among short-lived beings, some are born with potential to surpass the immortal. Baron was one of them. Potential, huh? Yeah. One of the strongest dragons in the region, Orsur, was injured and forced to flee in the face of Baron's outburst. Baron was someone worthy of founding an empire. Lin calmly recounted the story of Baron and Orsur's battle, as if speaking of an old friend, though he was the original instigator behind the creation of the Imperial Army, and called many unpleasant names among the punishment troops. Hearing all this still brought a sense of change. Lin lightly tapped Luonan on the shoulder, and continued, in the end, the most important thing isn't the sword. It's the one who wields it. You understand that? Of course. That's not the only reason I made my judgment. Make a decision. Lin didn't answer. He stopped leaning his head forward, and stood up. Luonan noticed a faint glow in his hair. What exactly are you? Answer my question first. We don't have much time. The sunset lit the two of them. There was nothing else in the breeze. The struggling sun blazed more fiercely than usual today. Could it be? Luonan's eyes widened as he stared at Lin. Thinking back, he had seemed odd even at their first meeting. Suddenly, a hypothesis flashed through his mind. As soon as he thought of it, a chill ran down Luonan's spine. Just as he was about to speak, a loud noise came from the direction of the holy grounds. Damon? Where are we? How did you get in? Get out right now. Please, just let me take one look. If I can't see it this time, I may never get another chance. The two of them turned their heads at once. In the distance, a familiar boy stepped onto the sacred ground. The way he walked carefully looked quite ridiculous. On his back, he carried a long box Luonan recognized. Damon? Luonan frowned, not understanding why he suddenly did that. It was said that aside from the elders, sword saints and the final chosen, no one was allowed into this area. An old woman who introduced herself as the Silver Sword's keeper was scolding Damon. She asked him, "What did you say you brought?" "This is a gift from our master to Zifa. As Madame Olga knows, this is the reason I came to Falzon. Really, please, just give me a little time, okay?" Damon was almost in tears. He pleaded, citing the past half-month of effort as his justification. Seeing this scene, the elders looked at each other. At that moment, Zifa nodded. "Bring it here." "The sword." "Sword Saint, sir?" The elders' eyes widened in shock. But since Zifa himself said so, they couldn't object. Darman's face lit up. Thank you." Darman rushed over to Zifa. The black tiger looked annoyed, stopping his attempt to draw the sword. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked utterly exhausted. I'll show you right now. This is it." Darman hurriedly opened the case like his eyebrows were on fire. A snow-white longsword was revealed. The surrounding elders gasped in unison. This is. How is it? It's truly a fine sword." Darman carefully handed the sword to Zifa. The elders' gazes were all fixed on the sword in Darman's hands. The events from 2 months ago were still vivid in their minds. Everyone recognized this sword. It really was something out of a dream. No doubt about it. It had to be that sword. 2 months ago, all the elders had the same dream. A star fell upon the Holy Land, and a snow-white sword was embedded there. They believed it was a sign of the Holy Sword's arrival. So they held the sword festival in advance. Short elder stammered and said, Holy Sword. So you see it that way too? Alrajan nodded. The sword in Darman's hand was shockingly similar to the one in their dream. In fact, saying it was identical wouldn't be an exaggeration. Its elegant blade, the cross-shaped hilt, and the faint white glow at the tip, left everyone deeply puzzled. Zifa, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "So you're saying, you want to give me this sword?" Yes, that's right. This is a gift from our master to you. He insisted that you accept it." "Master? I don't know who you mean." Only Zifa seemed unconcerned. He tapped the ground with his tail, thinking only about who the gift giver might be. Maybe he doesn't know him. However, he admires you. He said you must use this sword. He crafted it with great care and effort. "I see. It truly is a fine sword." Zifa nodded. Even to his sharp eyes, there was no flaw in the sword. Coming all this way to deliver it. That's understandable. Damon looked up at Zifa, cautiously asking, "So, will you accept it?" "No. I refuse." "Huh?" Damon's expression froze. Zifa turned and walked away decisively. Stunned, Damon cried out in panic. Lord Zifa, is it because the sword is too small?" "Don't worry. There's a special feature here. Look at this part. I can't accept a sword from a stranger. Tell him I'm grateful." Damon tried desperately to stop Zifa. However, the black tiger strode mercilessly deeper into the holy grounds. He wanted to chase after him, but the other elders stopped him with their eyes. Damon lowered his head in helpless confusion. "Ah, what a shame. Darman, head back for now. We'll talk after this matter is over. Also, about this sword." Several elders walked over to comfort him. In an instant, Darman's figure disappeared. Luonan, watching from above, widened his eyes. "Wait, that guy. Sensing a threat, Zifa instinctively turned and swung his crescent blade. Whoosh! The massive blade swept through where Darman had stood. But there was no one there anymore. At that moment, Darman's figure appeared behind Zifa. "You bastard!" Zifa turned his head. Darman silently twisted the blade in his hand. The once pristine sword was now covered in blood. Luonan dashed out. He saw the shattered crescent blade's shaft hit the ground. No, Lin Nan, could it be? At the same time, Zifa's chest burst open with blood. Splash, whether from his massive frame, or a vital wound, A torrent of blood gushed out. Two elders nearby charged in, roaring in fury. "My God, Darman! What are you doing?" The elders displayed astonishing reflexes. One of them was the old woman who claimed to be the Silver Sword's master. Maria's greatsword was even bigger than her double axes. Darman's figure blurred and vanished again. The three who rushed at him passed each other. No sound of metal clashing was heard. As Darman landed, the heads of two elders flew high into the air. Splash! The cut necks of the headless corpses stained the holy ground red once more. In that instant, the world fell silent. The staggering Zifa slowly collapsed. Even the wind seemed to suddenly stop. Within the holy grounds, only the sound of elders' bodies and heads falling could be heard. That's not right. To casually reject someone's sincerity. Damon let out a cold smile. Zifa collapsed to the ground. His previously gray-white hair turned completely white, as if covered in dust. She twirled her body again, flinging off the blood. Then turned and said, "You think so too, don't you?" Familiar lightning spread around Damon. Her brown pupils gradually turned maple red. Finally, she locked her gaze onto Luonin. "Brother." Chapter 178. Sword Record 21. Number 178. "Don't you agree, brother?" Damon's eyes remained fixed on Luonin. Her bronze pupils had turned completely deep red. Her white hair fluttered in the wind like snowy shrubs. Magical light shimmered over Damon's shoulders. This transformation said it all. Daoliu wasn't the end. Hearing the word, brother, Luonin's expression twisted drastically. "What? Back in the forest that time, thanks to you. The memory seal was stronger than I expected. It almost put me in danger. Thanks to you, I didn't even have a scar left." Damon touched her own cheek with her hand. A place that, as a rookie hunter, should have been bruised all over. She recalled the scene where Luonin applied medicine for her. Luonin frowned. "You." He froze for a moment, completely unable to comprehend what she was saying. Changes in hair and eye color could be explained by magic. But suddenly calling him, brother, looking at the smiling Damon, she continued, "It's so nice to have a kind brother like you." At that moment, veins throbbed on Luonin's forehead. He felt like a fool. He should have just cut off her limbs and asked questions later. Luonin's thighs swelled with magical power. "Who's your brother?" "You bastard." Wham! After a brief pause, Luonin charged at the ground again. The soil and snow where he stood burst into the air. Darman raised his sword with a relaxed smile. A hollow clang, a deafening boom echoed through the volcano crater. Darman murmured in admiration, "What power! You've never come into contact with a sword spirit? What?" The impact deep in his bones made Luonin grit his teeth. He realized something was off the moment their blades clashed. This wasn't like fighting the torrent sword in the warehouse. Even though Luonin was giving it his all, Darman didn't budge. The crossed blades trembled as if trying to consume each other. Darman spoke calmly, "Don't be upset by my sudden change in demeanor." Before meeting Zifa, the Darman you knew was indeed real. Brother Darman smiled. Gone from that vile smirk was any trace of past cowardice. Thinking back to a few days ago, Luonin twitched his lips. This guy must have come up through memory sealing too. Lin once explained, after meeting that Roger, the torrent sword also became a completely different person. Darman likely broke through Falzon's barrier the same way. After taking a deep breath, Luonin asked, "Is your goal to kill Zifa?" "That's the main goal." "Got lucky, really. If it weren't for the search for the lost holy sword, it would have been a lot harder." Darman explained that he had indeed nearly killed Zifa. Luonin bit his lower lip. If Zifa and the elders had been in normal condition, they never would have gone down so easily. Then Darman, closely watching Luonin's face, said with interest, "Still, you really do look so alike. Blood doesn't lie." "What? You're the spitting image of the cult leader in his youth. Except for the color of your hair." "Cult leader? What nonsense are you spouting now?" Luonin was about to say something, when Damon's body suddenly began to grow. Her face started changing too. Her once round eyes sharpened, and the baby fat on her cheeks quickly vanished. Soon, her transformed face resembled someone Luonin knew very well. Damon smirked from one side of her mouth. "Now do you believe we're siblings?" "Brother, what the hell is going on?" Vice Captain of the Holy Lance Knights, Dyer, was plunged into unprecedented chaos. It was like a bolt from the blue, just when he had given up on finding the holy sword Tangdao. A boy suddenly appeared, killed 2 elders and took down Zifa. The unknown boy was now fiercely clashing with contestant number 44, Luanan. The metallic clashing of swords rang out continuously. The battle was intense. No other contestants dared to interfere. Some elders were pursuing him, but even they seemed unable to catch him. Lord Zifa. Dyer turned his gaze toward Zifa. He was kneeling, gasping, with a pierced chest. Blood was still gushing from the wound. The pool of blood beneath him quickly spread. Unable to accept what he saw, Dyer gasped for air. Then came a familiar voice from behind. "Hello there, it's you." Dyer turned around. The man with dark circles he'd once spoken to was standing there. Beside him stood a woman holding a giant iron hammer. Arms crossed in silence. Dyer raised his brow as he recognized the woman. Elena, the Iron Hammer mercenary. Renowned throughout the eastern continent. Elena? Why is she here? She came up from Alanfalzon as our companion. It would have been tough moving Lord Zifa with just 2 people. Thank goodness she's here. Wait, what do you mean by, move? The man with dark circles nodded. He explained that he came to rescue Zifa. Though the blood loss was severe, a sword saint should be able to pull through. Come with me. Wait a second. The man and Elena started running toward Zifa. Dyer hesitated for a moment, then followed after them. Though the distance was far, all 3 were seasoned fighters. They closed the gap quickly. Gurgle. Master Zifa, please hold on a bit longer. Zifa clutched his chest, letting out a low growl. Like a wounded beast, the man with dark circles pulled a vial from his coat. Suddenly, a shadow blocked their path. As expected, you actually managed to end it all in one go? Dyer's eyes widened. The shadow was a woman they didn't recognize. She had short hair, snow-white hair and crimson eyes. The dark-eyed man tilted his head in confusion. I've never seen you before. In that instant, the woman's hand blurred and vanished. A red line slashed across the man's throat. His head fell to the ground. Dyer and Elena froze instantly. What? Neither of them had processed what had just happened. 2 short swords had appeared in the woman's hands without notice. She licked the blood off one blade, and smiled. Hee, human blood really does taste better. This woman, it wasn't hard to sense she was an enemy. Dyer and Elena charged at her together. The blood-licking woman only moved once they closed in. Elena, who rushed in first, swung her hammer in a wide arc. The strike was infused with magic, accelerating the blow, a signature skill of hers. But the woman simply twisted her body, easily dodging the attack. The usually silent Elena spoke for the first time. If you 2 hadn't wasted time searching for the holy sword, eat. A thin wound appeared on Elena's chest. Blood gushed out. Ah. Got it dirty. The woman quickly leapt back, dodging the attack. Elena, pierced through the heart, collapsed to the ground. In eternal silence. Seeing this, Dyer backed away in terror, licking the blood off her dagger. The woman looked at her and said, I like eating things, but I don't like getting dirty. Honey's the same. What are you? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. We're from Lykovos. My name is Ajij, Lee, Kovos. The woman named Ajij answered calmly. Dyer, hearing the word for the first time, was stunned. Ajij chuckled softly, then threw the dagger she had just licked. See? Didn't expect that, huh? Ah. The dagger flew straight toward Dyer. Sensing the impending tragedy, she let out a scream of despair. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Dyer's forehead, HMPH, fast, sharp force knocked the dagger away. It was the blade of a large katana. Seeing the woman wielding it, Dyer's eyes widened. Lord Roger. Ah. Roger, who deflected the dagger, followed with a sweeping slash. Ajij twisted her shoulders just in time. The tip of the blade grazed her cheek. She glanced back at Roger, and said with curiosity, You're really full of energy, aren't you? Who are you? Roger asked in a low voice. Even after dozens of sword spirit exchanges, his eyes were still brimming with strength. Ajij squinted and smiled. Looks like Croden got hit too. Shouldn't have let him go alone. I asked. Who are you? I am Foss, a traveler from Nebulacridge. Want to know more? That depends on your skill. I will. Ajie leapt gracefully into the air, his body spinning rapidly as he charged in. His twin short swords struck like a wasp's sting. HMPH. Every time their blades met, sparks flew in the air. You're strong after all. What a hassle. Roger, the one he was fighting, frowned. Though Roger had the upper hand in swordsmanship, Ajie's movements were too fast and erratic. There was no clean opening to strike. He flipped over obstacles and walked on his hands, even launching secret poison needles from his shoes at times. At one moment, he stepped on a rock mid-leap, and lost balance, falling backward. Ah! Roger didn't miss the chance. His broadsword gleamed with emerald light, as it came down toward Ajie's head, just as the blade was about to split his skull. HMPH. A metallic clash rang out. Ajie let out a breath of relief. Phew, that was close. What is this? Roger's face grew serious. The broadsword stopped less than a finger's width from his eyes. A thin, veil-like barrier had blocked the strike. It was clearly the same technique once used by the Torrent sword. No matter how much force he used, the barrier wouldn't break. As Ajie deftly spun his short swords, he spoke. Well then, let's get serious. His expression turned cold. A bloodlust unlike anything before radiated from Ajie's shoulders. Roger gripped his sword tighter as well. Damn it. HMPH. The brush Luonin held slipped from his hand. It drew an arc in the air as the Lamankia embedded itself in the ground. Damon said with a faint smile. What's wrong, little brother? Your movements have clearly slowed down. Shut up. Damon's sword strikes gave him no room to retaliate. She kept pressing forward. Luonin quickly drew his short sword, Ymir, and took a defensive stance. HMPH. Her sword came down in an arc, striking hard against the back of Ymir. Ah. Are you shocked by the existence of your sibling? The impact traveled from his wrists down to his knees. After Damon's face transformed, Luonin had been retreating non-stop. He couldn't focus on the fight at all. Has it really come to this? Damon's face looked incredibly similar to his. A bit uglier, but if someone said they were twins, no one would doubt it. That alone was shocking enough. But the real thing shaking Luonin was something else. He knew who they both resembled. The High Priest. That's right. Damon once said she looked almost exactly like the High Priest. That statement confirmed the truth he'd been denying all along. So it's true. That bastard is my father. His mind was in chaos. Even if he focused entirely, it wasn't enough. This can't go on. Just as he tried to refocus for the fight. Crack. Damon's sword shattered Ymir into pieces. What? Sword ghost? Too bad. That black sword was quite handy. Damon spun her sword once, and thrust it forward. It was a distance that couldn't be dodged or blocked. Feeling death closing in, Luonin took a deep breath. Just as the blade was about to pierce his throat, something grabbed the back of his neck, and stepped in front of him. Thud. A strange, soft sound was heard. Damon's sword came to a halt. What just happened? Ah. Luonin's eyes widened. Tiny shoulders were trembling. A trembling sound came from his gaping mouth. Ling. A white blade had pierced through Ling's back. Blood soaked his clothes. Ling, impaled from behind, turned his head. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Seriously now, where did he come from? Damon frowned. Time seemed to freeze for Luonin. Ling's face turned pale fast. Blood dripping from his lips stood out starkly against his white hair, making it look even redder. HNGH. Luonin reflexively reached out and pulled Lamankia from the ground. As Damon swung his sword, Ling collapsed to the ground. Because he was so light, he barely made a sound. Luonin gripped his sword tightly and charged at Damon. Are you two lovers? Damon sneered. He calmly raised his sword into a defensive stance. Luonin swung with all his might, but the fury-fueled strike was easily blocked. You still have much to learn, little brother. I suppose it's time to end this. Damon gave a faint smile. But this time, it didn't end. HMPH. At the sound of metal, the searing Lamankia unleashed waves of sword energy. Damon's expression turned grim. Sensing danger, he quickly dodged aside. But he couldn't avoid it completely. The condensed sword energy sliced across his body. He took the hit. His left ribs and right shoulder were torn open. It felt like being bitten by a shark. The ever-calm Damon now wore a look of fury. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a surge of glowing magic burst from Damon's shoulder. This power far surpassed that of the former bishop, Telenil. But at that moment, Luonin didn't care about any of it. He quickly adjusted his stance and silently charged at Damon. You beast!" Damon raised her right hand. As massive wings unfurled behind her, a violent wind surged toward Luonin. This was one of the giant's powers. Gale. Boom. Swept up by the wind, Luonin was hurled far away. The force was like a compressed typhoon. He flew straight into the outer wall of the volcano crater. The impact felt like a snapped spine. Blood spurted from his mouth. Just as he tried to rise. Clang. Damon leapt into the air and kicked him square in the chest. There was no scream. A new mini crater formed around Luonin's body. Rumble. The outer wall collapsed under the impact. Luonin tumbled down the mountainside with falling rubble. Watching the scene, Damon muttered softly, "Phew, cool off down there for a while." She wiped the blood from her sword and turned to leave. The wounds on her shoulder and ribs were deep. She had almost lost for real. Damon pulled out an emergency potion and applied it to her wounds. As she looked around, her brows furrowed. The girl she had stabbed earlier, her body was gone. Chapter 179. Arcane Eye. Number 179. Luonin opened his eyes. Darkness surrounded him. No matter how much he blinked, he couldn't see a thing. He briefly thought he had gone blind. What lit up the darkness were fine red rays of light. Luonin quickly realized it was sunlight filtering through cracks in the rocks. Did I fall? He didn't remember what happened after Darman kicked him. There was no scent of blood in his nose. But with each breath, mixed with saliva, blood and stomach acid trickled down from his chin. "I'm lying down right now. Damn it." Luonin cursed. It didn't take long for his eyes to adjust to the dark. As he looked around, he saw the surrounding rock. So this is what it feels like to be buried alive under stone. Thankfully, some rocks held up space around him. Otherwise, he'd have been a mouse crushed by a carriage. HNGH. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain hit him like a wrung-dry rag. Broken bones felt like they were piercing his organs. This is really bad. As he lay there rummaging through his pouch, Luonin let out a bitter smile. What rotten luck. All that reached out from his bag were cut and bleeding hands. The special Baron made healing potions he carried were all shattered, turned into shards of glass and pulp. Though Luonin was used to desperate situations, this time was a little too much. This won't do. I have to recover first. Luonin quickly made a decision and closed his eyes. If he wanted to do anything, he needed to restore his body first. He focused his mind and began guiding the magic gathered at his heart throughout his body. It was an emergency treatment method he had learned in Firen. Damn, time's running out. Luonin bit his lower lip. Even though this was his best option, self-healing took too long, and wasn't enough for serious injuries. Worse still, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts. Ling. Thinking of Ling's sacrifice, he clenched his teeth. Ling had taken that sword strike for him. Now lying on the ground groaning, Ling's body looked so fragile. For revenge, Luonin had to get out of here quickly. However, scenes from the battle with Damon kept flashing in his mind. They disrupted his focus. It was clearly a defeat. Luonin had to admit it. The one who claimed to be his sibling was stronger than him. Of course, he couldn't go all out due to the shock of the family revelation. She was powerful and smart. The most annoying kind. During that battle, he could still see the image of Zifa being slashed. The elders' heads flying through the air haunted him as well. Clearly, Luonin must have struck when their powers weakened due to something else. However, even with all that considered, this was not something ordinary strength could achieve. Where did that guy suddenly come from? It was truly baffling. Outside of the powerful figures he saw in the mental realm, someone like this also existed? Suddenly, something Damon said during the battle resurfaced in his mind. When this is over, I'll invite you to join Traveler Fourth again. Luonan frowned. At the time, he only replied, "Shut up, lick my balls." But clearly, those were words he had heard before. In the end, he recalled where those words came from. It had to be back then, in the desert. The place was the heart of Danehall. And the one who said them was Bishop Telenil. The one Luonan gravely wounded. He threatened that Traveler Fourth would come after him. Was it the famed, sharpest sword, Nabraklahe he was referring to? Thinking it through, this must be a special organization of elite assassins and Nabraklahe's strongest warriors. Suddenly, Luonan realized Damon's sword wounds were identical to those on the bodies of the Dawn unit. She was one of them too. At that moment, Luonan finally understood why so many elite forces had been wiped out so easily. It wasn't just Raging Blade. There were other enemies like her. To them, it was an irresistible force. Once he confirmed some recovery, Luonan pushed his upper body up. Ah! A wave of intense pain hit. He clenched his teeth. Every time he moved, his body made snapping sounds like breaking branches. Luonan cursed as he finally managed to sit up. Damn it. This hurts like hell. Now he had to move to the next step. This amount of rubble should be escapable. Fortunately, Luonan felt the sword hilt in his right hand. Even during the fall, he hadn't let go. Looking down, Luonan's expression instantly turned grim. Shit. Lamankia had been damaged. Its blade torn apart. Half of it gone. Only now, did Luonan remember blocking Darman's kick with Lamankia's blade. That's what saved his life. He quickly swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth. Though the cracks had healed, the missing part didn't regenerate. When will I ever find it? This is terrible. If he could find the missing piece and reattach it, maybe it could be restored. After a brief thought, Luonan decided to shift his core. Radiant magical energy began to flow from his shoulder through his body. Alright, let's try this. See if I can make it out alive. If he unleashed the Tranyel secret technique shockwave, he might escape. Of course, if it triggered a landslide or falling boulders, he'd die instantly. But now wasn't the time to hesitate. Just as he was about to unleash the technique, a familiar voice spoke from behind. That's too reckless. Goosebumps shot across his body. Luonan instinctively turned his head. A familiar face appeared before his eyes. Lin was crouching above his head, staring straight at him. Lin? Lin waved in response. Luonan's eyes widened in shock. His long white hair hung all the way to the ground. You're badly hurt, aren't you? Does it hurt? As Lin tried to comfort him, Luonan suddenly reached out and pulled him into a hug. The pain in his body vanished in an instant. The sudden movement left Lin stunned. Then he smiled. How bold. If only you'd done it sooner. Are you okay? Luonan pulled back and grabbed Lin by the shoulders. No matter how he looked, this was definitely Lin. He was certain Lin had already died. Hearing that, the corners of Lin's mouth lifted slightly. How could I? Do I look like I'm totally fine to you? He poked Luonan's forehead with his finger. Only then did Luonan notice the red stain on Lin's chest. There was a hole where Damon's shoulder strike had gone through. It was a critical wound. Luonan looked back and forth between the wound and Lin's face, and said, "How did this happen? That body took so long to build. What a shame, but I don't regret it." Lin shook his head. Hearing such strange words, Luonan furrowed his brow. Talking about his body all of a sudden? He continued, "Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question." Question? Yeah. I asked if you wanted to have it. Then Luonan noticed Lin's body was slightly transparent. His hair also glowed faintly, like he was a spirit or a fairy. In that moment, the conversation between Lin and Damon before she went berserk flashed through his mind. They had been discussing the holy sword. Recalling that assumption, Luonan narrowed his eyes. There's no time. See for yourself and judge. Suddenly, Lin reached out his hand. As if offering a handshake, Luonan instinctively grasped his slender fingers. In that moment, visions surged into his mind like a tide. It felt just like when he had held the summoned sword spirit. What is this? In the center of a wasteland, a black dragon was roaring. Its massive body, with two pairs of wings like Saida, darkened the whole sky. Its arched neck was taller than the Empire's city walls. It wasn't hard to guess the dragon's identity. though he'd only seen it in picture books. Seeing it in person for the first time was terrifying. Luonan couldn't help but say the name of this evil creature. Orser. The demon dragon that had ruled the continent's center for over 1,000 years. Countless soldiers were charging toward Orser. Leading them was a man on horseback, wielding a white longsword. The banner in the center of the army bore the eagle of the Eight Dragon Empire. The demon dragon breathed fire wildly, blasting toward them. Thousands were about to be turned to ash. But just as the flames reached the soldiers, the leading man swung his sword. The fire split like dry twigs being chopped. A path to Orser opened up. The demon dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. "A mortal dares challenge me? Huh?" The man gave no reply, only a fierce battle cry. Orser breathed fire again, but that white longsword sliced it apart. When Luonan saw his face, he froze. The young man fighting the dragon looked exactly like the one he had seen earlier from the Eight Dragons' 44 generations. That man that's right, he's one of the Eight Dragons. A bell chimed from nowhere. As Orser clashed with the Eight Dragon, the scene changed. Now it was the sacred land of Falzon he knew well. Under the brilliant night sky, a sword was planted in the ground. That pure white sword was identical to the one held by the Eight Dragon. That was the place I ran to after losing faith in the Eight Dragon. Still think that was the right choice. As the bell rang, time quickly passed. The sun and moon rose and fell again and again. Before anyone knew it, buildings for the elders had been constructed along the volcano crater's edge. The sword bells, longing for their master, began to grow around the white sword. The seasons changed many times. Suddenly, the white sword began to ripple, and took on the form of a young girl. She had the same pure silvery white hair. Pulling a sword slab from the ground and placing it on herself, she turned around. A familiar face appeared. She crouched down and looked at Luonan. "Thief." "What?" Luonan's eyes widened. The scenery around him had turned into a familiar town. Standing in the center of Farzan, Luonan was holding a drawn short sword. He looked at the girl and said, "You're the holy sword?" "Yeah." "What a pity. I really wanted to visit that academy you mentioned. Now I can't go anymore." "Not necessarily. I just wanted to experience having a human body. To eat, drink, and touch things myself." "What an impure little girl." Luonan chuckled. Ling quickly corrected him. "I'm a lady, not a little girl." In the meantime, her body was growing fainter and fainter. Realizing time was short, Luonan spoke. "Holy sword, I'll take you, but, possess, I don't like that word. Let's go together." "A wise choice." "Damn, now there's a little hope. Can I become as strong as Baron someday?" "That depends on your potential. If your foundation is weak, there might not be much change." Ling explained that all she could do was draw out her wielder's potential. She looked Luonan up and down, then said with concern, "And also, you're in no condition right now. You need proper rest and treatment. Trying to awaken dormant power on the plains might backfire." "Don't worry, I'm fine. You're really a miracle. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Ling tilted their head slightly. Their gaze seemed to say, "This is the first time I've met someone like you." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Luonan replied coldly, "Who says I'm not scared? It's fucking terrifying." "Then why did you do it? You knew Darman was stronger than you." "It's not a big deal." Luonan staggered to his feet. He felt that even in a brawl with Assam, he wouldn't lose now. Just like Ling had said, he knew he'd lose to Darman. But he still charged in. There was no other reason. Taking a deep breath, Luonan continued speaking. "It's just because it had to be done. So I did it." "Hey." Ling laughed. It was a rather satisfied expression. Their gradually fading body began to glow brightly. "Ah." Luonan raised his hand to shield his eyes. The light faded shortly after. When he opened his eyes again, Ling was gone. However, Luonan realized that his body was no longer in pain. The wounds all over his body had disappeared, as if they had been washed away. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He couldn't help but gasp. This La Mancha had been completely restored. The broken parts had been mended. Its blade now shone with a brilliant white, like Ling's hair. A light seemingly grown from within shadows. In the silence, a familiar voice echoed in Luonan's mind. As expected, I have a good eye for people. Luonan silently tightened his grip on the hilt. His limbs gradually regained strength. His heart beat with the same intensity as when he faced Ahayut. It shone brilliantly, locked between the cracks of stone. Chapter 180. Arcane 2. Alert number 180. About 30 minutes had passed since the Trakov's attack. The setting sun blazed more fiercely, as if setting the sanctuary aflame. The crater dyed crimson explained clearly why this place was called the Pool of Light. Yet despite the beauty, the scene was utterly tragic. The red that covered the crater was not just the sunset glow. Blood spilled across the land stained the sanctuary with deep crimson light. Between the dense sword spirits, bodies lay scattered all around. Darman spoke. Anyone willing to surrender now? I will spare your life. Disarm and lower your defenses. Shut up. If you accept our offer, not only will your lives be spared, you will also be treated better than now. In the coming apocalypse, we will also offer you a chance to be saved. You and the Sword Saint are worthy of wings. You're better at talking than fighting. Naviroye growled lowly. Despite being badly wounded, he met Darman's gaze without flinching. Instead, his eyes burned with rage. A translucent curtain hung between them, slightly rippling. A hemispherical barrier stood between them. Not only did it protect Naviroye, it also shielded all the survivors. This is an arcane spell of one of the elders, Allergen. 3 elders and 14 participants stood guard around the hemisphere's edge. Why not just kill him? He's the one who did this to me. G, standing next to Damon, grumbled irritably. Below his left elbow, his arm was cleanly severed. That was Naviroye's doing. Taking advantage of the moment the Guardian's heart faded, Damon shook his head. Endure it. It's just a hand. Limbs are no big deal. Master Alablack can help you grow it back. Even so, it's still frustrating. G threw a dagger. The dagger bounced off the barrier and fell weakly to the ground. Damon looked past Naviroye and said, fearless resistance. You know as well as I do. That old man doesn't have much time left. Naviroye didn't answer. He just furrowed his brows. Though angry, he couldn't deny the truth in those words. At the center of the hemisphere, on the rock, Zifa and Allergen leaned against it. Zifa was twitching like in a nightmare. Allergen's abdomen was still bleeding heavily. That wound was inflicted by Damon. I'm fine, said Naviroye. Please hang in there a little longer. Watch your words, or the wound will reopen. HMPH. I've never used arcane magic in my life. Hey, who would have thought that it had finally come in handy now? Allergen smiled weakly. Each breath he took sounded like his soul was slipping away. His arcane power could harness the mana of himself and those around him to form a powerful barrier. For Allergen, who had lived a rough life, this ability had once been a source of shame and ridicule. He had been mocked countless times for hiding behind his barrier like a woman. Yet now, this very ability had become a lifeline to save himself and innocent others. Life truly is unpredictable. Not too bad. Allergen. That Roger clenched his teeth. Even though the participants were supplying mana, Allergen's life was almost at its end. If the barrier collapsed, most of the participants would be slaughtered. And hope seemed bleak. The elders, including Allergen, said a tragedy had likely occurred below. But the thing he feared most was something else. Luonan. Thinking of his disciple's face, he bit his lip. Luonan disappeared. After a loud explosion, it seemed that part of the crater had collapsed, and he had fallen down. Shulafin glanced back at him and sent a message telepathically. I'm going down. Don't be reckless. Shulafin, I can do it. I'll come back after ensuring Luonan's safety. I'm going down. 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 I'll come back after ensuring Luanen's safety. Even if you had 2 lives. I still wouldn't allow it. That Roger firmly rejected him. This isn't just bravery, it was a reckless move. If only Damon and Aji were here. Perhaps it could have been attempted. But unfortunately, the situation isn't ideal. The man opposite said with anger. I'll take care of the young Duke of Grancia. He struck while I was off guard. His face was hidden behind a blank mask. Sharp, deep wound. Stretched from his left collarbone to his right ribs. This was caused by Shuleifen's storm sword. He was one of the dozen strange people who joined the battle midway. 6 men and women wearing the same masks were circling the barrier. They appeared to be the bizarre ones from Nebra Klahe. Though not as strong as Damon or Aji, they fought with precision and order. Many participants died because of them. Damon spoke up. How many did the young Duke kill? 6 people. Impressive. He's definitely someone we must bring back. Damon let out a wry smile. He, too, clearly remembered Shuleifen, who wielded the Blade of Wind. That was an unbelievable strength. Calling her the continent's most promising star wouldn't be an exaggeration. Knock knock, as if knocking on a door. He tapped the barrier with his hand, as expected of a swordmaster's arcane barrier. Impenetrable. Seeing the fighting spirit in the survivor's eyes, Damon licked his lips. Well then, negotiations have failed. It's time to change the plan. Looks like we'll have to kill them all, and only take a few with us. Damon pointed toward the barrier. The participants, sensing danger, readied their defenses. His mouth opened. A storm is coming. At that moment, a pair of translucent wings. Something burst open behind Darman. Whoosh. A strong wind slammed into the barrier. The wounded Allergen coughed up blood. Ah, Allergen. The barrier flickered, like a candle about to go out. Then, Darman signaled with his eyes. He and the other freaks led by Aji drew their swords and struck the barrier together. A sound like a mine explosion rumbled instantly. Cracks, like spider webs, began to spread. Naviroye clenched his teeth. This. Kill everyone who can be killed. Except for the 3 mentioned earlier. Darman gave the cold order. The participants' faces turned pale, realizing that a massacre was imminent. It was only a matter of time. At that moment, Aji, humming and twirling his short sword, tilted his head in confusion. Who's that? What are you talking about? Over there, east side, someone's coming. Darman looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, someone was standing there. A young man was slowly walking over, backed by the collapsed volcano wall he had shattered. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Darman narrowed his eyes. He made it up this fast? There should have been more time. Luonen. Roger's eyes widened. Luonen, bathed in the sunset, looked like a freshly forged statue. He held a sword in his right hand, which looked similar to his usual one. But the feeling it gave off was entirely different. Roger drew in a sharp breath and shouted loudly, "Idiot, run, now." Of course, the sword doesn't matter now. He barely survived. Why did he come back here? His clothes were in tatters, clearly in poor condition. Damon, with a slight smirk, gave an order to the masked ones. Good. Bring me my little brother. Yes, sir. And so, one of the freaks attacking the barrier turned toward Luonen. They charged at him in unison, as if sharing a single mind. In an instant, a man appeared before Luonen, and raised his sword, shouting, "Resisting will only bring pain." At the same time, women on both sides drew rope swords in unison. Their movements were as graceful as a dance. Luonen calmly watched them and raised his sword. In an instant, his arm vanished from view. On the bodies of the freaks, white lines slashed across them. Huh? One of them sensed something off. Just as he tilted his head in confusion. Crack. A white line split open. Their bodies were sliced into dozens of pieces. Blood and entrails sprayed out in a fan-shaped burst. Like ingredients, they were diced into uniform chunks of meat, scattered across the ground. What? Damon and Aji's eyes widened. The masked freaks attacking the barrier ceased their assault. In a flash, everything fell silent. Inside the barrier, Teal spoke up. What did that young man just do? Naweroye heard her, but he didn't respond. Even though it was just a moment, he missed the moment Luonan made his move, stepping on the mangled corpses of the freaks. Luonan slowly walked forward. Each step he took came with the clear sound of organs and flesh being crushed. Though he had just killed 3 people, his expression remained calm and indifferent. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Is this really the same disciple I know? Aji, watching Luonan, let out an amused snort. HMPH, he feels very different. Am I the only one who thinks so? It seems something happened to him. Could it be he had some kind of fortuitous encounter? Interesting. I'll go take a look. Aji smiled. He ignored Darman's warning, and began walking toward Luonan. The way Luonan moved earlier was in no way slower than his own. Even if he wasn't struck by the sword, if anything went wrong, he could use the protection of the stars, or other powers to escape. Hello, I'm your big sister. Aji waved jokingly. His short white hair fluttered in the wind. Hearing, big sister, that word, Luonan tilted his head. Sister? Yeah. Darman's your big brother, right? Then that makes me your big sister. Aji said with a grin. Of course. It was just a surface-level joke. In his curved eyes, he was carefully observing Luonan's glow. To be honest, he couldn't see anything special. If it was just sword speed, then Darman should still have the upper hand. In fact, when face to face, the magic power radiating from him was even less than that of an average person. He gripped his dagger and prepared to leap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a flash, the sword in Luonan's hand emitted a blinding light. Ah! A red flash enveloped him. The light was so intense that Aji instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Luonan, who had been far from the 5 corpses, was already right in front of him. Huh? Aji's eyes widened. Only half a step now separated him from Luonan. Even though he had the best dynamic vision, he hadn't noticed Luonan's jump or dash at all. Clearly, he used some technique, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Luonan looked down at Aji and said coldly, I have no use for your example. TCH. Of course, now wasn't the time to argue. Aji quickly took a battle stance, gripping his dagger tightly. However, Luonan's sword was already flying at him. No, though Aji had sharp instincts, he could only vaguely see the trail of Luonan's quick sword. The 2 who died before couldn't even see that. But even though he could see it, his body couldn't react in time, rendering it meaningless. The blade cut in at a smooth angle, slicing both his right arm and leg. Then the cold blade rose upward, severing his left leg as well. He didn't even have a chance to activate Star Blessing. His skin, muscle, and bone were all cut. The sensation spread clearly throughout his body. Aji's face twisted in agony. Luonan's sword left a red trail where it passed. Just as he was about to scream, wait, only his torso and head remained, collapsed on the ground. Delayed, excruciating pain tore into Aji. A blood-curdling scream rang out. It was a scream that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the sanctuary. Luonan silently kicked him in the face, with a sound that shouldn't have come from a human face. Several white teeth flew into the air. Aji fell unconscious and collapsed. Then, Luonan kicked him aside like garbage, and continued forward. Darman whispered in astonishment, how surprising. What exactly happened down the mountain? Luonan didn't reply. The way he walked forward in silence felt almost deranged. Darman raised an eyebrow, just about to say something provocative, when his figure suddenly blurred, then vanished from sight. Darman instinctively raised his sword. At the same moment, a violent metallic clash exploded in front of him. Clang. Even though he used all his strength, his body was still pushed back. You blocked it? Luonan said flatly. His power and speed had greatly surpassed before. He continued swinging his sword non-stop. Unlike before, Darman was now being completely overwhelmed. Crack. Clang. Sparks flew repeatedly. Harsh metallic echoes rang out. Darman furrowed his brows. This is getting dangerous. Cold sweat dripped down the sides of his forehead. Whatever he had done, Luonan had become a completely different person. This pressure was just like the feeling he had when receiving the Pope's presence during the Trakov's initiation. First, I need to assess the situation. Damon muttered to himself. He activated Omniform. A pair of wings spread out again from his back. HMPH. A burst of strong wind surged toward Luonin. At the same time, Damon's body was blown backward. He spoke in disbelief. Huh? You're still standing? Luonin had not been knocked back. He had planted his sword into the ground, withstood the wind's pressure, but that wasn't the point. He had already succeeded in creating distance. At that moment, the blade of Ramancha's sword began glowing brilliantly again. It was a reddish flash, reminiscent of a sunset. A glowing mass, like an open hand, wrapped around Damon. In an instant, Damon felt an overwhelming force pulling him from behind. A voice whispered in his ear. Where do you think you're going? Damn, what? Damon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Luonin was standing right in front of him, staring him down. Thud. Ramancha's sword pierced straight through his chest. Chapter 181. Arcane Arts 3. Alert 181. Even stronger than I expected. How does it feel? Like going back in time? The past? Lin asked in a puzzled tone. Luonin didn't respond. Instead, he clenched his fists. His entire body seemed to become a sword. Could this be real? Is this the potential Lin was talking about? He wasn't sure, but this feeling was very similar to the time he dueled a Hayout. Even under the burden of a curse back then, he never backed down. Thinking back, at that time, what drove Luonin wasn't some grand mission to save the world. It wasn't out of revenge. It was simply something that had to be done. The act of destroying the world must never be allowed. Let's go. Luonin grabbed the sword's hilt and gave it a strong pull. The rocks sliced by sword aura crumbled down. The sunset cast its light on his face. A power unlike anything before surged from his heart to every limb. ****. La Mancha pierced straight through Darman's chest. The white blade tip jutted out from his back. Blood gushed from Darman's mouth. Luonin pushed the sword forward. Darman's feet lifted off the ground. How does it feel? It hurts, doesn't it? Luonin muttered coldly. This was his punishment for what he did to Lin. Despite blood dripping non-stop, Luonin twisted the sword without hesitation. Crack. The blade ripped through flesh. A painful, agonizing scream burst from his throat. Barely able to breathe, Darman glared at Luonin. This is... Luonin's face was eerily calm, almost indifferent. His pupils shimmered like the evening glow. Without the slightest ripple of emotion, he stared at Darman, and spoke. Don't expect to die with dignity. I still have many questions for you. A shiver ran down Darman's spine. The Luonin before him was completely different from the reckless brat earlier. The murderous aura radiating from him was something only found in butchers or soldiers on a mission. He can't win. Darman gritted his teeth. He had to admit there was no turning the tide like this. It wasn't just that Luonin's power had suddenly surged. If it had only been a difference in experience, there would still be ways to counter it. After all, battles between high-level sword styles are often decided in a split second due to carelessness or missteps. Darman had once defeated monsters like Zifa, based on that very principle. But what filled him with despair now was Luonin's calm state. There wasn't a single opening to be found. After countless training sessions, he could foresee Luonin tearing him apart once he extracted all the information he wanted. For some reason, his power was being suppressed. And that wasn't the only problem. For some reason, he couldn't use magic at all. The sword embedded in his body seemed to be draining all his strength. If only there were a sliver of chance. At this rate, it's really over. Damon's mind began to overheat. He made a desperate gamble. But in his current state, he couldn't even try anything. Even if he could just buy a few seconds. He took a deep breath and spoke. Begging won't help, right? He asked a question he already knew the answer to. As expected. Then let me tell you something as a gift on your path to the afterlife. Every time Damon spoke, the air filled with the stench of blood. His ragged breathing, each word soaked in pain. You and I, Khan and I, aren't really brothers. But why do we look so alike? HMPH. It would take time to digest those words. At that very moment, Damon felt his guts and kidneys stir. Then suddenly, he grabbed with both hands. The blade embedded in his abdomen. The blade sliced deep into his palms. But he no longer cared. Ah! Damon yanked the blade to the left with force. At the same moment, Ramancha's sword, originally piercing his center, slid out through his ribcage. Its blade, sharper than ever, sliced through him. As if it were cutting through butter, effortless. TCH, the wound split open. Blood and entrails gushed out again. HMPH, Luonen's foot landed where Damon's head had just been. As his body was freed from the sword, his strength began to return. He quickly sprang up, and launched himself away from Luonen. The red soil churned like waves. In an instant, Darman and Luonen separated. He shouted loudly, "Ha! Ha! It worked!" Disgusting. Luonen frowned, as he saw the spilled entrails. The sight of him fleeing was truly unpleasant. Due to significant fatigue, he stood in place and swung his sword. A red crescent-shaped sword aura flew toward Darman. Just a little farther. Chant-like words spilled quickly from Darman's mouth. He moved swiftly in an attempt to dodge. Logically, he should have been able to avoid it. But unfortunately, Luonen's sword aura was very different from ordinary ones. The crescent-shaped aura exploded just as it reached Darman. Shrapnel scattered in all directions. Ah! Boom! The blast flung Darman into the air like he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. A massive explosion echoed through the crater. Luonen slowly walked toward the fallen Darman. Darman's body was now like torn cloth. His right leg was gone. Even as he writhed like a worm, he continued muttering nonsense. "I have descended here. I am." But the sentence trailed off. Crunch. Luonen stepped on Darman's back. Pus flowed from the wound that had torn open earlier. Darman squirmed, helplessly, but Luonen casually swung his sword. A red line slid across Darman's already mangled limbs. After finishing its task, La Mancha returned to its original position. The remaining limbs detached from his body. With 3 fountains of blood gushing out, a horrifying scream echoed. Luonen, stepping on his neck, opened his mouth and asked, "What do you mean? Weren't you brothers?" Who knows? What do you mean? I only understood it after meeting you today. At first, I thought you were just a discarded seed of the cult leader. But there's something fundamentally different. Damon spoke haltingly, a powerless smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't a time to be smiling. But maybe the blood loss was making him delirious. Luonen pressed harder, continuing to ask, "What's fundamentally different?" "Who knows? But there's one thing I can tell you." Luonen tilted his head in confusion. At the same time, Damon clenched his jaw hard. Crack. An invisible force erupted from him like a shockwave. Luonen was blasted away, landing near the 5 corpses. Damn it, always stopping halfway. Luonen cursed as he raised his head. Damon's body was now engulfed in white steam. The entire holy ground was lit up with radiant magic. It was so bright it hurt the eyes. Things were getting dangerously out of hand. Luonen clenched his jaw. The blessing he received from Lin was about to run out. Even his bones ached slightly with each breath. Whatever Damon was planning, this had to end now. Luonen's leg muscles swelled with magic-enhanced force. Bang! He launched himself off the ground. Just as he was about to touch the steam, a strange voice rang out. Too late. Half a beat too slow. What? Luonen's eyes widened. The low, menacing voice carried clear threat. Suddenly, a fist shot out from the steam, and slammed into Luonen's body. Boom! He was blown to the edge of the crater, slamming into the rock wall. Luonen gritted his teeth, feeling like hundreds of iron balls were rattling around in his skull. Even with sword defense, the impact was still overwhelming. Just as he landed, that same voice rang out again. Never would I have imagined that I'd have to use this power. To be pushed this far by you. Truly praiseworthy. You are. Luonen, lifting his head, froze mid-step. Steam faded into the wind. At the center, Darman had regrown all 4 of his limbs. But that wasn't the only change. His entire body had doubled in size. His skin turned snow white. A pair of bird-like wings sprouted from his back. It was a very familiar form, though it couldn't compare in size or presence to the original. It was clear he had obtained the power of some being. A stiffened Luonan muttered to himself. Ahayut, you know the name of a god? Impressive, you've got some depth, Darman said, as if greeting an old friend. Cries of panic came from the direction of the survivors. My god, a monster. What is that thing? Their faces twisted in terror. Those who had just defeated 3 villains, and were ready to join Luonan were stunned. Only Naviroye and Shulafin remained unfazed. They swung their swords to attack. Boom. A green crescent-shaped sword aura and a blade of wind flew toward Darman simultaneously. Boom. The explosion tore up the ground, engulfing his figure. Naviroye bit his lower lip. Damn it. He instinctively sensed that the attack had been ineffective. And sure enough, when the explosion cleared, Darman's figure remained perfectly intact. A spherical barrier surrounded him, emitting a powerful aura. It distorted the space around him. This was far stronger than Stormblade or Aji's power. The power of mortals is meaningless. Don't you agree? Run. Naweroye shouted loudly. However, Damon's target wasn't them. He raised his arm. His white palm began gathering surrounding light. Soon, a long spear formed of light appeared in Damon's hand. That's, Luonan narrowed his eyes. As expected, it was a skill he was familiar with. Surging with fierce wind, Damon hurled the spear at Luonan. Disappear. Like a bolt of lightning. A massive explosion instantly engulfed the area where Luonan had been. A 30-meter-wide pillar of light shot up into the sky. Several weak-kneed contestants collapsed to the ground. Luonan, Shulafin called out. It was an explosion impossible to escape. When the light faded, the utterly devastated crater came into view. There should be a body left. Damon muttered to himself. Thick smoke spread from the point where the light had erupted. He flapped his wings in midair, looking down at where Luonan had been. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a familiar crimson glow pierced through the smoke. Huh? Damon raised his hand to shield his face. Even after receiving a portion of divine power, he still couldn't bear to look directly at it. His whole body once again felt pulled by some unknown force. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in the smoke he had been observing. What? Damon frowned deeply. Panic crept into his face as he began to look around. But a murderous intent beyond words rushed from behind. Damon turned his head quickly and gasped. Luonan, sword drawn, was already right in front of him. What the hell is this? Luonan appeared completely unharmed, faced with something that defied logic. Damon's expression twisted in horror. Staring into his eyes, Luonan said quietly, Sorry, I've already fought the original. Darman hastily reached out, but Luonan's sword was already at his throat. La Mancha, fused with the holy sword, traced a graceful arc. A white line appeared on Darman's neck. Ah! What a poser. At least that guy didn't scream so loudly. Luonan said. At the same time, blue blood sprayed from where the sword passed. Realizing he didn't sever the neck in one go, Luonan clicked his tongue. Darman screamed, clutching his wobbling neck. Ah! Blue blood poured down like rain. The moment Darman spread his wings, a gust of wind instantly blew the smoke away. The survivors screamed again. Luonan, watching everything, tightened his grip on his sword. I've seen enough. The cold blood on his face made him shiver. Suddenly, Roger's explanation of arcane flashed in his mind. He had said arcane reflected one's self and desires. That actually made some sense. Though he didn't fully understand it, he felt like he'd grasped something. The helpless feeling of watching Ahayut soar through the sky. His obsession with the sword's reach. The memory of chatting with Andersan under the sunset. Maybe his final thoughts determined the shape of his power. To survive, he had drawn all the light of the world toward himself. Now that he thought about it, it was quite a poetic expression. Luonan slowly opened his mouth. Come down, Darman. This is the final moment. Luonan tightened his grip on the sword hilt. La Mancha's blade once again took on the hue of dusk. The shimmering glow enveloped the soaring Darman. For a moment, space twisted. A light like the setting sun pulled Darman right before Luonan's eyes. You. Darman shouted something, but Luonan didn't reply. His arm blurred for an instant, and vanished. A graceful sword light swept across Darman's body, and as Luonan flicked the blood from his sword, Darman's body was torn into 7 pieces. Chapter 182. Sunset. Alert 182. 7 shattered pieces of flesh slammed to the ground. The surging blue blood splashed all over Luonin. Darman's rolling head landed at his feet, still breathing. A faint voice squeezed from his lips. "You bastard. You're pretty resilient." Luonin raised an eyebrow. "You can still talk with your neck cut? That's better than you were before." Darman's eyelids trembled, glaring at Luonin. He sighed. "I told you." His once powerful voice returned to normal. The paper-white skin regained a peachy hue. His sky-blue blood gradually turned red, as if something was draining from within him. His soul, or perhaps his life. Luonin calmly stepped on his neck. "How much time do you have left?" "At most, 3 minutes. Then before you go, tell me, why did you suddenly say we're not brothers?" He had many questions, but what he most wanted to know was the truth of his birth. He didn't hold much hope. A dying Darman had no reason to answer. But calmly, he did. "Do I need to explain?" "It's exactly what I said." "Then why'd I look so much like your child?" "Yeah. Now that you mention it, it is strange. I always thought you were, like me, a direct descendant of the cult leader." Darman's voice drew out, his eyes gradually losing their light. Luonin's instincts told him Darman didn't have long. "But one thing is certain. You are not the cult leader's child. I never had a brother like you." "Well, that's a relief. You're not lying, are you?" "Relax. Though my life was full of lies, I wanted to end with the truth." Darman sighed as if resigning himself. "Since I'm going to die anyway." He seemed to have decided to reveal everything. Luonin pressed his throat lightly with his toe. "Not a bad answer. In that case, tell me, why did you come here? And where is your base of operations? Shouldn't be too hard." "Oh? You really want me to say it?" Luonin waited in anticipation for the answer. Suddenly, he sensed killing intent from the corner of his vision. Luonin turned his head. Light particles were gathering in Darman's palm as he lay on the ground. Realizing something was off, Luonin cursed. "Damn it. Enjoy your final moment." Luonin gripped his sword tightly. Darman clenched his fist. HMPH. At the moment of the explosion, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Luonin jumped just as the explosion occurred. Though smaller in scale than earlier, it was enough to shatter the already crumbling rock. The moment he landed over the ridge, the ground beneath where he and Darman had stood collapsed. When the light faded, the wind blew the smoke away. Luonin walked to the edge of the crater and looked down. Fragments of Darman's remains fell down the mountain with the rubble. He muttered quietly, "Bastard." He thought Darman had come to his senses. But clearly not. Once again, he realized. They needed to be wiped out, fast. After it all ended, his body suddenly felt heavy. Then a voice came from behind. "Luonin, are you okay?" "Huff, is everyone else still alive?" Luonin turned around. Nweroye, Shulafan, and the other survivors gathered around him. Aside from Zifa and Alajan, who were leaning against rocks, the rest appeared to be in good health. Luonin pointed at them and asked, "What's wrong with those two?" "They're both still alive. We found potions on some of the fallen contestants. If we get them to the infirmary quickly, they'll be fine." Sure enough, Luonin saw Zifa's shoulder slightly rise and fall. He breathed a sigh of relief. Shulafan, who had been staring at him, finally spoke. "You finally awakened your arcane art. Truly an astonishing feat. Hey, is that really what matters right now?" Luonin let out a small chuckle. Shulafan, covered in blood, still had deep blue light gleaming in her eyes. Many of the wounded were bandaging themselves with torn uniforms. He really wanted to punch her, but his feet wouldn't move. Then he suddenly noticed Aji lying on the ground. His wounds were cleanly cut, not bleeding. Luonin nodded toward him. "Is he still alive?" "Yes. But probably not for long. Try to keep him alive. We still need to get information out of him." "Understood. You don't look so good. You okay?" Nweroye asked with concern. Luonin gave him a thumbs up in reply. Of course. But in truth, he felt awful. He ran his hand through his hair. Then added, "I'm all right. What was that just now? Those damn freaks?" "Oh, right. You all saw it, right?" Luonin glanced around. More than 10 people were standing in a daze. None of them had missed Darman's transformation into a giant. Luonan smiled. Now he could finally speak the truth about the future. Without being called a madman. He had a feeling. No one knows what the future holds. Uncle Baron would love this. No, he'd probably faint from excitement. Imagining the Emperor's reaction, Luonan chuckled. Before he knew it, he had completed his first mission for Dawn. The result of his first mission wasn't bad. And he still had the map given by Russell. Roger waved at him. How long are you planning to stay up there? Come down already. Wait a sec. The view is beautiful. Luonan didn't come down. Instead, he slowly lifted his head. This place was technically part of Falzon. The view of Falzon, including the sanctuary, stretched before him. A cool breeze swept through his bangs. The sun was setting. It was breathtaking. The sun had dipped below the western horizon. Purple light intertwined with red clouds. Melting into the sky, tens of thousands of weapons shimmered. The wind whistled through the gaps. Like a requiem for the dead. Faces of people he'd briefly encountered flashed before him. Russell, Layli, the Fox Knight, Lady Olga, and... Luonan suddenly lowered his head and looked at his sword. The black and white blade reflected the colors of the sky, just like all the others. He rotated the blade, and while gazing into the sunset, he spoke. Good job. There was no reply, but he could sense that Zero nodded. Looking at the sunset again, Luonan let out a quiet laugh. Thud. His body slowly tilted backward. Get up. His eyelids quickly shut. A sensation like sinking into deep water enveloped him. In darkness, Noweroye and Shulafin were shouting loudly. But their voices were hard to make out. He wanted to call them closer, but couldn't make a sound. Luonan opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a snow-white ceiling. A calming, clean decoration. He was sure he had seen it somewhere before. This place is... He slowly sat up. Rows of hospital beds and various medical devices entered his view. A slightly open window let the breeze in. Gently swaying ivory-colored curtains. This was clearly the infirmary of Galarian Pavilion in Frayne. Damn it. How long have I been asleep? Luonan's eyes widened. A one-way trip alone takes a week. He had no way of estimating how long he had been unconscious. The breeze carried a subtle scent of lotus flowers. It was a warmth he had never experienced back in Falzon. Feeling a weight near his thigh, Luonan looked down. A head of black hair, contrasting the white bedsheets, caught his attention. A familiar girl was resting on his arm. Senpai? Just a sec. It was *Andershan*. Luonan gently poked her cheek. She rubbed her eyes and woke up. Andershan looked exhausted, her skin pale, dark circles heavy. She looked like she hadn't slept for days. Luonan silently reached out, and brushed away the hair sticking to her lips. Half awake, Andershan opened her eyes, and stared in surprise. Luonan, you really only slept well last night? Thank goodness. You're finally awake. Are you alright? There were no external wounds. But you wouldn't open your eyes. It scared the hell out of us. Andershan hurriedly began explaining what had happened during that time. It had been several days since Luonan returned from Falzon, and fell unconscious. He, Elizabeth, and friends from the Special Class Adventurers Club, had been taking turns visiting him. The small table by his bed was piled with letters, and what looked like nutritious food. 9 days already. Damn, I've been lying here that long? But still, it's really good that you're okay. By the way, what did you just say? Andershan suddenly stopped speaking and touched his lips. The corners of his mouth were damp. To make sure he wasn't dreaming, he opened his eyes wide. I don't know. So this is... His pale cheeks turned red in an instant. He frantically gestured to explain the moisture coming from his mouth. Watching this, Luonan smiled softly. He slowly reached out, and silently pulled Andershan into an embrace. Luonan. Andershan gasped. There were only the two of them in the hospital room. They could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Luonan said, thank you. Thank me? For this? In every sense. It's all thanks to you. My arcane power awakened too. Panicked, Andershan struggled, but Luonan didn't let go. Luonan recounted his awakening atop Mount Falzon. Andershan's black hair carried a scent of snow and wildflowers. At some point, he stopped resisting and buried his face into Luonen's shoulder. Feels nice. The two of them stayed like that for a while. The warmth passing through the fabric was comforting. Luonen felt at peace once more. Just as he was about to doze off, a low, hoarse voice rang out. "Oh, you're awake." "Ah." A familiar voice rang out. Startled, Andersson quickly pulled away in panic. Luonen looked in the direction of the voice. A dark-skinned giant was leaning against the ward wall. "Zifa. It's good. It reminds me of when my wife was still alive." It really was Zifa. After confirming that Luonen was awake, he grinned, showing his fangs. Thick bandages were wrapped around his dark chest, as if they could even stop an elephant from bleeding. Watching him gnaw on a watermelon like it was an apple, Luonen gave a wry smile. "You're alive." "Yep. Though it's a bit embarrassing. It's the first time I understood how that snake felt." Zifa let out a sigh. He explained. He had fully recovered after just one day in the infirmary, even though he had lost a lot of blood, and at the time thought his heart had been cut in two. He really was one tough guy. He continued speaking. "Anyway, I'm just glad you're safe. We've got a lot to talk about." "Yeah. But someone who just woke up shouldn't be overwhelmed too soon. I'll come back later. But you can have a chat with this guest first." "Guest?" Luonen tilted his head in confusion. Zifa stood up straight from the wall. He gestured toward the half-open door. Creak. The door opened completely. Another giant carefully stepped inside. A furred, female bard shining with a creamy glow. "It's you. Long time no see." The bard gave a deep bow. She was the sole survivor of the massacre on the day of the Dawn Squad attack. "Major Nemea." Zifa patted her on the shoulder and said, "Yes, my adjutant has something to say about what happened that day." Chapter 183. Strolling through the corridor. Alert 183. My adjutant has something to say about what happened that day. Zifa patted the major on the shoulder. Luonen noticed Andersson's breathing quickening. Remembering his trauma, Luonen asked softly, "Why don't we talk later?" "No, it's okay." Andersson shook his head. He stared at the two bards like facing a fear. Major Nemea took a few steps forward and bowed her head. Her massive body was like a towering wall. "I should apologize first. I'm sorry." Her attitude didn't match her size. She appeared very humble. It was an apology for the panic she caused when she first met Luonen. Luonen said, "It's all right. No, I made a terrible mistake back then. No matter the circumstances, I should have stayed calm. This shows that I'm still immature." Nemea continued, just as he had expected. The reason he feared the attacker was because the attacker's eye color resembled Roknen's. Roknen's deduction was completely correct. The attackers were Damon and Akiai, and Storm Arrow Claudin. Nemea explained that, whenever he saw crimson eyes, his comrades would die, spurting blood. Damn it. Roknen clenched his lips tightly. Having experienced the annihilation of his entire squad, he deeply understood what Xiao Xiao must have felt. Roknen, who had been silently listening, waved his hand. "It's really okay. Raise your head. If it were me, I would have fainted too." "Thank you." Only then did Nemea lift his head. After going through such an ordeal, he still thought to apologize. As expected of someone from the former Royal Knights, he was different. Looking at him, Roknen spoke up. "There's something else, right?" "Yes. You don't look well, so I'll keep it short. That day, I happened to overhear the attacker's conversation." "Oh?" Although the sound of rain masked some of it, I still heard it clearly. Most of it was small talk, but there were some unsettling parts. Because he was a long-lived bard with keen hearing, he could do this. Nemea said they mentioned a specific location, although it was unclear if it was their next destination after Neprokraj. It was still valuable information. Nemea said he would organize what he heard into a document and send it over as soon as possible. He added that the only surviving RGI member had been taken to Rodaran. He would collect the intel obtained from him. After saying all this, he bowed again. "Well then, I'll visit again soon. Please get some good rest. Take care." The two bards left the room. Zifa left behind a bottle of Eternal Snowflake distilled liquor as a gift. After all, this was Fileyong Academy. It didn't seem to matter much to him. a mentally unstable tiger. For some reason, it felt like they would often see Zifa in the future. Suddenly, Anderson sighed beside him. Luonan asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" "Phew. Much better now." Anderson regulated his breathing. He hadn't taken his eyes off Zifa the whole time. Just staying this calm was already impressive. After all, Zifa was the one responsible for his family's tragedy. Luonan, who got along well with Zifa, often forgot. He was the leader of the Northern Bard Alliance that triggered the Night of Fangs. Luonan held Anderson's hand, until he could breathe steadily again. Soon, he fully calmed down and smiled. "Yeah. Now I'm really okay. Your hand has gotten bigger." "That's great. By the way, your arcane power awakened. What kind of ability is it?" It's a bit tricky here. I'll show you after we go outside." Luonan looked at La Mancha, leaning against the wall. No matter what, it would look too flashy to use it indoors. Anderson said, "Right. Your club members all went on an outing together. They might be back tomorrow." Elizabeth went to the Dawn Magic Tower for further study. Even without Luonan, the S-Class Adventure Club was still functioning well. Their current activity was to visit the Nest of Salvation, where casualties occurred in an attack. Though not as crazy as when Luonan was around. To ordinary students, it was still quite a reckless thing to do. Everyone was living busy and fulfilling days. "That's nice." Luonan smiled with satisfaction and nodded. At that moment, the ward door suddenly opened. Several familiar faces walked in one after another. Shulafan, Navi Roger, and Yelier, his sister, who met Luonan's eyes, clapped her hands excitedly. "Our little brother is finally awake. Sis, do you know how worried we were?" Yelier rushed over, and hugged Luonan tightly. Clear tear streaks were already visible on her cheeks. Looks like she had been really worried. After caressing her brother's face for a while, Yelier turned to Shulafan and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Shulafan, for saving my brother. I just did what I had to do." Shulafan responded like a malfunctioning machine. Hearing that strange reply, Luonan raised an eyebrow. "You said you saved me? What do you mean? I carried you all the way from Falzon." It was Shulafan. "You're fine now, but back then, it was serious. You were suffering from a typical magic overload. Your body temperature was boiling." Navi Roger answered in place of the amnesiac Shulafan. Luonan had fallen into crisis due to his potential being awakened too early. Luckily, Shulafan got her here within an hour. Luonan looked at Shulafan with a surprised expression. "You really went through a lot. Thank you. You're really heavy, you know." Shulafan commented plainly. Her gaze still lingered on Yelier. Seeing that, Luonan smiled slightly. Navi Roger looked at the transformed Ramancha and said, "Is this the holy sword?" "Yes. That's amazing. I thought things like this only existed in fairy tales." Hearing Luonan's words, he showed genuine admiration. Navi Roger told him that all the survivors from that day, including Erogen, were safe. They discussed what happened in Falzon, and chatted for quite a while. Just as the conversation was about to end, Anderson grabbed the hem of Navi Roger's embroidered robe as he was leaving. I've been meaning to ask. This is Luonan's coat, right? Why are you wearing?" Anderson trailed off awkwardly. His embarrassed smile revealed a trace of unease. Navi Roger raised an eyebrow. "Ah, you mean this? Luonan gave it to me after my clothes got torn in the fight against the violent stream sword." He was about to answer casually but suddenly stopped. Navi Roger glanced between Luonan and Anderson. Sly smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "It's no big deal. I just saw you standing there half naked and pitiful. So I put it on." "What? Half naked? What does that even mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like. That day, this guy completely turned into a beast. His power reminded me of my younger self." Navi Roger recounted a slightly twisted version of events. Anderson covered his mouth with both hands, panting as he looked at Luonan. Wait a second. At least try not to drop the subject altogether." Luonan let out a helpless smile. Tears were starting to gather in the corners of Anderson's eyes. Navi Roger chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Just kidding, okay? I'll be going then. The entrance ceremony's coming up. Don't push yourself too hard. Get some rest." With that, Navi Roger left the ward, still wearing the coat. At that moment, Luonan noticed a bit of a pipe sticking out from the coat's outer pocket. Oh right, I should take that back too. Luonan was about to get up. Where are you going, senior? You need to rest. Andershan grabbed his wrist. His grip was strong, probably from frequently wielding a bow and whip. Luonan gestured in protest. You really believe that kind of talk? He said himself he was joking. Yeah. But it still needs a detailed explanation. His sudden calmness gave off an eerie chill. His previously shaken gaze had now turned cold. If refused, he might even resort to mind control. In the end, Luonan sat back down. He had no choice but to explain everything that happened in Falzon in detail. Only after 3 hours was he allowed to leave. After being discharged, Luonan quickly returned to the dorm. Even though he hadn't been back for a month, the room was still spotless. Thanks to his personal witch, Lucy. Luonan greeted her as she played with Saida. Long time no see, Lucy. Oh my, Lord Luonan. You still look very tired. Are you okay? There's still a lot to be done. Here, this is for you. Luonan gave Lucy a tip equivalent to a month's wage, and asked her to leave. She turned pale, knocked on the door saying she couldn't accept the money. But he completely ignored her. Damn, haven't written in a while. My handwriting's a mess. The first thing she did was summarize what happened in Falzon. At a crucial moment, Luonan only read the unimportant reports. Then immediately, on the forum, he submitted a critical report to the Emperor. Saida, acting as the messenger, used only 5 minutes to deliver the report to the palace and return. End of segment. Saida, who had completed her mission, seemed eager to make up for a month of absence, rubbing her face desperately against Luonan's. Hey. Saida. Yeah, I missed you too. Luonan gently stroked Saida, who had grown into a large dog. She seemed to have grown even more. It felt like she might be able to carry someone flying soon. The reply came quickly. In less than an hour, the Emperor personally expressed gratitude for his efforts. Whoosh. After reading the decree, the magically treated paper ignited and vanished on its own. Luonan stroked his chin and murmured softly, what should I do next? Nebulacridge. He could easily foresee that many things were about to change. Just looking at the survivors from Falzon, many of them were already influencing different sectors of the continent. They would share the bizarre experiences from Falzon with people they knew. It would be passed along completely. Their souls would remain in Falzon. But those stories would carry their essence. They would share what happened in Falzon with others. And the whole world would eventually turn into an enemy. Having faced Lyakovs, Luonan was certain they could still win, even though those foes were strong. They weren't yet strong enough to confront an entire nation. He understood why they hadn't launched a full-scale war yet. There was a reason they were eliminating powerful individuals one by one. When the odds were favorable, they had to strike decisively. Killing all the giants would be good, but it would be even better to prevent a descent event. After completing the most urgent task, Luonan left the room. His destination was Kretil's office. Of course, Kretil had received the message too, but explaining it in person would be more accurate. Returning to Felion after a month, Luonan felt peaceful. Students no longer wore heavy coats. Flower beds were in full bloom. The chaos and tragedy of Falzon felt like a one-night dream. Suddenly, Luonan's gaze fell on the sword at his waist. Infused with Lind La Mancha, it still held a strange form. About 70% of the blade had turned pure white, like a tree covered in frost. Luonan stared at the sword and said, Lin. He waited for a long time, but there was no response. Luonan let out a bitter smile. Since leaving Falzon, Lin hadn't said a word. Losing her physical body hit her harder than expected. He wondered if she would remain silent forever. But one thing was certain. Lin still existed within the sword. Every time Luonan walked, the scabbard would cleverly tap her on the butt. So that's it. She really has a thing for butts. Now she finally understood why Lin always touched other people's butts. Luonan strolled through campus with a faint smile. She decided not to feel sad anymore, and instead focus on what she could do with the sword. Maybe, after reforging the sword, she would regain her energy and speak again. She might even have an intense duel with Senior. Luonan imagined what it would be like if Lin had a body again. If she acted as mischievously as before. Andershan's eyes would definitely go wide. Thinking of that scene, Luonan couldn't help but smile. It would be pretty funny, right? Lost in those thoughts, she found herself in front of the principal's office. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened automatically. Clatter's voice came through. "Come in." The voice sounded somewhat weak. Luonan walked in curiously. Clatter was standing at the desk, covering their face with both hands. "Long time no see, Mr. Luonan. Although I'm glad to see you. Please forgive me, this old man cannot properly greet you. What's wrong? What happened?" "Ah, my goodness." Clatter didn't answer. They just sighed deeply. When she lowered her hand, an indescribable anxiety appeared on her face. Suddenly, Luonan noticed a piece of paper in Kretil's hand. It was a luxurious deep crimson sheet, even higher grade than the paper used for imperial decrees. Kretil read the letter again, and swayed. She had to grab the desk to stay upright. Luonan frowned, thinking such behavior in public was inappropriate. "Damn it, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, I really can't stay calm. You know as well, among the incoming students is the Red Dragon Lord Itargand. I know. Is there a problem with that?" Luonan looked at her in confusion. After all, he brought the dragon in himself. Kretil, setting the paper down, wiped her face. "That lady, her mother is coming to visit." "What?" Luonan's eyes widened. He must have misheard, or this old guy had finally lost her mind. But her clear pronunciation quickly proved her mind was still intact. In other words, Lady Nawaldos is coming in person. Damn it. Luonan cursed. Kretil's reaction made perfect sense now. The Fire Mother, Nawaldos. The only red dragon who survived, and captured a giant during the previous descent incident. Chapter 184 Reminiscing the Daily Life. Alert 184. After hearing such a shocking message, Luonan stood stunned for several seconds. Nawaldos's visit as a parent. Even if she lived 10 more lives, she wouldn't have imagined something like this. When exactly is the entrance ceremony? 1 week from now. Crap. Does His Majesty know? Probably not yet. Phew. Should this letter be presented to His Majesty? I'm not sure either. Clatter sighed while rubbing her forehead. She handed Luonan a letter from Nawaldoye, with a look as if she were about to pull her guts out and show them. On bright red paper, written in calligraphy, was a single short sentence. "I will come. In 6 days. Damn it." Luonan cursed again. Even as a joke letter between 20-year-old friends, no one would write like this. The problem was it was a one-sided notice. Nawaldaj's arrival was no small matter. Whenever she visited the Empire, that day would be declared a temporary public holiday. Merchants would close their shops. Citizens would stay at home, paying homage to the Mother of Fire. Perhaps she was the closest being to a god, if gods even exist. Such a significant giant coming for her son's school entrance ceremony. Clatter's confusion was understandable. Suddenly recalling memories from a past life, Luonan bit her lip. Though she had never seen Nawaldoye in person, she knew the legends about her were not exaggerated. When she killed one of the 3 giants, Du Yalu, her flames could be seen from thousands of kilometers away. People thought it was sunrise and got up, but it was still deep in the night. The soaring pillar of fire temporarily erased the concept of night from the world. The Empire's envoys sent to Dragon City saw the charred corpse of the giant, the exhausted Nawaldoye, and countless dragon corpses. Unfortunately, there was more than one giant. Nirvana and Ahayat were still alive. With her power depleted, Nawaldoye couldn't fight again. As a result, humanity not only lost Archmage Luhorn, but also suffered the catastrophic loss of 1/3 of the continent. In the end, it led to destruction. Clatter, hidden in shadow, finally spoke. "Phew, I'll try to handle this matter. Worrying won't change anything. We'll need to consult the teacher." "The teacher, you mean? Lord Luhorn?" "Yes. This isn't something we can decide lightly. By the way, I received a message a few days ago. She asked about all of you, and seemed especially interested in Assam." Kretil looked much better than before, as if she had adjusted her mindset. She snapped her fingers. Cups and tea appeared on the round table used for discussion. "Sorry for being late, Now, let's get back to business. My situation hasn't been that pleasant either. Is that alright? The Fire Mother is visiting next week. What could be more serious than that? It's fine. Go ahead. Luonan raised his brow, thinking about it. She wasn't wrong. She calmly recounted what had happened in Falzon. The meeting with Kretil lasted about an hour. Since she didn't mention anything about world destruction, Kretil didn't throw her teacup and scream. It wasn't out of concern for the elder's mental health. She just wanted to find a better time to bring it up. After spending a fairly pleasant time, Luonan immediately headed to the club area. The clear sky was beautiful. Thinking about Nawaldos's visit, Luonan shook his head. This was a great opportunity. Just thinking about her visit, Luonan nodded to himself. He had been reluctant at first, but now it seemed like a good chance. He had intended to talk to her before time ran out anyway. And since she was coming on her own, all the better. This time, he could hint at what might happen in the future. Convincing Nawaldos had been one of his goals since returning. A dragon that could kill giants, her value was beyond words. Maybe he could even learn a way to destroy the star's blessing from her. The problem was, he had no idea how to even talk to her. That prideful dragon had no reason to converse with him. Should he pee himself during the ceremony to get her attention? She was said to have a nasty temper. What if she got mad and breathed fire? While pondering these things, Luonan unknowingly arrived at the warehouse connected to the club area. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted. Welcome back from the hospital. Whoa, you scared me. The noise was deafening. Luonan's eyes widened. Assam, Maria, and the other special class adventurers were still gathered in the wide training ground. You guys, Luonan, are you fully recovered now? Assam asked nervously. Her hair had grown longer, falling over her shoulders. A corner of her forehead still shimmered with the white glow left by the Winter Witch. It's been a month. Everyone looks well. Maria suddenly pounced on Luonan. Hey, are you really okay? You slept way too long. Way too long. I was fine, but now it kinda hurts. She was still as strong as ever. Luonan's face turned pale as she was squeezed around the neck. Realizing her mistake, Maria quickly let go. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I haven't been able to control my strength lately. Haha. It's fine. By the way, weren't you guys busy with club activities? I remember you said it was old business or something. That trial period ended early. If you knew how strong our little cutie is, you'd be amazed. Maria hugged Assam tightly from behind. Assam's face turned as white as her hair. Judging by their reactions, there didn't seem to be any progress in their relationship. Bloom, standing behind them, laughed heartily. Haha. It's only been a month, but it feels like it's been forever. How was the Swordsmanship festival? Not bad. If I go into detail, it'll get a bit heavy. I'll tell you next time. How's your shield holding up now? Haha. Why bring that up? So far, no one's been able to break my brums. Bloom tapped the large shield on her back. It was a custom-made shield Luonan had ordered for her in Glang, Cappadocia. It was clear she cherished it greatly. Seeing how confident she looked, Luonan's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? Wait. Luonan grabbed the hilt of his sword. Panting, Bloom instinctively reacted. Clang. Sparks burst through the air like arrows. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Oh. Whoa. Haha. See. I blocked it. Luonan's mouth dropped open. Bazin exclaimed in awe. The white blade was halted against the shield. Even though it was just a light swing, he hadn't expected her to block it. Not bad. Bloom. Still a terrifyingly fast sword. Never thought I'd block Luonan's sword one day. I'm so happy. Bloom bent over, laughing heartily. Her innocent joy was heartwarming, but also made the bad news to come feel more regretful. Luonan scratched his head, and said, Sorry about this. Haha. What? Next time, don't go to just any blacksmith. Go straight to Doran. With her skills, she can definitely make something better. Bloom tilted her head in confusion. And at that moment, a straight line appeared across the shield. Clang. The shield split cleanly in two, falling to the ground. Blimes. Sharper than expected. Better be careful. Luonan looked at Ramancha's blade and muttered to himself. It was already incredibly sharp. After becoming a holy sword, its core feels even cooler. How could something like this happen to my partner? Bloom's wail echoed across the entire training ground. He knelt down, hugging his shattered shield, tears streaming down his face, as if he had lost a lover. Suddenly, the shadow under his feet began to stretch. It was a familiar phenomenon. Before long, a silver-haired girl emerged from the shadow. Bloom, you're too noisy. Right, sorry for the disturbance. Yes, because of you. The only vampire, Ophelia, appeared. She seemed to have been napping in the club building all this time. She gently stroked Bloom's neck. Her snow-white fingers traced around his carotid artery. Stop whining. Bloom froze like a mouse before a snake. Ophelia turned to Luonin and waved cheerfully. Hey there, Luonin. You've gotten stronger. What's your secret? Going through some awful stuff helps. But you. That stone, is it? Luonin pointed a finger at Ophelia. A smooth white stone was tucked at her side near her ribs. It was clearly something he'd seen somewhere before. Then Assam turned around, her face turning pale. Only 3 people, including Luonin, knew the origin of that stone. Ophelia gently stroked the stone and said, I've been using it as a pillow lately. It's beautiful, and you can feel the magic from it. I really like it. The pillow. Luonin frowned. It seemed Ophelia had no idea that the stone was once an elderly elf. He might have nightmares, but so far, that didn't seem to be happening. Luonin gazed at the stone thoughtfully, and stopped Maria from taking it back. Why are you stopping me? I know. But if he's become a girl's pillow, isn't that kind of a happy ending? Think about it, they're about the same age. You lunatic. Maria gave him a scornful look. Even so, Luonin didn't back down. He thought this was probably the best outcome. For Sarant, who had turned to stone. By the way, where did the little dragon go? Little dragon? Oh, Itargand went back to Adran to prepare for enrollment. He said he'd return the day before or the day of the entrance ceremony. I see. Luonin gave a wry smile. Judging from their reactions, they probably still had no idea what was coming. In any case, it had been a while. Everyone was happy. Luonin suddenly realized how much he had missed these boys and girls. Even during his time in the punishment corps, he had come to understand that humans cannot live alone. Luonin said, anyway, as long as you're all doing well, that's enough. It's been a while. Tell me, how's the academy doing these days? Of course. But before that, there's something we need to do. You've fully recovered now, right? Maria asked, faced with this sudden question. Luonin slumped his shoulders. What is it? Yeah. Then let's have a match with you. A serious one. What? Luonin raised an eyebrow. She was usually the one to make the suggestion. This was the first time she was being invited. What's gotten into you? We realized, ever since you broke the curse. We haven't sparred with you even once. We've been training hard too. Maria spoke with a serious tone. Luonin looked around at the others. Each of them looked at her with firm expressions. In their different colored eyes, she read all sorts of emotions. Nervousness, fear, unwavering determination. Luonin smiled softly, and nodded. All right, if you're up for it. She felt she had chosen her teammates well. Luonin tapped the hilt of her sword. A light like the evening glow shone from the gap in the scabbard. She was already feeling a bit tired. But a moment like this wasn't so bad. 185 Mother of Flames 1. Number 185. The spar ended quickly. After confirming no one was still attacking, Luonin smiled in satisfaction. Good work, everyone. Even if you were thrown onto a battlefield now, you'd survive. It was genuine praise. After 2 years, their abilities had improved dramatically. Talent, effort, and excellent guidance had produced a golden result. Of course, Luonin herself had not been declared dead even once. But that was normal. She didn't mind. You've all improved a lot. After saying that, Luonin sheathed her sword. The sound of the sword fitting into the scabbard was quite pleasing to the ears. La Mancha, fused with Zero, though a bit shorter now, was more stable to swing, thanks to the added handguard. Unbelievable. I thought I could win this time for sure. Oh. After Gibrams, even Hein got a hit in. 5. The members after the mock battle were all completely exhausted. Maria and Bloom lay on the ground, while Assam, almost out of mana, slumped against the wall, vomiting. The only one who had withdrawn early, Ophelia, sat on a chair, sipping some liquid she claimed was alcohol. At this point, even if you faced Falask, you wouldn't lose. Of course not. Look at how much I've suffered. Luonan chuckled. That name, Falask, he hadn't heard it in a long time. The Grand Duke's younger brother who secretly loved Ophelia, who once stole the blood essence and gave it to Zalodin. He wondered how they were doing now. Don't be discouraged, just look at your performance. Luonan raised his hand and pointed to the devastated training grounds. It looked like a drunken giant beast had rampaged through the place. Every spot where Maria's greatsword had struck was marked by deep cracks. They were just as impressive as the sword marks left by Luonan and Shulafan. Bloom also showed astonishing combat ability, even though the temporary shield, Hanger, was damaged. If this had been a real battlefield, and the enemy wasn't Luonan, but a real threat, he would have saved every teammate's life. That was too much. Even with blessings, there's no way it should be that powerful. It's okay, child. It's not that you're weak. That demon was just too strange. Assam wiped the corner of his mouth. A flute-like cry rang out. It came from Vekura in his pocket. It was the voice of the Eastern Witch. Suddenly overcome with rage, Luonan drew her sword. What's going on, Flower? A red glow emitted from the blade, and wrapped around Assam's body. The distance between them closed in an instant. Assam opened his eyes and saw Luonan closing in. His face turned pale. Please, spare me. I don't want to hear that from you. The one out of line is the person saying that. Luonan grabbed Assam's head with both hands and turned toward the training ground. Enormous ice spikes began growing everywhere. The surging cold air dropped the temperature across the entire training field. Just like the Eastern Witch's magic. You silently cut through a dozen ice spikes. And still call that excessive? Apologize to the other mages. Being born a genius is a crime? Strictly speaking, that expression says it all. Auntie, please quiet down. This is what a real showdown looks like. Luonan ignored the Eastern Witch and grabbed Assam's cheeks. His soft cheeks were stretched out. Stop. I'll use it properly. You've been using mental power in my aura since the moment you tore your sleeve and split your pants. What's the difference? I could even yank you around with it. Assam struggled, but Luonan didn't let him off that easily. She twisted his stretched cheeks in different directions. Assam's screams grew louder. Let go of me. So annoying. Maybe I should just rip it off. Of course. During all this, Luonan's grin was practically reaching his ears. Roarhorn's recommendation really was top-notch. If this guy can break through the star's blessing, he could be sent to fight giants right away. Suddenly recalling the faces of the powerful people lost in his past life, Luonan gave a bitter smile. That's the real issue. He had to find a way to break through it, or become strong enough to tear through all the giants himself. Luonan let go of Assam's cheeks and turned to leave, to catch up on the coursework missed during the sword rank evaluation. He needed to study ahead. Here's some good news for you. Aside from the principal and me, no one else knows. Good news? Yes. At the entrance ceremony in 6 days, Nawaldo's will attend. It's parent visitation day. If she thinks I've corrupted her child and burns me alive, please give my ashes to my sister. The room fell silent. His calm tone made it hard to process. Absurd. Ophelia's wineglass dropped to the floor. Maria, barely composed, asked, "Who's coming?" "The Red Dragon, Nawaldo's." "Not like it matters if you know. Just thought I'd give you a heads up. I'm leaving now." With that, Luonan left the club area. As he nearly reached the bottom of the stairs, a scream-like noise came from behind him. Clearly not out of joy. Time flew by. Thanks to Major Nemea's delayed letter, Luonan was able to focus on academy life. Back in the classroom after so long, he realized studying was actually the easiest thing. While petting Saida, while reading a textbook on herbalism, Luonan muttered to himself, I wish things could just stay this way. If it weren't for those damn giants. He really would. He would have graduated smoothly, found a suitable job, married someone he loved, and built a warm family. Even raised 2 kids who looked just like him. He could never understand those who got tired of a peaceful life. If they longed for chaos, they should visit the Southern Civil War front lines for 3 days. That would surely wake them up. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the calendar. Tomorrow had finally come. Above the number 13, a flame was drawn. The entrance ceremony, and the day Nwaldoye would arrive. After consulting with Luhorn, Clatter ultimately decided to notify the emperor about Nwaldage's visit. However, as it was a private matter, they agreed to keep it discreet, hidden from the public. Though whether it could stay hidden, of course, that would only be possible if Nwaldoye took on a human form. As the largest of all dragons, if she moved in her true form, it would be unimaginable. As Luonin was organizing his notes, suddenly, every hair on his body stood up. What? Ha ha ha. He instinctively let out a scream. Saida, who had been napping, looked toward the window, panting heavily. At that moment, a translucent wave surged in quickly from outside the window. It came into view. Almost reflexively, Luonin drew and swung his sword. Swish! The wave attempting to strike him was cut in 2. It swept past his back. Damn it, what was that? Even though he couldn't identify it, he knew it was dangerous. 1000, 0 hours 25 minutes and 14 seconds, 800 to 00. 25 to 15,360. Judging by how it was triggered by the sword, it seemed to be some kind of magic. Suddenly, Luonin noticed that Saida's breathing had stopped. He lowered his head, and shouted in panic. Saida! Hey! Wake up! Saida froze in a panting position. Eyes wide open, not breathing, like she'd turned to stone. Only an extremely faint heartbeat and lingering body warmth proved she wasn't dead yet. Suddenly, Luonin realized all sounds inside and outside the dorm had stopped. That's impossible. Luonin rushed to open the window, and looked out. All the students walking around the schoolyard were frozen like Saida. Even the trees had stopped swaying, as if time itself had stopped. His mind went blank. He had no idea what was happening. Then, suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. Looking closely, someone was walking in the center of the plaza. Luonin gripped the hilt of his sword. It's this guy. Luonin instinctively knew this person had cast the spell. To use magic on such a scale across all of Farallon, this had to be a mage on Kratil's level or even stronger. But that didn't matter anymore. We'll see. Luonin leapt out the window. The sound of his soles hitting the stone echoed through the silence. His enhanced leg muscles flexed. Aiming for the plaza, he sprinted forward, each step covering 10 meters. Suddenly, the world turned pitch black. What's going on? Every hair on his body stood on end again. The moonlight that had lit his path vanished in an instant. Luonin abruptly halted, and looked up. The night sky that should have been glowing was nothing but blackness. Am I dreaming right now? Everything within his sight was swallowed in darkness. Even when he turned his head, the view remained the same. Just as Luonin was about to unleash his sword aura, the darkness suddenly dispersed. The frozen moonlight fell across his face. At the same time, Luonin took a sharp breath as he looked toward the edge of the darkness. It was the silhouette of a wing. A bat-like wing that engulfed half the sky over Firon. Following the wing to the right, he saw the tail. The tail dragged across the night sky, like a whip meant to punish gods. In the moment Luonin froze. The darkness vanished. The vast night sky returned. Damn it! Luonin cursed. Everything happened far too quickly. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find the thing that had just flown through the sky. A dream? No doubt about it. Even after the thing vanished, Luonin remained frozen in place. It had happened too suddenly. His brain couldn't process it. How long had it been? He heard the voices of a man and woman coming from the direction of the main square. The entrance ceremony is tomorrow. Why did you come today? You know how mortals will treat me. Why even ask that? It's embarrassing. I don't even dare to drink water. But before that, I want to talk to my son. It was quiet around them. There was no need to eavesdrop to hear clearly. Luonin frowned. The woman's voice was unfamiliar, but the man's voice was very familiar. He stepped as quietly as possible. Itargand in human form was speaking with a cloaked woman. The woman raised her hand to touch Itargand's cheek. How impressive. My little 122. What made you want to learn from humans? It just kind of happened. The usually arrogant Itargand looked somewhat uneasy. Bathed in moonlight, the woman's face was breathtakingly beautiful. Her hair, flowing from beneath the cloak, burned a fiery red. Standing on her toes, she stroked Itargand's head and leaned in close to his lips. You make me so proud. Come here, Mom. You can't act like this in front of mortals. They can't see or hear us anyway. So what's the problem? Come on, come here. It looked like she was about to kiss him on the cheek. Itargand frantically waved his arms in protest. For a moment, the woman's expression froze. 1, 2, you. Mom, it's not like that. Itargand looked troubled as he tried to explain. But the woman was clearly hurt. She turned her head away. Wiping her eyes, she began to cry. So cruel. You've only been away at school for a short while and already you're bullying your mother. Sob. Sob. I was wrong. Don't cry. Please? Luonan held his breath as he watched the scene unfold. It wasn't hard to guess her identity. Who else could she be but Itargand's mother? Still, it was hard to believe. This wasn't a dream but reality. It was so different from the scene he had imagined in his head. Taking a deep breath, Luonan began to slowly back away. Time to quietly leave. He decided to pretend he had seen nothing. From their conversation, it didn't seem like the time-freezing magic was cast with malice. It would likely be lifted soon. Yes, just go back to bed now. Just as he was about to step back. I'm so heartbroken. After all I've done to raise you. She turned her head while crying and her eyes met Luonan's. In that instant, Luonan's heart sank to his stomach. He instinctively froze, stopping all movement. His stillness was enough to pass for a statue. But the woman had already seen him move. You weren't affected by the spell? What? Mom, what did you just say? Upon hearing the woman's words, Itargand cried out in shock. Luonan kept telling himself to stay still like a statue. The woman slowly approaching stopped right in front of him. She opened her mouth to speak. Her voice now completely different. Come here. Greetings, Lady Nawaldoye. Luonan spoke with his eyes still closed. Confirming that magic had no effect, Nawaldaja's expression turned fierce. Itargand's terrified scream echoed through the silence. 186 Mother of Flames 2. Number 186. Greetings, Lady Nawaldoye. R.O. Luonan, what are you doing here? Itargand practically screamed. Even with his eyes barely open, he could still see Nawaldaja's rigid face. Her blazing pupils looked ready to spew fire at any moment. Well, I'll let you continue. You seem to be doing fine. Cold sweat trickled down from his temples. This was the most awkward moment of his life.